Chapter 40-45. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to attack me? Jian Qin is dead. The sixth Golden Crow Prince is also dead. Have you chosen a new crown prince and chief disciple? If you have, let them come and have a death match with me. Otherwise, get out of my sight. You're courting death. I'll kill you today. A golden crow? The elder roared and descended from the sky. In an instant he arrived in front of Lin Xian. With a wave of his hand, the true sun flame instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding void collapsed in an instant. The true sun flame was truly too terrifying. It caused the surrounding people to turn pale. This is an expert of the older generation. He's even stronger than the sixth Golden Crow Prince. Can Lin Xian resist him? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stretched out his golden hand and grabbed all the true sun flame in his palm. Then he struck out with his palm. This time, the true sun flame flew out. Along with it, the 9 suns' divine flame intertwined and shot towards the elder of the Golden Crow race. With a loud bang, the elder was pushed back 3 steps. His arm hung limply by his side. He was dumbfounded. He couldn't say a word. Not only was his opponent able to block his attack, but he was also able to force him back. The others were also in an uproar. This kid's strength had become stronger again. Damn it. We must kill him. These people's eyes turned red. It had only been a few months, but his strength had become stronger again. If this continued, he would break through to the minor saint realm very soon. They couldn't let this person be arrogant and grow stronger. In an instant, the people of the Golden Crow race and Wanjian sect were ready to attack. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Who dares to attack? He took out a token and said coldly, "This time, I'm here to represent the unparalleled Saint King in the birthday banquet. Whoever touches me will be challenging the unparalleled Saint King." His cold voice echoed in all directions. Everyone was in an uproar. His identity was too extraordinary. The people of Wanjian sect sneered. What qualifications does a third-generation disciple have? The Golden Crow race's people didn't believe it either. The others were also shocked. That's right. If one were to represent the Sage King, then it should be the first-generation disciple, Linghu Chueshue, or the second-generation disciple, Fu Hongye. How could it be the turn of the third-generation disciple, Lin Wudi? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is the Wushuang order. Everyone carefully forgot about it and then gasped for breath. They could sense the aura of a Sage King from the token. It really was the Sage King's token. Furthermore, it was a personal token. Damn it, did the other party really represent the Saint King? This Lin Wudi was already valued to such an extent. Could it be that he had already become a personal disciple? All kinds of thoughts flashed across their minds. What, do you still dare to make a move? Lin Xian looked at the people from the Myriad Swords Pavilion and the Golden Crow tribe. The faces of these 2 experts from the great sage city turned extremely ugly. Although they were strong, they did not dare to provoke the Sage King. The people from the Myriad Swords Pavilion snorted coldly and kept their long swords. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. The next time I see you, I will definitely kill you. As they spoke, they walked in. On the other side, the people from the Golden Crow tribe also said, "You won't be so lucky every time." A battle ended just like that. Lin Xian took out the Wushuang order, which shocked the people of Green Mountain City. They had heard of Lin Wudi's name, but in such a situation with so many elders and seniors present, Lin Wudi, a young rising star, could not attract their attention at all. Even if the other party was the chief disciple, it would not work. Because there were too many chief disciples present this time. But now that the other party took out the Sage King order, it was different. This was a representative of the Sage King. Such an identity was completely above those people. Therefore, they even sent an elder to personally welcome him. They invited Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing in. The 2 elders came together and respectfully invited them in. This was too grand. Many people's eyes were red. They did not receive such treatment. Even these older generation figures did not receive such treatment. A young junior had surpassed them. But there was no other way. Who asked him to have the Wushuang order? After entering, Lin Xian saw many people in the city. There were people from the Green Mountain tribe, and also people from the Second Galaxy, the big families, and the Sacred City. It was really too lively inside. And in this Green Mountain City was a huge city. It was very spacious inside. The mansion they were going to this time was at the center of Green Mountain City. The two elders, beside Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, introduced the buildings and halls to them. These buildings and halls seemed to have a history. Lin Xian was greatly surprised after hearing this. Murong Qingqing, who was beside him, also blinked her eyes curiously. At this moment, 5 thunderclaps sounded in the distance. The two elders' faces changed. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked. The two elders said that a big shot at the Sacred Master level had come. "Both of you, please forgive us for not treating you well. We have to go and entertain the Sacred Master." The two elders had apologetic expressions on their faces. "It's okay. Elders, please go ahead." Lin Xian cupped his fists. Anyway, they already knew the location of the mansion. Besides, the two of them had more freedom to wander around. The two elders left. Lin Xian even found that many elders in Green Mountain City had been dispatched. It seemed that they were going to welcome a big shot. Indeed, a sacred master was in existence above a small saint. He was a terrifying expert at the 7th heaven of the Sage realm, second only to the Sage King. Such a person would be the overlord of a region in the universe. In the Holy City, they would also be elders or protectors with high authority. He was far from being comparable to an ordinary elder or other sage. The arrival of such a person was enough to cause a sensation. Sure enough, countless people in Green Mountain City raised their heads and looked over. In the next moment, they saw a majestic figure being respectfully invited in by countless elders. In an instant he disappeared into the mansion in the distance. "Is that a sacred master? It's so scary. I can feel an extremely terrifying aura from him." Not long after, another 5 thunderclaps sounded. The second sacred master was also invited in. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were also surprised. It seemed that many big shots had come. They wondered what was going on. Was it just for the birthday celebration? In fact, everyone had doubts in their hearts. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing went on their way again. At this moment, a voice came from afar. "Bai Shanchuan, don't blame me for being rude if you continue to follow me." The voice attracted the attention of countless people. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also stopped and looked to the left. Because the voice was extremely familiar. It was Sister Hong Xiu. Murong Qingqing was stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. Li Hongxiu was standing in front, but her face was a little pale. In front of her was a young man in a white robe. Chapter 40-46. What's going on? Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing walked over immediately. "Hongxiu, are these people pestering you?" Lin Xian asked with a frown. Murong Qingqing also asked, "Sister Hongxiu, do you want us to help you?" Both of them had teamed up to fight against the enemy in Roland's Golden Palace and had formed a strong friendship. "It's you guys!" Li Hongxiu exclaimed when she saw the scene. The man in the white robe frowned. With an unfriendly look on his face, he shot Lin Xian a glance. However, when he saw Murong Qingqing, his expression froze for a second, and then a trace of fire appeared in his eyes. What a stunning beauty! She was not inferior to Li Hongxiu. In fact, she was even more outstanding. He was dumbfounded. The geniuses around him were also dumbfounded and their eyes burned with passion. Murong Qingqing frowned when she saw the scene. Li Hongxiu snorted and Bai Shanchuan came back to his senses. He was pursuing Li Hongxiu and couldn't be too interested in other beauties. However, Murong Qingqing was too beautiful. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, he couldn't help but look in her direction. "Hongxiu, what's going on? Who are these guys?" Lin Xian asked coldly. Bai Shanchuan came back to his senses. "I'm asking you. Who are they? Especially this brat. Who is he?" He had a strong sense of enmity towards him. This brat was actually able to walk together with such a peerless beauty. His heart was filled with jealousy. Especially when he seemed to be on good terms with Li Hongxiu. He was going crazy with jealousy. He, Li Hongxiu, wanted to say something but a smile suddenly appeared on her face. She told me and you that he's her man. Why, are you unhappy? Speaking of this, she whispered a message to Murong Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, I need to borrow your man for a while. Lin Xian was stunned. Oh my god, what's the meaning of this? Bai Shanchuan was even more stunned. This guy is Li Hongxiu's man? What a joke. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Why should I tell you? Li Hongxiu snorted. Bai Shanchuan said, Hongxiu, stop acting. Your acting skills aren't that great. How could you be a couple with him? At this point he looked at Murong Qingqing. His meaning was obvious. Murong Qingqing held Lin Xian's other arm and said with a smile, Can't we like the same man? Hearing this, Bai Shanchuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The geniuses around him went crazy as well. Two peerless beauties were actually taken by a man. Damn it. If looks could kill, they would have hacked Lin Xian into 1,000 pieces. Lin Xian on the other on his left on the right. However, he could tell that Bai Shanchuan was pestering Li Hongxiu. Therefore he said, Yeah, both of them are my women. Come and bite me if you're unhappy. Kid, do you want to die? Quickly let go of Hongxiu. Bai Shanchuan shouted angrily. A terrifying purple light appeared on his body. A terrifying aura spread out. This Bai Shanchuan was also a minor saint. And it seemed that his cultivation had reached the peak of the early minor saint. Yeah, that's right. Kid, quickly kneel down and accept your death. What right do you have to have such beauties? The people behind him roared crazily. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. How dare you fight with me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. How dare you snatch my woman? I can only say that you're tired of living. Bai Shanchuan roared. The surrounding people were also stunned, and their expressions became extremely strange. It was Lin Wudi. Oh my god, is there anyone who dares to provoke Lin Wudi? Is that white-robed guy an idiot? He actually dares to provoke Lin Wudi. Sigh, he should be a retard. I don't think he can survive. Discussions broke out. Bai Shanchuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. These people didn't think highly of him and even called him an idiot. Do you guys want to die? His gaze swept across the surroundings. Those people were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. However, there were still people who snorted. You challenged Lin Wudi and said that we're courting death. Why don't you ask about Lin Wudi's battle record? Lin Xian said after listening. Did you hear that? I advise you not to fight. So, you're that Lin Wudi. Bai Shanchuan's face turned cold. How could he not have heard of this name? He just didn't expect it to be this kid in front of him. You're Lin Wudi. So what? Do you think that you can compete with me just because you killed a few young geniuses? Bai Shanchuan sneered. I can't be compared to those young geniuses. I've been a small saint for 80 years. Can you compete with me? Moreover, you dare to use the title of invincible? You're really courting death. Bai Shanchuan was not afraid of Lin Xian. Moreover, he was acting all high and mighty. The surrounding people were shocked. Who is this person? Even the chief disciple isn't as arrogant as him. That's right. He's not someone on the pilgrimage list. If someone on the pilgrimage list was so arrogant towards Lin Xian, it would be understandable. However, where did this white-robed man get his courage from? Lin Xian was also stunned. He looked at Li Hongxiu and asked, Who is this retard? His name was Bai Shanchuan. He was from the Purple Virtual Temple. His grandfather was a Saint Venerable who was just invited in. The grandson of a Saint Venerable. No wonder he's so arrogant. It seems that he's so unscrupulous because his grandfather is here. After the others heard, their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to say anything else. His grandfather was a Saint Venerable. Moreover, he was in Qingshan City. They didn't dare to provoke such a terrifying existence. No wonder he dared to provoke Lin Wudi. Lin Xian was also stunned after hearing this. Then he sneered disdainfully. It turns out that he's a person who uses his grandfather's name to intimidate others. I thought you were some powerful genius. If your grandfather wasn't here, would you dare to be so arrogant? Bai Shanchuan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. How dare you question me? Kid, I want to duel with you. His eyes were red. He wanted to use his strength to prove himself. I refuse. What if you can't beat me and bring out your grandfather? Lin Xian shook his head. Nonsense. I won't use my grandfather's name. I want to defeat you personally. Bai Shanchuan roared. You don't dare? Are you sure? Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. Of course I'm sure. Bai Shanchuan snorted. If I win, I'll disappear from the sight of these two beauties. Okay, I agree to your condition. But if I win, you'll disappear from Hongxiu's sight too. You'll never pester her again. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Bai Shanchuan snorted. Come, I'll show you how powerful I am. There was a special sacred battle platform in the distance. As he spoke, Bai Shanchuan walked forward. Lin Xian hugged the beauties on his left and right and followed him. The surrounding people were stunned. Is there going to be a battle? It was unbelievable. They didn't expect that after a life-and-death battle here a few months ago, there would be someone who dared to provoke Lin Xian. Moreover, it was the grandson of a Saint Venerable. Chapter 40-47. Do you think Lin Wudi dares to fight? That Saint Venerable is in the city. Who knows? Don't you know Lin Wudi's character? It doesn't matter if you're a Saint Venerable or the grandson of a Saint King. He can beat you until you call him Grandpa. On the other side, Murong Qingcheng frowned slightly. Brother Xian, hold back. Don't kill him. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if that Saint Venerable comes. It's impossible for them to fight against a Saint Venerable with their current strength. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry. I'll let him live for the sake of his grandpa. On the other side, in the Green Mountain Mansion, there was a magnificent hall. All the top experts were gathered there. He was either a powerful elder or a terrifying Saint Venerable. Among them, there was an old man in a cloud robe. His aura was terrifying. He was a Saint Venerable. He was Bai Shanchuan's grandpa, a powerful existence in the Purple Virtual Palace. Sitting next to him was the chief elder of the Green Mountain sect. At this moment, the great elder seemed to have received the news and was surprised. Oh, what's going on? The other Saint Venerables asked. The great elder of the Green Mountain sect said, Taoist Bai, your grandson seems to be fighting with someone. Do you want me to send someone to stop him? Many sacred venerables looked at sacred venerate Bai. The Saint Venerable Bai was also stunned. Who is Shanchuan going to fight with? I heard it's Lin Wudi. Many people's eyes lit up. Are you talking about Lin Wudi from the Wushuang city? He just killed the 6th prince of the Golden Crow not long ago. Why did he have a conflict with Bai Shanchuan? Discussions broke out one after another. Saint Venerable Bai was also stunned, but then he smiled. It's okay. Shanchuan's strength is above the 6th prince of the Golden House. He's already at the peak of the early stage of the 6th heaven. He's just one step away from the intermediate small saint. His strength shouldn't be a problem. All right, let the younger generation solve their own problems. It seemed that Saint Venerable Bai was very confident in his grandson. The others nodded and didn't say anything. After all, no matter how terrifying Lin Wudi was, to them he was just a young junior, nothing more. Even if the other party was extremely talented and could become the great sage in the future, or even in existence above the great sage, that would be a matter of thousands of years later. News of the battle between Lin Xian and Bai Shanchuan quickly spread through Qingshan City. Many people gathered at the ancient ring. Bai Shanchuan stood in the ring and looked down. Brat, come on. I'll let you know the difference between us in this battle. Bai Shanchuan snorted. The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. Who was this person? He actually dared to challenge Lin Wudi. He was Bai Shanchuan. His grandfather was the Lord, and he lived in the mansion. It turned out that he was someone with such a background. Moreover, his cultivation was already at the peak of the early stage of the 6th heavenly layer. Soon he would enter the middle stage. He was even stronger than the 6th Golden Crow Prince. Perhaps he could really suppress Lin Wudi. No wonder he dared to fight with Lin Wudi. It turned out that he was such a terrifying expert. Hearing the envious voices around him, Bai Shanchuan's lips curled into a proud smile. On the other side, Lin Xian also walked up to the ring. He was expressionless and said plainly, "Let's start quickly." I don't have time to play with you. Play? Do you think I'm playing with you? Bai Shanchuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He instantly turned into a stream of light and dashed over. What a fast speed! The surrounding people exclaimed. Li Hongxiu also exclaimed. Great void step. Brat, be careful. This is the unique skill of the purple virtual temple. The great void step was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian. A palm came down from the sky. He has some strength. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He originally thought that this person was just relying on his grandfather's reputation. Now it seemed that he had some real skills. His strength was even above the Golden Crow Prince and Jian Qin. Interesting. Let's try it out on you. Lin Xian had just broken through and wanted to give it a try. Now that he met such a top expert, his blood was boiling. His body swayed. His entire body was like a kunpeng as he dodged instantly. Brat, do you think you can dodge me? Bai Shanchuan sneered and continued to use the Great Void Step. Lin Xian used the kunpeng movement technique. The two of them were like two bolts of lightning as they shuttled back and forth on the ring. The surrounding people were stunned. They could not catch the two of them at all. They could only see some afterimages. So fast. These two are too strong. Yeah, if I were to fight with them, I would probably be killed instantly. Some of the geniuses from the sacred city were also sweating profusely. The older generation figures sighed as well. We're old. There are new talents in every generation. We've been eliminated by the times. Humph. Purple light palm. Seeing that his opponent's speed was not inferior to his, Bai Shanchuan's face turned cold. His great void step was extremely terrifying in terms of speed. He had never seen anyone in the same realm who was faster than him. Not to mention someone whose cultivation level was lower than his. But now, his opponent's speed was not inferior to his at all. He was even suppressing him. How could he tolerate this? Therefore, he did not compete with his opponent in terms of speed. Instead, he attacked abruptly. She extended her palm towards the void. In her palm, countless purple laws permeated the air. Then, they formed a purple light that shrouded the entire arena. Every ray of light was like a peerless heavenly blade that carried an unusually cold chi. With this palm, his opponent would not be able to escape no matter how fast he was. Another unique skill. Many people exclaimed. They could see that the purple light was equally terrifying. He's indeed the grandson of the Lord. Looks like he's been taught by the Lord all these years. His strength is too strong. I feel that this Bai Shanchuan can fight against a middle minor saint expert. Indeed, Lin Wudi has met his match. What a terrifying palm technique. Lin Xian was also surprised. However, he snorted and threw out a punch. A fist bloomed with radiance, emitting an unparalleled radiance along with the sun. The two of them continued to collide. Every collision was earth-shattering. After 4 blows, Bai Shanchuan's face became extremely solemn. To be honest, although they had not fought much, his opponent's technique had shocked him. He realized that his purple light palm could not do anything to his opponent. His opponent's fist seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. Damn it. I don't believe that I can't do anything to you. Bai Shanchuan gritted his teeth and shouted. He retracted his hand and did not use the purple light palm again. Instead, he kept forming seals. The seals were formed very quickly. He formed thousands of seals in a row. Damn it. Is this the legendary sky-flipping seal? Bai Shanchuan has already learned this unique skill. Please support me? Chapter 40-48. As soon as the voice came out, many people's faces changed drastically. This was a peerless divine power. Legend had it that it could even overturn the heavens. However, it was very difficult to cultivate this kind of technique. Legend had it that not many people in the Purple Void Temple knew it. Most of them were elders. Among those young people, no one had heard of anyone who could use the overturning sky seal. Who would have thought that Bai Shanchuan could use the overturning sky seal now? Kid, let's see how you'll die this time. Bai Shanchuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Not good. Li Hongxiu exclaimed. Murong Qingcheng also frowned. Lin Xian's face also froze. What a terrifying aura. His body swayed and he instantly threw out a punch. His entire arm seemed to have turned into a golden dragon, rushing forward. Block it for me. Bai Shanchuan opened his mouth and spat out a huge mountain, blocking in front of him. The mountain law on it was very terrifying. However, it exploded in an instant. Not only that, the fist smashed into his hand and sent him flying. With a crack, his arms turned into a bloody mist. A miserable sound was heard as he vomited blood. Was it broken? Many people screamed. The older generation figures were also stunned. They did not expect the overturning sky seal to be broken by Lin Wudi before it could form. Damn kid, how dare you break my divine power? Bai Shanchuan covered his wound and gritted his teeth as he roared. Lin Xian sneered. You're too slow at forming seals. You won't even be able to make a move. You'll probably be defeated by your opponent. This time, I'm giving face to your grandfather. Otherwise, I could have destroyed your soul with that blow. Those people from the Purple Void Temple also became extremely frightened. They did not expect young Master Bai to be defeated. Damn it, how could it be like this? Young Master Bai, are you all right? Damn Lin Wudi, how dare you hurt our young Master Bai? Do you want to die? They quickly kowtowed and apologized. These people roared crazily. Pumph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His vision was very small. These people held their heads and screamed. They were instantly attacked by his eye technique. All of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices. So powerful. The others were terrified, no longer daring to clamor. You have lost this battle. Disappear from Hong Xiu's sight. Lin Xian said coldly. On the other side, Bai Shanchuan struggled to stand up. His somewhat handsome face became extremely ferocious. Damn brat, I haven't lost yet. You were the one who launched a sneak attack just now. Now you can go to hell for me. As he spoke, he formed another seal with his hands. A small seal flew out from between his eyebrows. It was a palm made of jade. It was very exquisite and very small. As soon as it appeared, it grew bigger with the wind. Bai Shanchuan spat out a mouthful of blood on it, then shouted angrily. Sky-flipping seal. Die for me. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Wasn't the other party's overturning sky seal already broken? Do you still want to use it? No, Bai Shanchuan's speed was too slow. If it were someone else, he might have been able to succeed. But Lin Wudi's speed was too fast. He simply didn't give his opponent any time to react. Those experts shook their heads. But soon, they said that something was wrong. They realized that Bai Shanchuan didn't form any seals at all. But the small jade hand that he spat out suddenly grew bigger. That hand actually formed a seal. It was like a huge seal that slammed down from the sky. Seeing that seal, someone screamed. That was the sky-flipping seal. How was that possible? How could he use it without forming any seals? What was that? Some of the older experts screamed. They used the sky-flipping seal in advance, condensing it with powerful natural treasures and fusing their power into it. It was a life-saving technique that could be used directly in times of crisis. What? The sky-flipping seal that the sacred master used was fused into the sacred artifact? The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh no, Brother Xian! Murong Qingqing also exclaimed. That wasn't Bai Shanchuan's power at all. That was the power of the sacred master. Damn it, how dare you cheat? Li Hongxiu was also furious. Kid, retreat. There was no need to fight with him anymore. He had already lost. It was too late. Bai Shanchuan sneered and locked onto Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a fatal danger. Was that the real sky-flipping seal? Buzz. He roared angrily, and a dragon-shaped sword soul instantly appeared in his hand. With a roar, endless light shone so brightly that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Meanwhile, he waved the dragon-shaped sword chi and slashed down, colliding with the sky-flipping seal in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded, and everyone kept retreating. However, many people shook their heads. It was over. Lin Wudi was dead for sure this time. They didn't expect Bai Shanchuan to have such a trump card. Not to mention Lin Wudi, they reckoned that no one below the sacred master level could resist it. After all, it was a life-saving treasure. However, they were soon stunned. That was because they discovered that the cyclic sky seal had been sliced apart by the sword. The cyclic sky seal in the sky had been split into two. Bai Shanchuan also vomited blood and flew backward. A crack appeared between his eyebrows and spread all the way to his stomach. The crack was getting bigger and bigger, and his entire body was dyed red with blood. Bai Shanchuan screamed in horror. How was that possible? His opponent had broken his sky-flipping seal. And he had injured him. That was unbelievable. That was a life-saving treasure that his grandfather had personally given him. How could his opponent have broken it? The others were also stunned. They didn't expect that Bai Shanchuan would be the one to lose, and his life might even be in danger. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in the sky was still descending, and Bai Shanchuan was about to die. At the same time, in the mansion of Qingshan City, the sacred masters and martial venerables were chatting and laughing. All of a sudden, Saint Bai spoke up through Kongming. A jade pendant on his waist suddenly shattered. Oh no, Shanchuan is in danger. With that, he tore open the void and disappeared. Boom! In the arena, Bai Shanchuan was in despair. His life-saving treasure was gone. Was he really going to die? Grandpa, save me! He screamed crazily. With a loud boom, a huge palm directly blasted the dragon-shaped sword chi away. Moreover, Lin Xian was also hit by the power. His pupils constricted, and he immediately performed the void-walking technique and appeared in another space. Where Lin Xian was, the void shattered, and a black hole appeared that connected to the netherworld. Terrifying. That was the real sky-flipping seal. Who was it? Was it a sacred master? Everyone screamed. Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Li Hongxiu were also extremely nervous. However, when they saw Lin Xian appear in another direction, they all let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's face was extremely cold. If he didn't have the space divine ability and the heavenly secret divine eyes, he would have been in danger. When a sacred master attacked, he could only dodge in advance. If he reacted and dodged again, he would definitely die. That should be Bai Shanchuan's grandfather, Sacred Master Bai, right? Chapter 4049. Who would have thought that the Purple Virtual Palace was so despicable that they dared to break the rules of the second astral realm? Lin Xian's cold voice was heard. The others felt numb. Indeed, a sacred master was not allowed to attack anyone below the sacred master level. But the attack just now was obviously merciless. If Lin Xian was hit, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. How could you be so ruthless at such a young age? How dare you injure my grandson like this? Sacred Master Bai's face was extremely cold. Although he had blocked the attack just now, Bai Shanchuan's injury was beyond his expectation. The sword mark on his body was too terrifying. The aura left on it was so sharp that it shocked him. If Bai Shanchuan was alone, he would not be able to heal the sword mark. I'm ruthless? Lin Xian laughed. Do you think everyone is an idiot? Why don't you ask who was the one who used a forbidden weapon to kill me? You're the one who left the sky-flipping seal to him. That's your power. Your grandson wants to kill me and I'm not allowed to fight back? Your grandson is despicable and shameless. Not only did you not educate him, you even protected him. And you're even more despicable and shameless than your grandson. You actually want to kill a young genius. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Sacred Master Bai was so angry that his nose was crooked. He was a sacred master and no one dared to provoke him. But this brat in front of him actually acted so recklessly. Space tore open, and the other holy venerates appeared. When they saw this scene, their expressions sank as well. Because they were sacred masters, they had to protect the dignity of sacred masters. Young man, you've gone too far. Didn't your sacred city teach you how to respect your elders? One of them said coldly. Humph. I respect true heroes. As for those despicable and shameless people who attack the younger generation, I despise them no matter how high their cultivation is. Good. Today, I'll represent Wushuang City to teach you a lesson. Sacred Master Bai was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand and the sky-flipping seal was thrown out again. The surrounding people went crazy. If this attack continued, Bai Shanchuan would be half dead or half crippled. His soul would probably be destroyed. This Lin Wudi was too arrogant. That's right. Normally, it was fine for him to go against those young geniuses. But now, he actually dared to disregard the sacred venerables. He probably wouldn't have a good ending. The other holy venerates did the same, watching coldly. They also felt that the other party was too arrogant and needed to be properly suppressed. Fight me. Look at what this is. Lin Xian took out the Wushuang token again. He didn't dodge at all. The unparalleled medallion blossomed with light, and a voice sounded from within. What? You dare to make a move against me? Accompanying him was a young man who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. As soon as he appeared, he gave off an extremely terrifying aura. The cataclysmic seal in the sky was instantly shattered by the youth's palm. Not only that, but one of Saint White's arms had also exploded into a bloody mist. He screamed miserably, his face pale. His holy blood pierced through heaven and earth. Oh my heavens! What's going on? Hundreds Saint Venerables are injured. This was impossible, right? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. The eyelids of the other holy venerates twitched wildly. A wave of fear gushed out from the bottom of their hearts. The Holy King's phantom. They looked at the handsome youth in front of them, and their faces became extremely solemn. The others also looked over. Holy King. This young man is actually a holy king. Could he be the unparalleled Holy King? Everyone knew that there was a holy king in every holy city, but very few had actually seen a holy king. Hence, they didn't know that the Holy King looked so young. What? Are you going to make a move against the people of Wushuang City? The unparalleled Holy King's phantom asked after he came out. Holy King White, quickly say that I wouldn't dare. This is a misunderstanding. My grandson is useless and offended the genius of Wushuang City. I'm going to punish him now. As he spoke, he recovered his arm and slapped Bai Shanchuan's face. Slap. Bai Shanchuan's face was smashed, and he fell to the ground, wailing like a ghost. He couldn't believe that his grandfather would hit him so hard. Then, Saint White looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile, "Forgive me, young master. I was just playing with you just now." Lin Xian sneered. Playing with me? If he didn't have the Wushuang order, he would have been killed. Indeed, the unparalleled Holy King's phantom sneered. Playing with me? Then I'll play with you too. Take my attack. Saint White was scared out of his wits when he heard that. Although it was just a phantom, he was still a holy king. His means were not something that Saint White could withstand. Hence, he quickly said, "Holy King, please calm down. I won't dare to make a move against Wushuang City anymore. Young Master Lin, on the account that I know my mistake, I beg of young Master Lin to let me off." The Saint Master was so powerful that countless elders of the Green Mountain tribe came out to greet him personally as soon as he arrived. But now, he was bowing down in front of Lin Xian. Coupled with the fact that he was so arrogant just now, it was really ironic. Seeing that Lin Xian was unmoved, Saint White gritted his teeth and looked at Bai Shanchuan. "It's all your fault, you little bastard. How dare you offend young Master Lin? Get over here. I'll beat you to death today." He conjured a whip of law and whipped Bai Shanchuan's body. Bai Shanchuan's flesh was torn apart. After a few thousand lashes, Bai Shanchuan was beaten beyond recognition. His flesh was badly mangled, but he still had a breath left in him. Everyone's scalp went numb. This Saint Lord Bai was really ruthless. He was even so ruthless to his own grandson. It seemed like Saint White was really scared. Lin Xian had a cold smirk on his face the entire time. This matter still depended on his senior brother. Seeing that, the unparalleled Holy King's phantom said, "I'll spare your life today for the sake of the Green Mountain tribe's birthday. If you dare to make a move against the people of Wushuang City, I'll let you know what it means to be dead." After saying that, the unparalleled Holy King's phantom disappeared. Saint White's back was drenched in sweat. The other Holy Kings were also sweating profusely. At this moment, the way they looked at Lin Xian had changed. Damn it. This kid was here on behalf of the unparalleled Holy King. His identity was really extraordinary. He was not weaker than them. The people of the Green Mountain tribe were stunned. A few elders quickly walked over and said, "This way, please. Please forgive us for not being a good host." They respectfully invited Lin Xian and his group in. Those holy kings' faces were gloomy. They did not say a word and returned to the main hall. The surrounding people were in an uproar. It was really exciting. They reckoned that Bai Shanchuan would not dare to come out and show off in the future. They wanted to spread the news. But soon, the people of the Purple Void Palace came to warn them. Whoever dared to spread the news would be killed without mercy. These people knew that the Purple Void Palace would not let the news spread for the sake of a holy king's reputation. So, most people did not know about it. Only a small number of people who were watching the battle knew about it. But it was enough. Chapter 40-50. At this moment, these sacred venerables and the elders of the Qingshan clan were all in awe of Lin Xian. Lin Xian and the others felt uncomfortable being surrounded by a group of old monsters, so they found an excuse to leave the hall after a while. After leaving, Li Hongxiu heaved a sigh of relief. Great, I won't be bothered by that guy anymore. I have to thank you this time. It's nothing. Let's go. The scenery over there is pretty good. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian brought the two beauties to play around in the mansion. On the other side, the atmosphere in the hall had also eased up a little. I didn't expect this Lin Wudi to be valued so much that he even brought the unparalleled token. I wonder if he has become a personal disciple? He should be, right? Although he is strong, it will take a few hundred years for him to fully mature. Only by relying on the Wushuang token can you fight against us. What we really need to see is the pilgrim role. It is said that there are a few geniuses who have the strength to enter the pilgrim role. I wonder what kind of bloody storm will be stirred up for this role? That's not very likely. Although these rising geniuses are strong, it is still too difficult for them to enter the pilgrim role. Every single person on that list was a world-shaking powerhouse. If someone else is coming. Suddenly, a sacred venerate looked into the distance. The other sacred venerables also stood up. It seems that an old friend has come. Let's go out and welcome him. Sure enough, another sacred venerate came. Qingshan City was once again in an uproar. However, Lin Xian and the others didn't know that at this moment, they were sitting in the pavilion, feeling the breeze and looking at the fish in the pond. They were very relaxed. Big brother Zhan, your swordsmanship is really too powerful. With your pointers, my swordsmanship actually improved again. That's right. In just 2 days, our swordsmanship has improved. It's really incredible. At this moment, a few excited voices came from the courtyard opposite the pond. Then a young man's voice sounded. You are all geniuses of the sword. I'm just giving you some guidance. I'll teach you another move. Go take a look. It's the sword geniuses of the Myriad Swords Pavilion teaching sword skills. Let's go listen too. Many people surrounded them. Among them, there were many people from the Qingshan clan. Oh, Lin Xian's brows twitched when he heard this. Myriad Swords Pavilion, Big Brother Zhan, when did another expert appear in Jiang'a? To be honest, he had seen many sword saints, but there was only one that could enter his eyes, and that was Wang Jian. He didn't even take a liking to Jianchen, so why was there another genius in the way of the sword here? Let's go and have a look. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Li Hongxiu walked down from the pavilion. They walked on the water and crossed the pond. Then he walked to the courtyard next door. Many people had gathered in the courtyard next door. A young man and 3 people from the Qingshan clan were standing in front of them. A young girl and 2 young men. At this moment he was extremely excited. That man with a long sword on his back should be the so-called Big Brother Zhan. Someone exclaimed from the side. Zhan Xiongfei. They didn't expect him to be here too. He was the genius disciple of the previous generation. Yeah, his strength had already reached the intermediate minor saint realm, and his sword skills were even better. They would definitely benefit from his guidance. Countless people were discussing. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The previous generation of the Myriad Swords Pavilion's disciple. No wonder he was so excited. He should be around 500 years older than them. He was from the same generation as Fu Hongya. The young girl and the 2 young men were around 15 or 16 years old. Although they were young, their qi wasn't weak. They were both kings, as expected of a big clan. A 14 or 15-year-old king would be a top overlord in other worlds. The young girl's sword technique was a soft sword technique, like a cool breeze. It was ethereal, but it was strange and tricky. It was like an antelope's horn, and it couldn't be seen clearly. At this moment, Zhang Xiongfei looked at this scene and nodded slightly. Not bad, but the speed of her attack should be faster. Don't treat the sword as a weapon. Treat it as a part of your body. It's like treating it as your arm. Only then can you achieve the unity of man and sword better. Also, you have to change your state of mind. You have to imagine yourself as a gust of wind. What you practice is the wind sword skill. You have to integrate yourself into the sword skill. After hearing this, the young girl nodded. Although she didn't fully understand, she still did as she was told. Sure enough, the sword skill became more ethereal. This time, it was as if she couldn't see clearly. The surrounding geniuses exclaimed. As expected of Zhang Xiongfei. He could enlighten people with just a few words. Thank you, big brother Zhang. The young girl was very happy. To be honest, according to age, Zhang Xiongfei was old enough to be the ancestor of these three young men. However, the status of the Green Mountain clan was high. Therefore, they were treated as peers. Alright, I'll give you some pointers on your prairie fire sword skill. Zhang Xiongfei nodded and looked at the other young man. That young man was incomparably excited. He pulled out a fiery red sword. With a twist of his wrist, the sword pierced out. Flames danced in the sky, burning fiercely. With a single slash, a crack appeared in the void. Many people exclaimed. It seemed that this young man was also a genius. Zhang Xiongfei said, "The power is very good, but it's not enough. When you attack, raise your arm an inch higher. When you stop, move your arm an inch to the left. Try again." That young man's face was red. He nodded. According to Zhang Xiongfei's instructions, he attacked again. This time, he was actually able to split open two cracks in the void. Great, the power has become stronger. The young man was excited. The others also exclaimed. This Zhang Xiongfei was really amazing. Brother Zhang is really a sword genius. Now that I've seen it, I'm really impressed. Impressed. Many people began to flatter him. However, at this moment, laughter came from the crowd. Who dared to laugh at this time? Did they not want to live anymore? Zhang Xiongfei's face also darkened. Oh, I wonder who it is. Do you have an opinion about my words? You can come out and give me some pointers. When he spoke, his gaze was also very small. Soon it locked onto a place. The others also looked over. In the next moment, they were discussing what beautiful women. They were the first to see two beautiful women. They were like fairies. Even Zhang Xiongfei was stunned. However, soon, someone screamed. Isn't that Lin Wudi? Indeed, the person between the two peerless beauties was Lin Xian. The laughter from before was also made by Lin Xian. At this moment, there was still a smile on his face. When he saw many people with strange expressions, he said, "Sorry, I couldn't help it because it was too funny." "What are you laughing at?" The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion roared. "Damn it, it's that guy again. He's too detestable." Their chief disciple was killed by that woman next to him. Moreover, it was closely related to Lin Wudi. They wished they could tear her into pieces. Now, she was laughing at their senior brother Zhang again. Chapter 4051. Zhang Xiongfei was also stunned. Then he narrowed his eyes. "So you're Lin Wudi?" Then he looked at Murong Qingqing. "You're the one who killed junior brother Jianqin." A cold light appeared in his eyes. Xianxian also stopped smiling. "But, do you want to take revenge for Jianqin? Today is the birthday of the Qingshan clan. It's not suitable to see blood. Revenge can be done another day. But let me ask you, why are you laughing? Are you unhappy with me?" Lin Xian said, "I'm laughing because you're misleading people. And these people didn't know. If you cultivate according to what you said, even if you're a genius, you'll become trash." When he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. What's going on? Is he refuting Zhang Xiongfei this time? The people of the Wanjian Pavilion also roared. "Nonsense. Lin Wudi, don't go overboard." Zhang Xiongfei also laughed. "I thought that Lin Wudi was some kind of person. It turns out that he's just a clown. You actually said that I'm misleading people. Ask yourself, am I misleading people? The girl from the Qingshan clan stood out and said, what do you know? After Big Brother Jean taught me, my sword skills became more powerful than before. Another young man also jumped out and said, you don't know how powerful Big Brother Jean is. Everyone also nodded. Yes, Zhang Xiongfei's strength in the way of the sword is obvious to all. Moreover, with his guidance, the power of the sword skills could be increased instantly. Such a person is misleading people? What a joke! Lin Xian was not angry after hearing that. He looked at the girl and said, you're still young and don't understand. What nonsense are you talking about? I think you're just jealous of Big Brother Jean. The girl sneered. That young man also said, yes, you're jealous of Big Brother Jean's talent. You can't beat Big Brother Jean, so you can only slander him. Our Qingshan clan doesn't welcome you. Hurry up and chase him out. The young girl gave the order. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. The people of the Wanjian pavilion sneered. You want to question our senior apprentice Brother Jean? You really don't know the meaning of death. Zhang Xiongfei also said, Lin Wudi, I admit that you have some strength, but you are too arrogant and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't have the right to tell me what to do. Cultivate for another 500 years. It's you. You don't have the right. Lin Xian shook his head and looked at the three young men from the Green Mountain clan. Forget it, I originally wanted to kindly remind you not to go down the wrong path. But since you don't appreciate it, what does it have to do with me? He shook his head and prepared to leave with Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. They thought that Lin Wudi was just looking for an excuse to leave. However, the girl from the Qingshan clan said, stop. What right do you have to say that Big Brother Jean is leading people astray? Big Brother Jean has indeed helped me. Hurry up and apologize to Big Brother Jean. Yeah, that's right. Apologize or I'm not letting you go today. The two young men also walked over and said coldly, did you hear that? Hurry up and apologize to our senior brother Jean. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. Zhang Xiongfei's lips curled into a smile. This time, they were not only here to celebrate the birthday, but also to carry out a more important mission. If they could curry favor with the Green Mountain clan and build a relationship with them, they would benefit greatly in the future. Now, it seemed that he had already achieved that step. So what if this Lin Wudi was strong? He had offended the Green Mountain clan. He had no fate with the following fortune. Apologize to him? Lin Xian smiled. He was not worthy. Lin Wudi, watch your words. Don't think that I don't dare to attack you. Zhang Xiongfei was also angry. Lin Xian had provoked him time and time again. Did he really think that he did not dare to attack him? You better kowtow and apologize to me now. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful I am. How powerful you are. Just based on your trash comments on swordsmanship? Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he stopped in his tracks. He looked at the girl and said, you said that Zhang Xiongfei taught you a sword technique, so the power of your sword technique increased, right? Then I say that he is wrong. If I teach you a way to double the power of your sword technique, would you believe me or him? Double the power of your sword technique? The girl was obviously stunned. That's impossible. She shook her head because she did not dare to imagine it. Kid, keep bragging. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also snorted. Zhang Xiongfei also smiled. My guidance to her has already optimized her sword technique. If she wants to improve it, she will have to make a breakthrough in her cultivation. That's why I said that you are misleading her. Lin Xian snorted. He looked at the little girl and said, you are wrong. The weakness of your sword technique is not the speed of your attack, nor is it the problem of your state of mind. It is the most fundamental problem. You are left-handed, so it is obviously a mistake to use your right hand to attack. Now, you are using your left hand to perform the sword technique just now. What's going on? Left-handed? Nonsense. The surrounding people did not believe it. The girl was also stunned. She was left-handed. How come she never knew that? No one had told her before. She looked at Zhang Xiongfei. Zhang Xiongfei sneered. It doesn't matter. Didn't he want to compete with me? Then try using your left hand. Don't hold back. I will let him know the difference between us. I believe in brother Jean. After the girl heard this, she put the sword in her right hand in her left hand and looked at Lin Wudi. I want to see how you know that I am left-handed. As she said that, she stabbed the sword in her left hand and performed the wind swordsmanship. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. They could not catch the girl's sword technique at all. They could not even see the sword light. They could only hear a terrifying crack in the void. After the girl finished performing, she was also stunned. What's going on? Is this the wind swordsmanship? Why does it feel so terrifying? Buzz. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were dumbfounded. Zhang Xiongfei's pupils constricted. Impossible! He screamed. The power was indeed much stronger than before. Could it be that she has broken through? He stared fixedly at the young girl and discovered that the young girl's cultivation had not broken through at all. This girl is really left-handed. Songtian, the power has really doubled. The surrounding people screamed. The girl screamed as well. No way I did it. I really did it. Her two companions were also stunned. The youth walked out and asked, "Then tell me, how did you improve my swordsmanship?" Everyone looked over. Previously, the youth could only create one spatial crack. Under Zhang Xiongfei's guidance, he could create two spatial cracks in an instant. That was already very heaven-defying. They wanted to see if Lin Xian could do anything this time. The last time must have been a fluke. A blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Yes, that's right. How can he surpass our senior brother Jean in terms of swordsmanship? The people of Net Sword Pavilion gritted their teeth. Zhang Xiongfei's face was also extremely gloomy. You practice the prairie fire swordsmanship, right? Lin Xian asked. Yes, the youth nodded. Can you double the power of the prairie fire swordsmanship? Chapter 4052. Lin Xian shook his head. I can't double your prairie fire sword technique. The young man was stunned. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also laughed loudly. I told you this kid was just lucky. Zhang Xiongfei also sneered. He was scared to death. He really thought that the other party was a terrifying genius, but now it seemed that he was just a little lucky. However, Lin Xian said, I can't double your prairie fire sword technique, but I can double your sword technique. The surrounding people were stunned. What's the difference between the two? Zhang Xiongfei also snorted coldly. Deliberately mystifying. Lin Xian said, Prairie fire sword technique is a fire elemental sword technique, but you're not suitable for fire elemental sword techniques. You're suitable for earth elemental sword techniques. Therefore, your prairie fire sword technique is the worst choice. You should cultivate an earth elemental sword technique. At this point, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the endless earth condensed in his hand, forming a heavy sword. He threw it to the other party. With a boom, the void trembled. Everyone was shocked. How heavy is this sword? Can this young man withstand it? The young man was also stunned. Is he really suitable for such a wide open sword technique? Lin Xian said, You can give it a try. The young man waved it a few times, and he felt that his body was about to collapse. However, in an instant, he felt a new wave of power rising in his body. Boom, boom, boom. One strike, two strikes. Although it was very slow and looked a little clumsy, its power was much stronger than before. The sword chi was released, and 4 cracks appeared in the void. Its power was twice as strong as before. Heavy edgeless heavy sword, this is the most suitable for you. He's already so powerful without cultivating such a wide open sword technique. If he cultivates it, its power will increase exponentially. Really? The young man was also stunned. He said, This is great. He felt like he was in a dream. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were dumbfounded. Zhang Xiongfei's expression became extremely ugly. Damn it, the other party actually succeeded again. Now, he knew that this couldn't be a coincidence. Was Yi Futian's attainments in the way of the sword so terrifying? Even though Zhang Xian had managed to raise the prowess of their swordsmanship with his guidance, that was only on the surface. The gap between the two sides was too obvious. What about me? The last young man asked. The others also looked over. They also wanted to know what Lin Xian would say next. Lin Xian looked at him and said, "You're not suited for swordsmanship, you're suited for boxing. Give up on swordsmanship and switch to fist techniques. That's what suits you." Fist techniques? That young man's eyes flickered, although he had many doubts now. However, the first two companions had changed. Let him believe unconditionally. "Thank you, big brother. I've wronged you. I apologize." That young woman was extremely embarrassed. The two youths also said, "That's right, big brother. We were confused before and didn't know at all. If it weren't for your reminder, we would have been killed." When Zhang Xiongfei heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was trembling with anger. Damn it, was he harming others? Damn brat. I'm not convinced. I want to compete with you. I definitely won't lose to you in swordsmanship. Zhang Xiongfei finally couldn't hold it in any longer and roared crazily. "You forget it. You're not Big Brother's match at all. That's right. You almost destroyed all of us. You still have the face to stand here? It's already very good that we didn't chase you out. I advise you to leave quickly." The young woman and the two youths waved their hands impatiently. Damn it. Zhang Xiongfei was furious. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also had ugly expressions. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Damn it, it was all because of this brat. It was all because of this Lin Wudi that he was looked down upon. He had to kill him. Zhang Xiongfei stood out and shouted coldly, "Do you dare? You're not my match. In terms of swordsmanship, even if you train for another 500 years, you won't be able to beat me. I'm not interested." Lin Xian shook his head. "Damn it, you have to fight today even if you don't want to." Having said that, Zhang Xiongfei waved his hand. Countless sword qi flew out from his fingertip. The sword qi carried a vast aura. It was a water sword. His opponent was a water sword saint. Asterisk buzz asterisk not good. Big brother is in danger. Quickly dodge it. The young woman screamed. She was very nervous. The others were also surprised. Although Zhang Xiongfei was slapped in the face, he was still an expert of the previous generation after all. Could Lin Wudi block it? This was a true intermediate minor saint. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw this scene. He pointed out a finger. Sword qi spread out from his fingertip. With a poochie sound, the finger landed on the sword qi. Immediately, the monstrous sword qi was destroyed. How could this be? He actually found the weakness in an instant. Zhang Xiongfei couldn't believe it. Damn it, he must be lucky. He waved his sword and changed it again. At this moment, it was still a monstrous wave. However, there was a murderous intent in the sword qi. It was terrifying. This was a double sword qi. There was a peerless murderous intent hidden under the waves. Let's see what you can do this time. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. There was so much sword qi around them that they couldn't block it. They could only dodge it. However, once they moved, they were afraid that the true killing move would be revealed. It could be said that all possibilities were sealed. This was a sure kill move. One had to admit that Zhang Xiongfei was really too powerful. Lin Xian sighed. "I've said it before. You're no match for me in terms of swordsmanship." He waved his sword 3 times to the front and left, creating 3 cracks in the sword qi. These 3 swords slashed at the opponent's weak points. Therefore, the power of the sword qi was reduced by half. The remaining sword qi was shattered by Lin Xian's palm. Asterisk pring pring pring. Asterisk how could this be? Zhang Xiongfei took 3 steps back. His face was filled with shock. Had the other party found another flaw in his plan? Damn it. He clenched his fists. Did his opponent really surpass him in terms of swordsmanship? Every strike was aimed at his weakest point. It could break his swordsmanship instantly. He really couldn't believe that a young man could do this. You're not convinced? Then take a sword from me. At this point, Lin Xian also pointed out a finger. A sword qi flew out. It was also the water vision. It rotated in the sky. Block it for me. Zhang Xiongfei roared angrily. It formed a sword light facing the sky and slashed toward the other party. He didn't believe that the other party could hurt him. His strength far surpassed this Lin Wudi. The void in front of him shattered. Zhang Xiongfei's pupils constricted. He missed? Was this sword a feint? Damn it. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. He hurriedly retreated and withdrew his sword to block around him. The nomological laws that filled the sky enveloped his body tightly. Chapter 4053. Damn it, it's not a fake move. He realized that the move that he had thought was a trap had actually hit his shoulder and sent him flying. He kept retreating while vomiting blood. His arm hung down and there was a bloody hole in it. Damn it, he felt that he couldn't hold the sword in his hand anymore. His opponent had actually managed to injure him in an instant. You can't even block my sword. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian shook his head. Damn it, how dare you injure me? I won't let you go. Zhang Xiongfei was completely enraged. Not only was he slapped in the face in front of so many people, but he was also injured. This made him feel humiliated. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. And all of this was because of the person in front of him. He wanted to kill him. Humph, you're courting death. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian waved his hand and the 5 elements sword flew out and shrouded his opponent. The 5 elements law circled around each other and all kinds of terrifying sword shadows completely repelled his opponent. Pucci Zhang Xiongfei vomited another mouthful of blood. The surrounding people couldn't bear to watch anymore because it was too embarrassing. Senior brother, are you all right? The people of Myriad Swords Pavilion exclaimed. At the same time, in a pavilion far away, a few figures leaned against the window and looked at this scene, shaking their heads slightly. This Zhang Xiongfei is really an idiot. In this room, there were 3 people standing by the window. The aura of these 3 people was very mysterious. There was a mysterious rune between their eyebrows. It made people feel pain in their eyes when they looked at it. They couldn't look at it directly. The one who sneered at this moment was a man by the window. This Lin Wudi isn't simple. Although he's just an early minor saint, his attainment in Sword Dao has far surpassed Zhang Xiongfei. He has even reached an unbelievable level. He's simply a genius in Sword Dao. I'm guessing that his talent in the Sword Dao isn't any weaker than Wan Jianni. It's a pity that he's not in Myriad Swords Pavilion. Otherwise, he would be even more terrifying. The last woman was wearing a green-white robe. She looked down without saying a word. Junior sister, you should say a few words as well. The woman's eyes flashed and she softly said, it was a pity. Even if he wasn't in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, he wouldn't be able to stop his rise in the path of the sword. I really want to compete with him. My limitless sword art and his sword Dao. Which one of us is stronger? A shocking light flashed in the woman's eyes. Below, Zhang Xiongfei spent a lot of effort to break open the 5 elements sword formation. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. They were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Everyone was trembling. Perhaps only Lin Wudi would be able to withstand the wrath of such an expert. Damn brat, you've completely pissed me off. Die for me. Countless sword lights appeared on his body, and it was obvious that he had activated the 10,000 swords return to origin. His strength was much stronger than before. Not good, retreat quickly. The surrounding people screamed crazily. After activating the 10,000 swords return to origin, he was clearly going all out. Turning into a stream of light, Zhang Xiongfei charged out. Older brother Xian, be careful. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu brought the girl and the 2 young men to a faraway place. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I'll play with you then. However, before he could make a move, a thunderous sound echoed in the void. As soon as the sound was heard, a sword light blocked Zhang Xiongfei's path. Zhang Xiongfei didn't make a move. He turned his head and said, let me make a move. I have the confidence to defeat him. Humph, you've disgraced the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. You still have the face to make a move? In the void, a man walked over. He stepped on the sword Qi, and his aura shook the entire place. His appearance caused the entire place to tremble. The weapons in everyone's hands were trembling non-stop. What a terrifying sword Dao. Who is this man? It's Wan Jianni. He's here too. He's a genius on the pilgrim list. Moreover, He's an extremely terrifying existence on the pilgrim list. These people were dumbfounded. Lin Xian was also stunned. His expression turned solemn. Wan Jianyi. He felt a great threat. This Wan Jianyi has already reached the late stage of the minor saint realm? He's too strong. Zhang Xiongfei and the others couldn't compare to him. Is this the strength of the people on the pilgrim list? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He knew that these people were powerful. These people had suppressed their cultivation base on Heavenly Fate Star. After leaving Heavenly Star, he had only seen Yuquan. Youquan's strength was also very strong. However, Lin Xian felt that it wasn't impossible to defeat him. He felt that Youquan's strength should be similar to Youquan's. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. Wan Jianyi's aura was much stronger than Youquan's. It seemed that the gap between the people on the pilgrim list was huge. That secluded spring was probably ranked last. Wan Jianyi could definitely be ranked in the top 3. Step back. Wan Jianyi said coldly. Zhang Xiongfei was helpless. However, he didn't dare to go against Wan Jianyi. He could only clench his teeth and step aside. Wan Jianyi looked at Lin Xian again and said coldly. I heard that you talked about Sword Dao in front of us. Who gave you the courage to do so? Lin Xian laughed. How arrogant. Are you the only people in the world who can talk about Sword Dao? I'll talk about it today. Come and bite me. The surrounding people were stunned. Zhang Xiongfei couldn't believe it. This guy actually dared to provoke Wan Jianyi. He's too reckless. Wan Jianyi only needed one move to kill him. If he wanted to kill this kid, he would also need one move. Sure enough, he's still as arrogant as before. However, this is the real world. Without the suppression of the Great Tao, do you think you can fight against me? You'll know if you can try. Lin Xian took a step forward. Although Wan Jianyi gave him a fatal threat, so what? He wasn't afraid of anyone in a life-and-death battle. Even a saint venerable bowed in front of him, let alone Wan Jianyi. The atmosphere between heaven and earth was getting more and more intense. In everyone's eyes, there were only 2 peerless sword lights confronting each other. The endless void collapsed and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. This scene attracted the attention of the Green Mountain tribe. A terrifying elder quickly walked over. Both of you, please give us some face. Kid, you're very lucky. We'll spare you this time. However, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, if you see me in the Green Mountain world, you won't be so lucky. Having said that, he turned around and left. The others heaved a sigh of relief. Even the elder from Green Mountain City heaved a sigh of relief. Although Wan Jianyi was much younger than him, his sword Dao made his hair stand on end. This Wan Jianyi was too incredible. Lin Xian was also surprised. What was the Green Mountain world? Was he going there? Why hadn't he heard of it before? It seemed that so many people from the sacred city didn't come just for the birthday celebration. There must be some unknown secret. Chapter 40-54. As he was thinking, Lin Xian's eyebrows suddenly twitched, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. He turned his head and looked behind him. There was a pavilion in the distance, and he felt an extremely terrifying aura. When he turned his head, he only saw a figure disappear in a flash. However, with his heavenly secret god eyes, he could clearly see it. It was a beautiful woman in a green and white Taoist robe, and there was a strange rune between her eyebrows. He had seen that rune on Chao Tianxing's forehead before. Was she from the Limitless sect? He could sense a mysterious way of the sword coming from the other party. She was also a terrifying sword saint. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly emitted 2 sword lights that pierced into the void. At the same time, the woman from the Limitless sect who wanted to leave was stunned. She felt the sword intent and suddenly turned her head. There was also a flicker in her beautiful eyes. The 2 sword Dao collided in the void, directly shattering the void. What's going on? Is there another battle? Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian said, "It's fine, let's go." On the other side, the woman from the Limitless sect's eyes flashed. Interesting. This kid actually discovered our existence. The few people beside him were also very surprised. His sword chi was more piercing than expected. They were looking forward to fighting with him more and more. The three figures gradually disappeared into the void. Lin Xian and the other two also left. Murong Qingqing said, "I'm afraid more and more experts will come, and there will be many sacred venerables this time. If the sacred venerables of the Golden Crow clan and the Myriad Sword Pavilion appear, I'm afraid we'll be in danger." Lin Xian also frowned. That was true. He said that they probably won't attack openly, so we're still safe on the surface. I'm afraid that they'll attack behind their backs. Moreover, it seems that another Green Mountain world has appeared today. I wonder what it's like. Do you know? He looked at Li Hongxiu. Li Hongxiu said that she knew a bit, but she had heard that the Green Mountain race had some secrets and trump cards. There seemed to be an ancestral land called the Green Mountain World. Every once in a while, he would open it. It was probably time for him to open it this time, which was why so many people were attracted. Needless to say, this Green Mountain World must have something to do with that Saint King. They could only take it one step at a time. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the three of them prepared to return to the main hall. But at this moment, they suddenly felt a terrifying aura pressing down on them. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu's expressions changed. Even Lin Xian abruptly turned his head. A cold light burst out from his eyes. Two figures appeared on their left. Both of them had scales on their bodies, and terrifying dragon blood was surging from them. What a powerful bloodline aura! Murong Qingqing frowned. Li Hongxiu also said, "Dragons?" These two men stared at Lin Xian and the other two. "You must be that Lin Wudi. Or you people from the Thousand Demon City?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. "Can't you feel it? We are dragons." These two people's eyes were filled with endless arrogance. Dragons were the king of all beasts. They were incomparably powerful, and they had the capital to look down on everything. It was not the first time that Lin Xian had seen dragons. He had killed many dragons before. But this time, he could clearly feel that the dragon blood in these two people was unusually strong. Obviously, they were not ordinary dragons, but extremely powerful dragons. He did not know why they were looking for him. The two of them laughed. "Don't be nervous, we won't do anything to you yet. We just want to see who is so arrogant to call himself invincible. Even our crown prince does not dare to use your title. Quickly change this title, or you will die miserably." Crown Prince? Li Hongxiu frowned. The Crown Prince of Dragons? Why hadn't she heard of it before? However, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He remembered the existence in the nest of 10,000 dragons in the true spirit world. Were these people under the other party's command? Dragons existed in all realms, but the one in the nest of 10,000 dragons was obviously stronger. And at that time, it was rumored that there was a dragon crown prince, the son of the dragon emperor, with a heaven-defying bloodline. He was a saint at birth, and now he did not know what realm he had reached, but it was definitely incomparably terrifying. Was the other party about to appear? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. If they appeared, they would be the most powerful enemy. Murong Qingqing, who was beside him, snorted coldly. She activated the phoenix bloodline in her body, and a phoenix phantom pounced forward. "You dare to transform into a phoenix with just you?" The people of the dragons sneered disdainfully. One of them reached out with his dragon claw, but after contact, his expression changed. He retracted his arm with a shocked expression. "You are from the Phoenix clan." Previously he was disdainful, but when he felt the other party's bloodline he was really too surprised. This bloodline actually made him tremble a little. Well, now is not the time to make a move. Another powerhouse of the dragons said with a frown. The young man retracted his palm. "Well, I'll let you live a little longer. But from now on, I will be your nightmare. Remember my name is Long Xiaotian." The two figures slowly disappeared into the void. The dragon clan, huh? Looks like a battle is unavoidable. In that case, Lin Xian was not afraid. Although he did not have a super strong bloodline, he had a dragon soul. It was fine if these people of the dragons did not provoke him, but if they did, he would not be soft-hearted. Seeing Lin Xian's serious state, Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu knew that someone was going to be unlucky. In the main hall of Huihong, 9 Saint Venerables were sitting there. The patriarch of the Green Mountain clan and some core elders had also come. At this moment, the door was closed, and the two sides were having a private discussion. One of the Saint Venerables of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion said, "Don't worry, we will not let you down this time when we enter the Green Mountain world. We will give you the conditions that we promised you before." In that case, this old man thanks everyone. The patriarch of the Green Mountain clan said in a deep voice. The other elders also took a deep breath. It was obvious that the two sides had reached some kind of agreement. These holy cities would give the Green Mountain clan some benefits. The Green Mountain clan would open the Green Mountain stairs to allow other powerhouses of the holy cities to enter. Others can go in, but Lin Wudy can't. Lin Wudy can't go in. Yes, that's right. A Saint Venerate of the Thunder God City also said in a deep voice. He is not qualified to enter either. A Saint Venerate of the Demon City also spoke. The three Saint Venerables objected. The atmosphere was a little heavy. The people of the Green Mountain clan were in an uproar. The patriarch of the Green Mountain clan said, "I'm afraid that's not very good. This way, it will seem that the Green Mountain clan is targeting Wushuang City." "It's fine, with us supporting you, what are you afraid of?" The three Saint Venerables sneered. Chapter 4055. Next, these people discussed some specific matters. One day later, the birthday banquet began. The entire Green Mountain City was bustling. Countless elders and experts from the second astral realm gathered in the city. Their seats were arranged in an orderly manner according to their status and strength. However, the most dazzling palace at the top was still the most dazzling. Countless people looked up at it. There were only a few people there. Other than the leader of the Green Mountain clan and a few core elders, the rest were Saint Venerables. Only Saint Venerables could enter that palace. The others were not qualified at all. Even Wan Jianyi and the others could only sit in the second palace below. Lin Xian and the other two also arrived. Looking at the lively scene, they were very emotional. "Kid, where are you sitting?" Li Hongxiu asked. "Why don't you come with me to the second palace?" As the daughter of the Saint King, she could also sit in the second palace. "Qingqing, you accompany Hongxiu. I have other places to go," Lin Xian said with a smile. The three of them walked forward. They crossed countless pavilions and palaces and attracted a lot of attention. "Look, that's Lin Wudy. He's walking forward. Is he going to enter the second palace? Did he already have the qualifications to enter that place?" Many people were shocked. The people sitting in the second palace were those on the pilgrimage list. Other than that, there were some people with very special identities. For example, Li Hongxiu, the daughter of the Saint King, or Bai Shanchuan, the grandson of a Saint Venerable. In short, their status was very high. Other than that, other chief disciples or some powerful small saints were not qualified. They could only sit in the third and fourth palaces. It seemed that Lin Xian wanted to sit in the second palace. Is he qualified to be on the pilgrimage list? In the second palace, these people looked down at Lin Xian and the other two and sneered. "Lin Wudy wants to come in? Are you kidding me? Don't worry, I won't let him in because he is not qualified." Yu Quan's lips curled into a cold smile. The other people also sneered. Soon, Lin Xian and the other two came to the front of the second palace. "All right, Qingqing, Hongxiu, you two can go in." Murong Qingqing nodded. Li Hongxiu said, "If you're really not coming, then where are you going? The third palace?" Before Lin Xian could say anything, a few figures walked out from the second palace, led by Yu Quan. "Brat, you want to enter the second hall? Do you have the qualifications?" "Ants don't have the qualifications to be with us." Mo Xiu was the same. Today, they would definitely not let Lin Xian in. When Li Hongxiu saw this, she frowned. "Don't go overboard. But he's my friend." "Li Hongxiu, although you are the daughter of the Sage King, you still have to follow the rules. If one wanted to enter the second hall, they either had to have a noble status or extremely strong strength. Which one did this brat have? What if I insist on bringing him in?" Li Hongxiu's face darkened. "In that case, don't blame us for being impolite." Mo Xiu also stood out. The auras of the two of them were extremely powerful. "Don't worry, we won't hurt you, But don't even think about breaking the rules in our hands. Damn it. Li Hongxiu's face was cold. She did not expect these two fellows to be so daring and bold. They didn't even give her face. Murong Qingqing, who was next to her, also had a cold expression. Lin Xian said, "All right, you two go in. I have my own place to go." "Qingqing, let's go." Li Hongxiu pulled Murong Qingqing and walked forward. "Aren't you going to dodge? Do you want to be my enemy?" Li Hongxiu shouted coldly. Yu Quan sneered. Of course, these two fairies could come in. As they said that, the two of them stepped aside to make a path. Li Hongxiu and Murong Qingqing walked in, but their bodies were immediately blocked. They looked down at Lin Xian condescendingly. "As for you, don't even think about coming in this lifetime." Lin Xian smiled. "You are right about something. Ants don't deserve to be with me." As he said that, he ignored Yu Quan and Mo Xiu, turned around and walked further away. That direction was the direction of the first palace. The matter here attracted the attention of countless people. Lin Wudi was blocked outside the door? How embarrassing. That's right. If Second Highness Yu couldn't enter, his reputation would be completely ruined. It wasn't easy to build up a reputation, but it was only a matter of time before he fell. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that Lin Xian was too arrogant this time. It was too early to enter the second palace now. Some of the chief disciples of the sacred city and some experts also snorted coldly. Lin Wudi wasn't qualified to enter. Sure enough, they saw the two beauties beside Lin Xian enter, but Lin Wudi was blocked outside. They gloated. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. They found that Lin Wudi didn't have any intention of entering at all, but instead walked towards the first palace. Is this kid courting death? He can't even enter the second palace, and he wants to go to the first palace? He must be pretending. Don't worry, he will definitely be beaten out in an instant. If he offends those saint sovereigns, even if he doesn't die, he will be half crippled. These people shook their heads. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu were also stunned. What's going on? Is this kid really going to the first palace? What a joke. They weren't qualified to enter. Previously, the matter of Wushuang's order was sealed by Saint Sovereign White, so only a small number of people knew about it. The others didn't know about it. Therefore, when they saw Lin Xian's action at this moment, they thought that Lin Xian was too daring and didn't know what death was. Two guards appeared at the entrance of the first palace instantly. Both of them were late minor saints. They said coldly, "Stop where you. This is not a place where you can come. Get lost." Their voice was incomparably cold, causing the smile on everyone's face to become thicker. "See, I've said it before. How can Lin Wudi enter? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Lin Xian was expressionless. He took out the Wushuang token. "I'm here on behalf of the Wushuang Saint King." The two late minor saints sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw him. They could feel a trace of the Saint King's aura from the token. In an instant, both of them retreated. "Young master, please. Please forgive us for offending you earlier." Both of them respectfully invited Lin Xian in. The people around him had all gone crazy. How is this possible? He entered the first palace. Oh God, am I dreaming? How can he enter? Even Wan Jianyi, Yu Quan, and the others can't enter. Sure enough, Yu Quan and Mo Xiu were also stunned. They originally wanted to watch a good show, but now they were dumbfounded. Their minds were blank. How is this possible? How did he do it? The second palace was also in an uproar. This guy really did it. The incomparably seductive Qin Xiener opened her cherry lips wide. Chapter 4056. Wan Jianyi also frowned as his eyes were filled with a trace of coldness. Even Chao Tianxing and Gu Feng were stunned. They did not expect Lin Fan to be able to enter. Bai Shanchuan thought of something and shivered. He hid in the shadows and did not say a word. Li Hongxiu was also shocked. Wow, this kid is too handsome. Only Murong Qingqing had a beautiful smile on her face. Now these people knew who was the idiot. They wanted to stop Lin Xian? In the end, they were the ones who were slapped in the face. Lin Xian walked into the first palace under the shocked gazes of countless people. After entering, he attracted a few gazes. These were the gazes of sacred venerables, and they were extremely powerful. Lin Xian snorted. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and blocked the pressure. In the next moment, he walked forward and said loudly, "Greetings, senior clan leader. I'm Lin Xian, representing the unparalleled Sacred King to wish you a happy birthday. The Sacred King is busy, so he sent me here." Lin Xian flipped his hand and a treasure box appeared in his hand. Since he was here to wish him a happy birthday, how could he not bring a gift? This gift was given by the unparalleled Sacred King himself, so it should not be bad. "So it's young Master Lin. I've heard of your name. Now that I've met you, you're indeed a young hero," the clan leader of Qingshan said with a smile. Although Lin Xian was just a junior in front of him, he was representing the Sacred King after all. His identity was not to be underestimated. An elder beside the clan leader took the treasure box and said, "Young Master Lin, this way please." Lin Xian followed him to an empty space and sat down. Some of the other sacred venerables looked unfriendly, and some snorted coldly. To be honest, having them sit together with such a young brat really made them unhappy. He was not qualified at all. The birthday banquet began. A loud voice sounded. Then, the banquet began, and the scene became lively again. A series of greetings could be heard as gifts and precious treasures were delivered to Qin Nan. The several saint sovereigns in the main hall were also talking about some cultivation problems and some important matters in the future. This had nothing to do with Lin Xian. As for cultivation, he was not a holy venerate yet, so he could not understand at all. As for the major events of the world, they had little to do with him, because they had already risen to the level of the holy city. Therefore, he couldn't get a word in at all inside the main hall. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. So what if he was a saint venerable? He was going to become a great emperor in the future, so he didn't feel inferior at all. Instead, he drank alone. His expression was calm and composed. This scene made the sacred venerates of the Thunder God City and the Myriad Demon City even more displeased. Saint Master White's face darkened as well. Of course, there were also some people who were shocked. This young man was really not simple. Before the auras of these holy venerates, the other party remained calm and composed. Just this mentality alone was not something that just anyone could achieve. No wonder the other party was able to create such a reputation. There was indeed something unique about him. Even Qingshan's Saint King nodded slightly. He was thinking, are we really going to keep such a genius out of the Qingshan world? At this moment, a sacred venerate of the Thunder God City spoke. "Nephew Lin, after the banquet, you can return to Wushuang City to report on the completion of the mission. At that time, we can use the spatial teleportation array to send you away." The sacred venerate of the Myriad Demon City also spoke up. Lin Xian was stunned. The other party was so kind? It shouldn't be. Was there a trap? To teleport to another place? Lin Xian said, "Seniors, you are too polite. I don't need you to worry about my own matters." Lin Xian changed the topic and asked, "Senior clan leader, I heard people say something about the Qingshan world. I don't know what it means." The Qingshan clan leader frowned. The other sacred venerates' faces also darkened. Among them, the voice of the Myriad Sword Pavilion said, "Young Master Lin, you don't have to think about the Qingshan world. Yes, this time, your Wushuang City did not participate. Why don't you wait for the next time?" The sacred venerate of the Thunder God City also raised a smile. After hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the Qingshan world was a secret realm, and it was related to the Sage King. However, these people wanted to leave him outside. What a joke! These seniors were thinking quite far ahead. However, this was not the holy city, but the Qingshan clan. Whether my Wushuang City can enter or not is not up to you seniors. After saying this, he looked at the Qingshan clan leader. The sacred venerates were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Normally, if such an ant dared to provoke them, they would have slapped him into meat paste. However, now they could only watch helplessly. The other party was jumping in front of them. They were really unhappy. However, they did not have the final say. So what? They had already discussed this with the Qingshan clan leader. Qingshan clan leader, what do you think? The sacred venerate of the Thunder God City asked. I think the Qingshan clan leader should have the same opinion as us. The sacred venerate of the Myriad Sword Pavilion also said. This, the Qingshan clan leader hesitated. When Lin Xian saw this scene, his face became even gloomier. It seemed that these people had already reached some agreement. Were they really going to exclude him? They really deserved to die. One day, when he became a sacred venerate, he would make these old fellows crawl at his feet. The Qingshan clan leader took a deep breath as if he had made a decision. Just as he was about to speak, a stream of light streaked over from afar. Old ancestor, this is bad. The young master's illness has acted up again. What? The Qingshan clan leader suddenly stood up. What's going on? Why did it act up in advance? Let's go and take a look. He didn't care about the others and rushed out directly. What was going on? The other holy venerates were also stunned. The Qingshan clan's first elder said, Fellow Taoists, please calm down. Something happened in my clan. As he spoke, he briefly explained the matter. The sacred venerates and heavenly queens all frowned. There was actually such a thing. Lin Xian was also surprised after hearing it. It turned out that it was a direct descendant of the Qingshan clan's first elder. He was only 8 or 9 years old and had contracted a disease. It would act up once every 3 months and could not be cured at all. Even the sacred venerates were helpless. This gave the people of the Qingshan clan a headache. If it was an ordinary clan member, it would be fine. After all, there were many people in the Qingshan clan. It was fine if the youth was sick. However, this youth was a direct descendant and had the bloodline of the Qingshan's sacred king. There was even a phenomenon of atavism. This surprised the people of the Qingshan clan. If he grew up, he might become the second Qingshan sacred king in the future. So, how could they not be worried? No wonder the Qingshan clan leader was so anxious. The sacred venerates were also discussing. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He felt that this was an opportunity. From the looks of it, the Qingshan clan leader and these sacred venerates had reached an agreement. It was very likely that they would not let him enter the Qingshan world. Chapter 4057. It was not easy for him to reach his current cultivation level. It was very difficult for him to improve every time. Moreover, with his current strength, his divine body and dragon sword soul required a huge amount of energy. If he wanted to take another step forward, he would have to cultivate normally for hundreds of years. He could not wait that long. Therefore, he would not miss any opportunity. This was obviously a great opportunity in the Green Mountain world. How could he miss it? Therefore, Lin Xian stood up and said, I don't know what illness the young master is suffering from. Can I take a look? Maybe I have a way. The people in the hall were stunned. The Green Mountain Race's chief said, Young Master Lin, are you sure? However, the few holy venerates guffawed as if they had heard the best joke. Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you can be compared to us just because you are sitting with us? We are just giving face to the unparalleled Saint King. Otherwise, do you think you are qualified to stand in front of us? At such a young age, you are actually so arrogant. You are really arrogant. The Saint Venerable snorted coldly. You don't even know what illness the young master is suffering from. Do you know that several Saint Venerables have investigated him over the years? There are even alchemy experts. However, without exception, they could not cure him. With just you? They had disdainful expressions. The Green Mountain's chief elder also sighed. Indeed, he did not think that Lin Xian could do it. Lin Xian did not care. He said indifferently, You can't do it, but it doesn't mean that I can't. This world may be yours now, but it will be ours in the future. Some people are old, but we are rising. Some people are short-sighted and are destined to be trapped in the same place for the rest of their lives. Are you courting death? How dare you teach us a lesson? The Thunder God City's Saint Venerables stood up. The Demon City's Saint Venerables also had a gloomy expression. The other Saint Venerables also frowned. Even those who didn't say anything earlier had cold expressions on their faces. Because of these words, the other party had completely angered them. What did he mean by saying that they were old and could not do it, and that they would be trapped in the same place for the rest of their lives? What a joke! At their level, what they were most unwilling to do was to stay where they were. Although it might be the truth, they didn't allow others to say it. Now Lin Xian had mercilessly torn open this scar, making it unbearable for them. Kid, it seems like I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of Wushuang City. Have you ever heard of the saying that dead geniuses are nothing? A terrifying aura pressed down on Lin Xian. The holy venerates did not even need to make a move. One look was enough to kill them. Lin Xian also felt the aura, and his body tensed up. He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword spirit roared for 9 days while he stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. What's wrong? Did I poke your sore spot? Are you unable to look directly at yourself? Then you seem to be doubting your own Tao. If you can't even persist in your own great Tao, what right do you have to go further? My Tao is something you can't imagine. Lin Xian exuded a heroic spirit. It was as if all the stars in the universe had to kneel before him. This was a kind of boldness that was unintentionally moving forward, a boldness that was like a thunderbolt in all directions. At this moment, those holy venerates were shocked. This young man actually had such a grand ambition. But soon, he became angry out of humiliation. Damn it! They even had the intention to kill him. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. The previous holy venerable Bai was an example. Now that he had the Wushuang token in his hand, he was not afraid of these people at all. If these people dared to touch him, the Wushuang Sage King would definitely not let them off. More importantly, he had the Great Sage Pagoda. If he could not defeat them, he could hide in the Great Sage Pagoda. These people could not do anything to him. Therefore, Lin Xian was not afraid. He looked at the Great Elder and said, "Since many holy venerates can't cure me, why not let me try? Anyway, you have nothing to lose." The Great Elder thought about it and felt that what he said was right. There was nothing to lose if he tried. Who knows, he might even be able to get lucky. He said, "Young Master Lin, this way please." "Nonsense, I want to see what qualifications you have." The holy venerate of Thunder God City stood up. The other holy venerates also stood up one after another. They were also very curious. Where did Lin Xian get his confidence from? They tore open the void and directly left the first palace. So much so that the people outside did not know at all. And they had already arrived in the depths of Qingshan City. At this moment, they were gathered in the palace. These people were all core elders. The Qingshan clan leader was also there, his face full of worry. A middle-aged couple, on the other hand, looked anxious. "Old ancestor, will Hui be okay?" Yes, this time the outbreak was actually brought forward. The middle-aged woman was very anxious. Her face was full of tears. The middle-aged man also had a worried look on his face. The Qingshan clan leader's face was pale. He looked at the person in front of him. That was the medical expert in the clan. There was even an alchemy grandmaster and other experts. Those people shook their heads. It seemed that they were helpless. At this moment, the void broke open, and the great elder, Lin Xian, and the others came. Those holy venerates also came. A terrifying holy aura swept through the world. The expressions of the people in the palace changed. The Qingshan clan leader also turned his head and his expression changed. "Fellow Taoists, why are you here?" The great elder took a few steps forward and whispered. The Qingshan clan leader shouted coldly, "Nonsense. Lin Xian has a way? What a joke." To be honest, so many holy venerates could not do it. How could a young man do it? Qingshan clan leader, we don't believe it either, but someone is extremely arrogant and thinks that he can solve it. So we followed to take a look and broaden our horizons. Young Master Lin, I won't trouble you with the family matters. Please go back. I hope you can forgive me for not being a good host. After saying that, he wanted to ask these people to go back. Lin Xian said, "Old clan leader, why don't you give it a try? There's no harm in it anyway." Could it be that the situation could be worse than it was now? "Old ancestor, does he have a way?" The middle-aged woman walked forward. Lin Xian said, I'm not sure now because I haven't seen the young master. However, I should still have some confidence. You haven't even seen it before, and you dare to say that you're confident? Wasn't this purely a lie? The saint snorted coldly. The middle-aged man also frowned. However, the middle-aged woman did not care about anything. She said that it was easy to handle and that she should quickly go and take a look. Don't mess around. The old ancestor is still here. The middle-aged man said. The middle-aged woman cried, Ancestor, I beg you. The chief of the Green Mountain tribe sighed. Forget it, it was just a glance anyway. It was not a big deal. And he said, all right. Lin Xian went in to take a look. There was a youth lying there. His face was pale and his brows were tightly furrowed. Even his small face was somewhat distorted. His body was trembling nonstop. However, he didn't see anything strange at all. His bloodline was normal, his constitution was normal, and even his soul was normal. However, the other party was in unbearable pain. Thank you user Rong for the reward. User 139 ****** 6003 tipped. User 1 Zai tipped. Thank you for your recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, subscriptions, collections, and gifts. Chapter 4058. The Green Mountain Patriarch said. He had already asked many Saint Venerables to take a look, but they couldn't find anything. He wondered what nephew Lin had found out. The Saint Kings behind him also sneered. They were also investigating at this moment, but they couldn't find anything. It was indeed a strange disease. Lin Xian snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme and saw through everything. Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He found that his normal bloodline had changed under the full operation of the heavenly secret divine eyes. He saw some black runes appear. These black runes carried a strange aura, which Lin Xian had never felt before. What was this? He was too surprised. He found that it was these black runes that caused the young man in front of him to be in so much pain. It was so strange. He could only see it because he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to detect it no matter how high their cultivation was. No wonder several Saint Venerables couldn't see it. It was impossible without a powerful eye technique. But even if he saw it, Lin Xian didn't know what it was. However, it didn't matter if he didn't know. He didn't need to know. He just needed to destroy these black runes. Others might not be able to do it because those Saint Venerables couldn't see the black runes, but he could. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul, which could destroy everything including nothingness. He was also confident that he could destroy these black runes. Therefore, Lin Xian retracted his gaze and stood up. You can't find it, right? Kid, who do you think you are? Are you really the chosen one? Behind him, the Saint Venerables of the Thunder God City sneered. The Saint Venerables of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also shook their heads in disdain. The people of the Green Mountain clan sighed. They had long known that this would be the result. The middle-aged woman cried until she almost fainted. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, I found it. There is indeed some strange power in his body. What? Everyone was stunned. Did the other party see it? How was that possible? They, the Saint Venerables, couldn't see it. What nonsense! The Saint Venerables of the Thunder God City roared, Kid, don't be presumptuous. You're the impudent one. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Old thing, I've tolerated you for a long time. Are you trying to take advantage of your seniority? It's useless in front of me. What did you say? The eyes of the Thunder God City's holy venerate instantly turned red. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? The killing intent on his body instantly rushed into the main hall. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's holy venerate also shouted coldly. This is too much. Even if I have the Holy King's badge today, I will still teach you a lesson. Sure enough, you're taking advantage of your seniority. You can touch me, but you have to think about the consequences. Since the peerless Saint King dared to send me here, it means that my relationship with him is not ordinary. If you touch me, you will be touching the peerless Saint King. Think about the consequences of offending a sage king. You dare to threaten me? The two Saint Venerables roared. Lin Xian sneered. So what if I threaten you? After saying that, he looked at the elder of green bamboo again. I have already checked his condition. I have a way to cure him. Hearing that, the people of the Green Mountain clan were all stunned. The middle-aged couple also jumped up abruptly. Is that true? They grabbed Lin Xian's hand tightly. The Green Mountain clan's patriarch also trembled. Young Master Lin, do you really have a way? Of course. Lin Xian said. What nonsense. Today I will kill you, you ignorant fool. A terrifying aura of thunder appeared on the Thunder God City's holy venerate. Lin Xian sneered. I do have a way, but if I die, there will not be a second person in the entire Starry Sky universe who can save him. Hearing that, the Green Mountain clan's patriarch waved his hand, and a huge mountain blocked Thunder's palm. Please don't go overboard. This is the territory of the Green Mountain clan. Green Mountain clan's patriarch, do you really want to believe this kid? The Thunder God City's holy venerate had gone crazy. He did not expect that Lin Xian would actually attack him. The other Saint Venerables were also speechless. This matter concerns the fate of the Green Mountain clan. I have to be careful. The Green Mountain clan's patriarch said in a deep voice. Young Master Lin, when can you make a move? Do you need us to prepare anything? Natural treasures, all sorts of medicinal pills, formations, just name them. My Green Mountain clan will definitely be able to do it. Lin Xian said, Alright, I have a way. However, I have a few conditions. Tell us and we will definitely be able to do it. The Green Mountain clan's holy venerables quickly nodded. Lin Xian said, I want absolute safety in Green Mountain City. No one can threaten my life. After saying that, he glanced at the Thunder God City's holy venerables and the other Saint Venerables. Don't worry. My Green Mountain clan will definitely protect young Master. Whoever dares to touch young Master will be my Green Mountain clan's enemy. The moment Lin Xian said that, the expressions of the Thunder God City's holy venerables and the other Saint Venerables turned extremely unsightly. Damn it. Isn't this targeting us? To think that we are being targeted by a youth. Damn it. Very good. Lin Xian smiled. He said, Second, I want to enter the Green Mountain realm. No problem. The Green Mountain clan's patriarch nodded. This was not a big deal in the first place. Damn it. The expressions of the Thunder God City's holy venerables turned even more unsightly. Unexpectedly, not only were they unable to make a move, but their plan to attack the other party was also ruined. Damn it. They felt like they had been slapped in the face. Brat, you speak so confidently. However, what if you can't treat him? The Thunder God Holy Venerable said. If I can't treat him, the Green Mountain clan's patriarch will deal with me. Alright, since you said it, we will wait and see. The Holy Venerables snorted coldly. They did not believe that the other party could do it. In their opinion, the other party would definitely fail. As long as the other party failed, they would not let him make a comeback. An ant could not jump around in front of them. Alright, I'm done. I'm going to treat young Master now. You can all leave. The Green Mountain clan's people retreated, but the Holy Venerables did not. Lin Xian frowned. What's wrong? You are not leaving? Do you need to be so sneaky when treating an illness? Is there anything shameful about it? That's right. What if you hurt young Master? I am not as despicable as you. Furthermore, you are just leaving the hall. Are you afraid that I will do something? If someone is here, I will refuse to treat him. Please, the Green Mountain clan's patriarch will come personally. Good. Let's see how far you can pretend. The Holy Venerables waved their sleeves and came out of the hall. Not only do you have to go out, but no one is allowed to use their souls to check the situation inside. Once I discover it, I will immediately stop the treatment. I will not bear the consequences. Young Master, rest assured. I can guarantee this. The Green Mountain clan's patriarch nodded. With him here personally, he did not believe that anyone would dare to be impudent. The Holy Venerables gritted their teeth. Damn it. To be honest, they were also very curious. They wanted to know where the other party got his trump card from. They originally wanted to check. However, it looked like there was no hope now. Lin Xian waved his hand and closed the hall's door. Then he set up a formation. As long as a soul touched it slightly, he would instantly know. Chapter 4059. Activating his heavenly secret god eyes to the extreme, he once again saw those black runes. Like tadpoles, they swam around the youth's body. What was that? Lin Xian unleashed his laws and poured them into the youth's body, rushing toward the black runes. In an instant, his laws turned into a large net, directly enveloping the black runes. Naturally, the black runes wanted to resist. In the next moment, Lin Xian was shocked. He seemed to have entered an illusion. He saw a strange scene. It was a deep ancient temple, and there was a ghost king statue that was abnormally ferocious. In front of the ghost king statue, there was a figure kneeling. His entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. Lin Xian couldn't see what he looked like, but he could clearly see that his hands were forming seals. One by one, the black runes were jumping. Moreover, there were 2 strings of pearls on his wrists. Those pearls were pitch black, and Lin Xian couldn't tell what they were made of. Each bead had a ferocious ghost head painted on it. The scene was extremely strange. Those black runes were the same as the runes in the youth's body. Buzz. Lin Xian's body trembled. He suddenly felt that the ferocious ghost king statue's eyes were shining, and it turned its head to look at him. In the next moment, the illusion in front of Lin Xian's eyes disappeared and shattered. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Xian's back. He felt that a strange force was appearing in his body, and it was trying to devour him. Damn it, destroy it. The great dragon sword's soul roared and destroyed the black runes. Not only that, the black runes in the youth's body were also destroyed. After the first rune, the rest of the black runes all jumped violently, as if they were about to explode together. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword's soul completely rushed into the youth's body, and slashed in all directions. Although these black runes were strange and carried a terrifying force, they were no match for the great dragon sword soul. However, he was no match for the great dragon sword soul. After a round, the great dragon sword soul returned to Lin Xian's body. At this moment, the black runes in the youth's body were completely destroyed. Lin Xian was still worried, so he used his Tianji God eyes to check 3 more times. When he confirmed that he did not miss anything, he heaved a sigh of relief. Was that power a curse? He wiped his sweat. It felt very similar to the legendary power of curses. However, this power was even more mysterious than the power of space. He didn't expect that it would appear here and on this young man's body. As for the reason, it was probably a secret of the Green Mountain clan. There was no need for him to investigate. He stood up and let out a sigh of relief. Outside the main hall, the people of the Green Mountain clan were waiting anxiously. Do you think that brat can do it? Many people whispered to each other. The Thunder God's holy venerate sneered. What kind of joke was this? Did they really place their hopes on this ant? I suspect that not only will he not be able to cure the young master, he might even worsen the young master's illness. The 10,000 Fiend City's holy venerate also snorted coldly. Ancestor, what should we do? Many people looked at the chief of Green Mountain. The chief of the Green Mountain sect looked at the time and said while gritting his teeth, "Wait a little longer." They would wait for the period it took an incense stick to burn. If there was still no movement after the period it took an incense stick to burn, if nothing happened, he would go in and investigate personally. As soon as he said that, the main hall in front suddenly opened, and Lin Xian walked out. Is he out? Everyone turned their attention to the front. He came out so quickly. It was obvious that he failed. The Thunder God City's holy venerate sneered. The other holy venerates also shook their heads. The people of the Green Mountain clan were too stupid. They actually placed their hopes on such a young man. The people of the Green Mountain clan surrounded him and asked, "Young master, how is it?" "Yes, young master, can you tell what illness it is? Is there a way to cure it? If not, we can send holy venerates to help you." Lin Xian waved his hand and asked these people to be quiet. He said, "There is no need to go through so much trouble. I have cured your young master's illness." "What? Cured?" Everyone was stunned, especially the few holy venerates who were watching the show. They were stunned on the spot. How is that possible? The thunder god Holy Venerate instantly jumped out. Brat, there should be a limit to your nonsense. How can you cure an illness that even a Holy Venerate can't cure in such a short time? Oomph. Lin Xian sneered. You are trash, but don't treat everyone as trash. I can do what you can't do. How dare you call me trash? The Holy Venerate was completely furious. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. Lin Xian said, try attacking me. I have cured your young master's illness. I am protected by the Green Mountain clan. The Thunder God Holy Venerate calmed down. The Green Mountain clan's clan leader comforted the Holy Venerate as he rushed inside impatiently. The others also rushed into the main hall. I want to see what you mean by cured. The Thunder God City's Holy Venerate was not convinced. The other Holy Venerates were also shocked. They had to see it with their own eyes. Everyone rushed inside. They saw a young man lying there, sleeping peacefully. His pained little face also eased up. The pain was really gone. The middle-aged couple cried tears of joy. The people of Green Mountain Clan were also in an uproar. The Green Mountain Clan's clan leader heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you for saving my life, young Master Lin. I am eternally grateful. He was a Holy Venerate, the clan leader of a clan. However, at this moment, he was bowing respectfully to Lin Xian. Behind him, the Holy Venerates were even more stunned. No way, he really cured my young master? Could it be a coincidence? These people gritted their teeth. They guessed that the illness must have flared up, so the illness was cured. It was definitely not cured by this brat. However, no matter what they said, the people of Green Mountain Clan were still grateful to Lin Xian. The Green Mountain Clan's clan leader asked, Young Master Lin, do you know what illness this is? Yes, we have invited many people, but they can't tell, let alone cure it. The Green Mountain Clan's clan leader also sighed. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Should I tell them about the curse? He didn't say it directly. Instead, he asked, did you offend anyone? Or rather, did this young master offend anyone before? Offend anyone? The people of Green Mountain Clan shook their heads. It shouldn't be. Their Green Mountain Clan was very low-key. They usually stayed in Green Mountain City and didn't go out. Who could they offend? Even if they offended someone, they weren't afraid. Even if they offended a Holy Venerate, they wouldn't be afraid. Unless it was a Saint King. However, a Saint King probably wouldn't do anything to them, so the Green Mountain Clan's clan leader shook his head. I don't know what illness he has. I only know that there is a black rune in his body that is very strange. I destroyed the black rune, so his illness should be cured. Black rune? These people were greatly surprised. Chapter 4060. How did young Master Lin find out about it? A Saint Venerable asked. The others were also confused. Lin Xian said, well, I have my own way. Everyone has their secrets, right? The Saint Venerable snorted. He didn't expect Lin Xian to keep him in suspense. The others also looked gloomy. It was really embarrassing this time. Previously, they swore that Lin Xian would never succeed. However, Lin Xian cured the young master's injuries so easily. Wasn't that a slap to their faces? And it was very painful. Therefore, these Saint Venerables didn't want to stay here. The Green Mountain Clan leader also knew, so he let the first elder of Green Mountain bring these people back to the main hall. He stayed here personally, holding Lin Xian's hand and laughing nonstop. The people of the Green Mountain Clan around them were even more grateful to Lin Xian. Many people offered treasures. The Green Mountain Clan leader also said, I'll agree to these two conditions. If you have any other requests, the Green Mountain Clan will definitely satisfy you. Seeing the Green Mountain Clan leader's fiery eyes, Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. Damn, these people are too excited. It seemed that the young master he saved was incredible. It was said that he even had an atavistic bloodline. There was a high chance that he would become a Saint King in the future. No wonder these people were so excited that they were about to cry. Senior clan leader, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just trying. To be honest, I didn't have much confidence before. I'm just lucky this time. Young Master Lin, no matter what, you're the savior of the Green Mountain clan. Even though Lin Xian was reluctant, the Green Mountain clan leader still gave a few saint artifacts and some natural treasures to Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, don't worry. We'll open the Green Mountain world in 5 days. Lin Xian nodded. I'll wait then. Then he left. It seemed that this was a blessing in disguise. Not only did he slap the Saint Venerable's face, but he also became the savior of Green Mountain Bamboo. He could do whatever he wanted here. Those Saint Venerables didn't dare to attack him. Moreover, he had obtained several saint artifacts and a pile of natural treasures for free. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sang a little tune as he returned to the birthday banquet. The people outside were very lively. They did not know that the people from the first palace had already left. When Lin Xian appeared again, it caused an uproar among countless people. It was Lin Wudi. Many people cried out in surprise. The fact that the other party came out from the first palace was truly enviable. With his hands behind his back, Lin Xian walked toward the second palace. Inside, Mo Xiu, Yu Quan, and the others gritted their teeth as they saw this scene. Damn brat, what kind of despicable method did you use? How dare you? Your grandfather and I are of the same generation. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you believe that I will drag you to the first palace and let your elders educate you personally? Damn it. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They wished that they could make this hateful brat disappear immediately. They had to teach him a lesson. Crackling sounds came from their bodies as all kinds of terrifying laws filled the air. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu walked over, as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian did not care at all. The Qingshan Great Patriarch walked out and said in a clear voice, "From now on, Sir Lin is the most important guest of my Qingshan clan. His status is equal to a core elder. Whoever touches Sir Lin will be my Qingshan clan's enemy. My Qingshan clan will not rest until one of us is dead." His loud and clear voice spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Oh my God, what is going on? This Lin Wudi had not only entered the first palace, but he had also become an important guest. His status was equal to a core elder. Didn't this mean that in the Qingshan clan, besides the Great Patriarch, this Lin Wudi could do whatever he wanted? Just what had happened during this time. Screams and discussions sounded out. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were also stunned. Brother Xian, what's going on? That's right, kid, how did you do it? There's no other way. The Qingshan Great Patriarch and I hit it off at first sight. So, he wants to be friends with me. How about it, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, do you two still want to make a move on me? Yu Quan and Mo Xiu's faces darkened. What do you mean make a move? They already said that making a move on this kid in front of them was making a move on the Qingshan clan. They were guests here, so they did not want to be kicked out. Kid, just you wait. Once we leave Qingshan City, I'll teach you a lesson. The two of them directly left, because they felt that if they stayed any longer, they would be angered to death. Sir Lin, you're really surprising. I'm more and more interested in you now. Qin Sienna walked over with a charming face. She exuded endless charm and excellence from head to toe. Seeing this scene, Li Hongxiu coldly snorted. Even Murong Qingqing was fuming, guarding against her as if she was guarding against a thief. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He'd better stay away from this demoness. The birthday banquet ended in this shock. A small number of people left. However, those top experts and geniuses did not leave. Because they were waiting. 5 days later, the Qingshan world would open. Their main purpose this time was to come to the Qingshan world. Of course, not many people could enter the Qingshan world. Most of the others could only stay here to watch the show and wait for news. On the third day, Lin Xian was invited away by the Qingshan Great Patriarch again. He thought that the old man was going to thank him. However, to his surprise, the Qingshan Great Patriarch brought him to a pavilion and left. What's going on? Who is he going to see? Lin Xian walked inside. Soon he saw a young man sitting there. His palm followed a strange seal, and wisps of aura spread out from his body. It's this young master. This little guy is really too unusual, isn't he? His cultivation is so mysterious. Lin Xian realized that he couldn't see through him. The young master of Qingshan opened his eyes. There was a touch of vicissitudes in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. It made people think that it was an illusion. You're here. You're Lin Wudi, right? I heard that you saved me. Thank you. He looked like a young man, only 8 or 9 years old, but he spoke like an old man. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Besides, I didn't lose anything. Your Qingshan clan has given me a lot of benefits, so you don't have to be too grateful. They don't understand. They don't know what this means to me. But I know very well that if it weren't for you, I'm afraid my life would be ruined. You're very interesting, little guy. Why do I feel like you're an old monster? All right? Do you know what illness you have? It's a curse, not an illness. The young master said in a deep voice. A cold light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 4061. Lin Xian was surprised. You actually know it's a curse. He was too shocked. Even the saint couldn't tell. This young master was too strange. Who did you offend? To think that someone had placed the most mysterious curse on him. Lin Xian was very curious. The young master glanced at him. I offended someone. It's too terrifying. Then he revealed a mysterious smile. Do you know? We're the same kind of people. Lin Xian scratched his head. What did he mean? The young master smiled mysteriously and gave him a jade scroll. Keep this thing well. It'll be of great help to you when you enter the Green Mountain world. I'm still very weak. I still need to cultivate. I won't send you off. We'll meet again when we meet. Lin Xian walked out with the jade scroll. However, he had more doubts in his heart. If it wasn't for the other party's weak cultivation, he would have suspected that the other party was a young-looking old monster like the unparalleled Saint King. The other party's cultivation was indeed too weak at the moment. He was really just an ordinary young man. Shaking his head, he ignored it. He didn't know what was inside the jade scroll. After returning, Lin Xian probed it with his soul. In the next moment, he screamed. Damn! What's wrong? Murong Qingqing was originally resting at the side. When she heard Lin Xian scream, she immediately woke up. On the other side, Li Hongxiu also pushed the door and entered. As she entered, she said, What are you doing? I didn't see anything. She came in with her eyes closed. Murong Qingqing blushed. Sister Hongxiu, you're making fun of me. We didn't do anything. Oh, that's right. It's broad daylight. Li Hongxiu opened her eyes and then frowned. Why are you screaming in broad daylight? Lin Xian was too excited. His hand holding the jade scroll trembled slightly. What's going on? The two beauties were very confused. Lin Xian said that the map of the Green Mountain world, including the array formations and traps, had all been marked. What? Li Hongxiu also screamed. Murong Qingqing's eyes also lit up. Really? Brother Xian, how could you have such a thing? The Green Mountain world was rumored to be incomparably mysterious. Even the people of the Green Mountain clan could not explain it. Not to mention a map. However, at this moment, Lin Xian had a piece of the map in his hand. This made them extremely suspicious. Brat, did you get tricked by someone? Li Hongxiu was also cold. The Green Mountain realm was very mysterious. How could there be a map? Who gave it to you? Lin Xian was also puzzled. Could it be that young master's prank? However, he didn't think so because the picture was too detailed. It wasn't something a teenager could pull off as a prank. Was it the idea of the clan master of Green Mountain? But why did he have to give it to him through this young master? He didn't understand, but he firmly memorized the map. He planned to test it out a few days later when he entered the Green Mountain steps. The two of you should also take a look and note it down. When the time comes, we will verify it. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu also reached out their souls. They firmly memorized the map. Another 2 days passed. Finally, the day of the Green Mountain Realm's opening arrived. One by one, the experts and geniuses all walked out of the pavilions. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Li Hongxiu also walked out. They turned into streams of light and followed the group to the back mountain of the Green Mountain clan. That was the ancestral land. Usually, no one could enter. Only when the Green Mountain realm opened would they be allowed to enter. At this moment, in the ancestral land rented by the Green Mountain clan, many experts and elders stood. They joined forces to form a line of defense. No one was allowed to enter. And outside them, there were countless figures. Every one of them had an unusually strong aura. Among them, Mo Xiu, Yu Quan, and the others were also among them. The clan master of the Green Mountain clan stood out and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the Green Mountain realm will open soon. When the time comes, I can let everyone in. However, I have something to say in advance." The Green Mountain steps were left behind by the Green Mountain Saint King. It is incomparably mysterious. After so many years, we still can't understand its secrets. We only know that the space inside is very big, as if it was an independent world. Not only are there opportunities, but there are also dangers. There are even demonic beasts and humans living inside. Not only are there martial artists, but there are also ordinary people. You can enter to obtain opportunities and kill demonic beasts, but you can't touch ordinary people. You must keep this in mind. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by the Green Mountain clan. The surrounding people were in an uproar. There were ordinary people living inside? What was this Green Mountain realm? Could it be that it was really a world that had been refined by the Saint King? Even Lin Xian and the others were very curious. This Green Mountain realm was becoming more and more mysterious. Next, they began to wait. About an hour later, a rumbling sound came from a mountain in front of them. Then it cracked open. Inside, a vortex appeared, forming a vortex door. A terrifying and mysterious aura spread out from the vortex door. The surrounding people felt it. They took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from their eyes. When the Green Mountain clan leader saw this, he said loudly, "All right, the Green Mountain realm is now open. Everyone, you may enter." As soon as he finished speaking, many people around him walked forward. However, they did not enter rashly. After all, it was dangerous to enter an unknown area left behind by the Saint King. When the people of the Green Mountain clan saw this, they took the lead and walked in. This time, their clansmen also wanted to enter. Seeing the people of the Green Mountain clan walk in, the others also followed. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and flew in with two peerless beauties. "Lin Wudi, the Green Mountain clan is protecting you outside, but once you enter the Green Mountain realm, let's see who can protect you." Yu Quan snorted coldly. Mo Xiu also revealed a cold smile. If possible, he would make Lin Xian stay in the Green Mountain realm forever. More and more people rushed in. Lin Xian and the other two appeared. They appeared on a grassland, surrounded by green grass. A cool breeze blew past, making one feel comfortable. Beside him, Li Hongxiu exclaimed. This place was too unusual. She felt that the great Tao of heaven and earth around her was boiling violently. Cultivating here could be twice the result with half the effort. Murong Qingqing was also surprised that the Green Mountain clan had such a sacred place for cultivation. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around, and then combined with the map he had seen to identify the direction. "We're in the south now." At this moment, a few figures swayed nearby and turned into a few young people. Lin Xian recognized the clothes they were wearing. They were from the Green Mountain clan. When they saw Lin Xian, they also cupped their fists. "Greetings, young Master Lin." They were extremely respectful to Lin Xian. "You're too polite." "Young Master Lin, you have to be careful. When we came in, we seemed to feel some people's killing intent towards you." Chapter 4062. Young Master Lin can avoid them for now. Once they are out of the Green Mountain world, they will not dare to act recklessly. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. These two had wanted to make a move on him for a long time. There might really be a battle in the Green Mountain world this time. I understand. Thank you for telling me. Also, the Patriarch told me to remind you when I see young Master Lin. Oh, what is it? Lin Xian was shocked. When I came in, I heard that someone had just arrived. This person is called Qi Song. What is so special about him? Lin Xian asked. He is Han Qinyu's disciple. Han Qinyu is a powerful saint venerable. He was your master's enemy 2,000 years ago and was injured by him. Until now, he was still injured and could not enter the Saint King realm. However, he took in 3 disciples. The youngest one is called Qi Song. He seems to be here to deal with you. Did he want revenge? Lin Xian understood right away. Master could not defeat unparalleled Saint King, so he sent his disciple to destroy the geniuses of unparalleled city? How despicable! If Qi Song dared to come, he would send him to hell. Thank you for your reminder. Lin Xian cupped his fists in gratitude. Indeed, if these people did not tell him, he would not have known that he was being targeted by a dangerous person. Since Qi Song dared to come alone, it was enough to show that he was not ordinary. Young Master Lin, please be careful. We will leave first. The few youths of the Green Mountain clan ran in a direction. They had their own goals. We are now in the south. If the map is correct, there should be a cave nearby. There are some Dao insights carved in it. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian thought that this should be a good way to verify the authenticity of the map. The 3 of them discussed and turned into streams of light, flying into the distance. 20,000 miles away, there was a huge rift valley. 1,000 meters below the rift valley, there was a cave. There were many murals in the cave, and they were filled with Dao insights. Indeed, they saw a huge valley in front of them. There is really a valley. Li Hongxiu was shocked. Murong Qingqing was also happy. Let's see if there are any caves in the canyon. The 3 of them directly flew down the canyon. Sure enough, they found a cave 1,000 meters down. The cave was covered by many vines. There were also countless Dao runes around the cave. Clearly, the entrance of the cave was covered by an array formation. If Zhang Xian did not come down, even a little saint would not be able to tell what was going on. However, Lin Xian and the others had a map, so they obtained it effortlessly. Lin Xian went in to take a look. He waved his hand and tore apart the vines. Then he sent out a flame and flew in. The 9 suns' divine fire turned into a golden crow and circled around inside, illuminating the interior. No danger. Let's go. The 3 of them walked into the cave. Lin Xian's flames turned into a sun that floated in the sky, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. The cave wasn't big, and there were murals painted on the walls. Those were the insights of the Great Tao. The Great Tao insights left behind by a sage king were very useful to them. He hurried to comprehend it. The hillmen were overjoyed. They found that the map was real. This was great. This way, they could search for treasures according to the map. The 3 of them began to comprehend the map. Lin Xian was comprehending the map while using the natural treasures given to him by the Green Hill tribe to improve the power of his body and the great dragon sword soul. The others did not have a map at all, so they could only search aimlessly. These people searched in all directions crazily. Lei Zhen was dead in Thunder God City, and a new chief disciple was chosen. His cultivation base was also at Early Little Saint. As a saint city, Thunder God City had a very strong foundation. Those Saint Venerables elders in the city all had their own disciples. This was the disciple of one of the Saint Venerables elder. He had been quietly cultivating in the saint city all this time, but after Lei Zhen was killed, he was pushed out. He became the new chief disciple. His name was Luo Fan. However, he was not ordinary at all. His strength was much stronger than Lei Zhen. He could be considered as a disciple of the previous generation. At this moment, under Luo Fan's lead, these geniuses of Thunder God City were searching for treasures. Suddenly, a red figure descended from the sky and hovered above their heads. That person squinted his eyes and asked, "Do you know where Lin Wudi is? Who do you think you are? How dare you step on our heads? Get down here!" One of the geniuses of Thunder God City roared. Luo Fan frowned. In this place, other than the people on the pilgrim list whom he was afraid of, he did not care about the others. Now, someone was stepping on his head. Did he not know his place? "Kneel down and kowtow to me. I can give you a quick death," Luo Fan said indifferently. "Looks like you're their leader. Since that's the case, let's ask you. The others can go and die." The crimson figure in the sky sneered. Many red Dao runes appeared on his body and spread out in all directions. Those red Dao runes seemed to have turned into poisonous needles that were slanting downwards. The void was pierced through endlessly. You're courting death. How dare you look down on us? The geniuses of Thunder God City were furious. The other party dared to fight against them alone? They had a dozen experts on their side. You're courting death. Let's kill him together. We'll use the cruelest method to torture him to death. These geniuses soared into the sky and struck out their laws to block the needles. However, they soon screamed miserably. They could not block those red needles at all. Each of the needles was a law that directly pierced through their bodies. In an instant, 2 of them turned into a hornet's nest. Their bodies were full of bloody holes and looked extremely miserable. Even their souls were stung to death. Not good. This person is an expert. Quickly defend. The other 7 people roared, but it was useless. The red needles fell from the sky and all 7 of them were killed. The only one left alive was Luo Fan. At this moment, Luo Fan's pupils shrank and cold sweat flowed down his body. Damn it. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Or you? How dare you kill the people of Thunder God City? Do you want to become my enemy? Trash, you dare to ask me? Answer me first. Do you know where Lin Wudi is? I don't know. Luo Fan shook his head. Seems like you want to die too. The red figure in the sky slowly descended. Luo Fan took 3 steps back. Our Thunder God City has enmity with Lin Wudi. If I knew, how could I hide it? Since you don't know, then go and die. After saying that, the red figure waved his hand. The terrifying red needles once again turned into a torrent and rushed over. Damn it. 9 Revolution Divine Thunder. Luo Fan did not dare to be careless. He immediately used Thunder God City's lost technique. His body had terrifying lightning and it quickly spread. In an instant, he reached the 6th revolution. Chapter 4063. With a palm strike, the 6th revolution Divine Thunder, accompanied by his Thunder God palm, was extremely powerful. However, it was useless. The 6th revolution Divine Thunder was broken in an instant. Luo Fan was injured, and he was also pierced into a hornet's nest. His body was shattered, and a soul fled in panic. Still want to escape? The crimson figure in the sky reached out a hand and grabbed the soul. Then he directly collected the soul. The soul was burned, and he screamed. After half an incense stick of time, the red figure retracted his hand. He really didn't know. What a piece of trash. Forget it, let's find another person to ask. The red figure disappeared again, leaving only the corpses of the Thunder Saint City scattered all over the ground. In another area, in front of a large waterfall, 4 figures kept shuttling back and forth. Senior Brother Jean, is there really a treasure in this place? Yes, this Green Mountain world is too big. We can't find it at all. Zhang Yunfei said, we can only rely on luck. If we can't find it, it can only be said that we are not destined to have it. But before that, we have to work hard to find it. The 4 of them began a large-scale search. Sword Chi with the power of the soul probed in all directions. They covered a radius of millions of miles. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed past. It slashed down. A sword saint screamed and flew out. Who is it? The other 2 sword saints roared. Zhang Xiongfei also snorted coldly and rushed forward. Someone actually dared to attack their 10,000 swords pavilion. They were courting death. Soon, they saw their junior brother lying on the ground with his head being stepped on by a red figure. The red figure grabbed the sword saint's soul and directly pulled it out to search his soul. A miserable voice sounded. Damn it, how dare you? The 2 sword saints roared. Their long swords intertwined, and a terrifying sword Dao erupted. Ice sword Dao. Endless ice sword Chi spread out, freezing everything. Thunder sword Dao. Another person attacked. Thunder flashed between heaven and earth, turning into a divine sword that soared into the sky. The 2 sword saints attacked. They were really powerful to the extreme. They were courting death. The red figure sneered. With a wave of his hand, countless red laws turned into red needles, sweeping over from all directions. Thunder Sword Dao and Ice Sword Dao were both pierced through. The two sword saints were also beaten into a hornet's nest. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices and their eyes were wide open. Was he going to lose just like that? He was unwilling to accept this. Their souls left their scabbards and hugged their holy swords, wanting to escape. Those red needles turned into 2 chains that pulled the souls of the 2 people, and then collected them. No, what a piece of trash. The red figure roared, and the void within 1,000,000 li shattered. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiongfei's expression became extremely ugly. Just who are you? Why are you attacking my 10,000 swords pavilion? You're the only one left. Speak, do you know where Lin Wudi is? Were they looking for Lin Wudi? Zhang Xiongfei's pupils shrank. Are you Lin Wudi's enemy? It just so happens that we're the same. Why don't we join forces? The red figure snorted coldly. You are not qualified. Impudent. Zhang Xiongfei was enraged. He was the sword saint of the previous generation, and his strength was unparalleled. You killed a disciple of my 10,000 swords pavilion. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to my junior brother's soul. As he spoke, he unsheathed the sword on his back. Water Sword Dao. With a loud bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying waves swept across the sky, turning into a huge sword chi with a terrifying aura. It slashed forward. The endless void shattered. Zhang Xiongfei was really too strong. He was even stronger than the 3 sword saints combined, and even more terrifying than Luo Fan. It was a little interesting. The red figure waved his red sword, resisting the attack. The sky was pierced by 2 rays of light, one red and the other blue. The 2 sides clashed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Not bad, you are qualified to make me attack. Remember my name is Qi Song. The red light on the figure slowly disappeared, revealing an ice-cold face. This was a man dressed in a scarlet robe. A red pine tree was drawn on his body, and it looked like Su rushing. Now that you know my name, you can die in peace. Qi Song launched his attack. It was a terrifying divine ability. Endless red light spun between heaven and earth, forming a red pine tree. It was even more majestic than an ancient mountain. The aura on it was terrifying. The pine tree shook, and countless pine needles fell down, as if it was a heavenly tribulation. Zhang Xiongfei roared and instantly activated 10,000 swords. His combat strength increased again. Sword after sword slashed into the void, and countless huge swords surged. The 2 of them fought for 30 moves. Half of Zhang Xiongfei's body was smashed, turning into a hornet's nest. He was terrified. Too strong. Who was this person? He had never heard of him. But the other party's strength made him despair. Explode. He exploded the broken half of his body, and his soul wrapped the other half of his body, and escaped with the sacred sword. You can't escape. The red pine needles turned into chains and swept out, piercing through heaven and earth, blocking the other party's path. Damn it. The sacred sword instantly exploded, and he left with his broken body. Those chains were broken by the sacred sword. Qi Song looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes. The 10,000 swords pavilion is indeed difficult to deal with. You can escape from my hands. He looked at the disappearing figure in the distance and did not chase after it. Forget it, my main goal is still to kill Lin Wudi. Shaking his head, he put away the illusion of heaven and earth and disappeared between heaven and earth. Following that, people were killed from time to time. These people were terrified. They knew that a powerful scarlet figure called Qi Song had come to kill Lin Wudi. Damn it, what kind of person did Lin Wudi provoke? For a time, many saints did not dare to search for treasures and went into hibernation. Inside the canyon, Lin Xian and the other 2 were comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth day and night. Great, my flowing cloud sleeve is even stronger than before. Li Hongxiu opened her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. On the other side, Murong Qingqing also said that the power of my Kunlun slash had also increased. Brother Xian, what about you? Lin Xian stood up and said, my nomological laws are much more refined than before. As expected of the Green Mountain world, According to this map, we might be able to break through. He was too excited. The two peerless beauties were also extremely excited. The three of them left the cave and left the canyon. Let's go to the next place. It's not far from here. There was a spiritual herb garden there, but it was occupied by some powerful demonic beasts. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian and the other two went again. According to the map, there was a mountain occupied by terrifying demon saints. Those three demon saints were very terrifying. They had all reached the small saint realm. They were a lion, an elephant, and a golden rock. They were very terrifying. Lin Xian and the other two were stronger. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu fought against them separately. The three of them fought and the sky fell and the earth cracked. In the end, they killed the three powerful demon saints. Chapter 4064. This was great. This was a spiritual herbal garden. There were actually many 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. They were too excited. They were careful to leave all the roots behind. This way, these spiritual herbs could grow again and benefit future generations. Lin Xian was very familiar with these things. They collected the entire spiritual herbal garden. There were 36 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and there were even more 8,000-year-old and 9,000-year-old spiritual herbs. This spiritual herbal garden allowed Lin Xian and the others to harvest nearly 500 spiritual herbs of heaven and earth. This was great. Lin Xian and the others directly divided it. Li Hongxiu kept it and said, "When we go back, I'll ask my father to refine some good pills for me. I'll give you some when the time comes." "Do you still need to go back? I can refine them for you now." Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. "You know this skill?" Li Hongxiu was surprised. Of course, divine pills were not a problem. "Come on." Lin Xian took out the great void divine furnace and prepared to refine pills. As for flying and searching for other treasures, he would leave it to these two peerless beauties. Murong Qingqing directly shot out a phoenix shadow and the three of them walked up. Li Hongxiu began to search for the next treasure according to her memory of the map. Just like that, the three of them went on their way. In the sky, a crimson light streaked across. Damn it, are these people from the sacred grounds useless? They don't even know where Lin Wudi is. Qi Song's face was a little cold. This time, he was ordered to kill Lin Wudi. His master had lost to the unparalleled Sage King back then. Now, he was going to kill the most powerful young genius in Wushuang City to avenge his master. Hey, the energy fluctuation in front, that's a phoenix. It should be a powerful guy. Let's go up and take a look. Qi Song saw the light in the distance and immediately rushed up. In the next moment, endless crimson pine needles fell down. This was his method. No matter who it was, he would first severely injure them and then ask them. At that time, the other party would not dare to lie to him. Murong Qingqing felt a sense of danger approaching and her face suddenly changed. Not good. Her palms formed an imprint. The phoenix phantom beneath her feet roared and spat out rainbow-colored radiance. It formed a barrier in the sky and blocked those red pine needles. Li Hongxiu stood up. Who dares to attack us? To think that he could block my attack. Qi Song walked out of the void and looked down. His eyes then lit up. What stunning beauties, and there were two of them. Looks like I'm in luck today. I won't kill the two of you. Come with me obediently and become my beloved concubines. Not interested. Murong Qingqing coldly snorted. Li Hongxiu also rolled her eyes. This guy must be retarded. He actually dared to say such words to them. Qi Song smiled and said, "Let me ask you, do you know where Lin Wudi is?" Lin Wudi? Li Hongxiu was stunned. Murong Qingqing also frowned. Why are you looking for Lin Wudi? From the looks of it, the other party didn't count. Qi Song laughed. Naturally, he wanted to kill Yi Futian. At this point, an even more terrifying radiance appeared on his body. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. That was because he saw a young man sitting behind the two beauties. There was a divine cauldron in the young man's hand. It danced in the air and flames filled the sky. Previously, he was attracted by Murong Qingqing's appearance. However, when he saw the young man, his eyes lit up. He shook his hand and a scroll appeared in the void. You look exactly the same. You must be Lin Wudi, right? The heavens are helping me. He didn't expect to meet him this time. These two beauties must be Lin Wudi's women. It's a good opportunity to kill Lin Wudi and take the two beauties away. Chi Song's lips curled into a cold smile. Kid, I've been looking for you. Now kneel down and accept your death. If you want to touch Brother Xian, you'll have to ask me first. Murong Qingqing coldly snorted. Her beautiful eyes shone with rainbow-colored radiance. The phantom of the phoenix beneath her feet became even more terrifying. It was as if a real divine beast had been resurrected. You want to fight us with just you alone? Li Hongxiu, who was beside her, opened and closed her hands. Her sleeves bloomed with a mysterious radiance. Why, do you only dare to hide behind a woman? Aren't you very arrogant? Qi Song snorted. Buzz. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Two streaks of sword light flashed in his eyes and pierced through the void. Qi Song? He had already heard from the martial artists in Qingshan City that there was an expert who wanted to kill him. His name was Qi Song. He didn't expect to meet him so soon. Well, since I've met him, I'll deal with him. Buzz. Lin Xian formed a seal with one hand and stood up. However, there was still another one of him sitting cross-legged in the same place. The clone? Li Hongxiu was surprised. Murong Qingqing also said that Brother Xian was not an ordinary person. Don't worry, it's just a clone refining pills. I'll be able to deal with him with the remaining strength. Lin Xian walked over. He used the Nine Suns divine fire to form a clone to refine pills. As for him, he was prepared to fight against the other party. Kid, you're too reckless. More than 10 experts have died in my hands. You still dare to use a clone to refine pills? Even if you're at your peak, you're not my match. We'll know if I'm your match after we fight. Lin Xian walked forward with a calm expression. Although he no longer had the Nine Suns divine fire, his aura did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger. The laws of swords surrounded him. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. On the opposite side, Qi Song snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, endless red pine needles flew over. They covered the sky and earth like a flood. Previously, Song Zhen had been able to easily pierce through a 5th-level celestial realm genius. Even Luo Fan had suffered under this mystic skill. Lin Xian took a step forward. He raised his arm and the laws of swords surrounded it. He slashed forward with his sword. A terrifying sword light broke through the void and illuminated the sky. The red needles in front of him exploded. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy came from the front. Behind him, the phantom of a phoenix cried. It spread its wings and a 7-colored light blocked everything. Murong Qingqing rode the phoenix and retreated. You're just a civil. Lin Xian blocked the pine needles with his sword and asked. Back then, your master lost to the unparalleled Saint King. Now you're still no match for me. You want revenge, but unfortunately, you've found the wrong person. You're a swordsman with some tricks up your sleeve. But so what? A disdainful smile appeared on Qi Song's face. Even the small saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were defeated by me, let alone you. Behind him, the phantom of a red pine tree appeared, emitting a dazzling light. The ancient tree swayed like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire world. With another palm, the red pine tree behind him shook. This time, the branches shook and turned into a divine spear, thrusting over. Heaven and earth collapsed in an instant. The void around Lin Xian shattered instantly. It could not withstand the power at all. Chapter 4065. However, Lin Xian was extremely calm. His body swayed and he transformed into a Kunpeng to dodge the attack. The terrifying spear brushed past his body and made a deafening sound. Lin Xian's body shone brightly and suppressed his boiling blood. Then he slashed with his sword. The sword slashed towards Qi Song and enveloped him. It carried an extremely terrifying aura. Qi Song formed a seal and countless red needles spun in front of him, forming a terrifying defense. At the same time, He retreated and the terrifying sword Qi sliced the red needles apart. However, Qi Song had already retreated to the back. Crack, crack, crack. Then, his right leg shone with an incomparable radiance. Countless laws revolved around it and it carried an earth-shattering aura. At this moment, even Li Hongxiu and Murong Qingcheng frowned. They were able to sense the terrifying power brought forth by that kick. Wind God's leg. The kick created countless storms that condensed and shattered the void as if it was going to destroy the world. Obviously, this was a fatal attack. Even Lin Xian frowned. He had to admit that the opponent was indeed very powerful to come alone to kill him. This person's cultivation was the same as hers, at the early stage of the sixth heaven. However, they were both very powerful and seemed to be able to kill middle-stage cultivators. At this moment, the opponent used the Wind God's leg, which was obviously a killing move. The power of this kick was extremely strong. Buzz. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian did not choose to retreat. Instead, he charged forward and activated the black Qilin tattoo on his body. Especially on his right arm, there were Qilin patterns spiraling around. Qilin arm. At this moment, Lin Xian's arm shone with endless black radiance and the sound of Qilin could be heard. What a terrifying aura. Why does this kid have a Qilin tattoo? Li Hongxiu was shocked. The phoenix under Murong Qingcheng's feet also let out a cry and resonated. Boom. His right hand blasted out like a black Qilin running between heaven and earth. Wind God against Qilin. Boom, 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 boom. It was an earth-shattering battle and a terrifying sound. It was as if millions of lightning bolts had descended. The area was completely destroyed. So powerful. There were people fighting over there. Who were they? At this moment, countless people who were millions of miles away could feel it. They looked at the shattered void in the distance and did not dare to approach it. Within the storm, the smile that was originally lifted from the corner of Qi Song's mouth gradually disappeared. What replaced it was shock. Then, it turned into a roar. Damn it. His entire body retreated, his right leg trembling nonstop, and his body swayed a little. Cracks appeared on his Wind God's leg. At first, it was just a small dip, but soon it was no longer the size of his entire leg. With a cracking sound, his entire right leg split open. Blood dyed the 9 days red. He was injured. He had been crushed by the Qilin arm during the battle of ultimate skills. You're just a Like I said, your master is no match for Peerless Saint King, and you are no match for me either. Now, have a taste of my attack. Lin Xian rushed over again. He swung his Qilin arm and punched again and again. His entire right arm seemed to have transformed into a Qilin divine sword. Extremely terrifying laws coiled around it, and it was extremely powerful. Ah! Qi Song roared into the sky. The red laws around his body danced, and the ancient tree behind him towered into the sky. Previously, regardless of whether it was the elite from Lei Shinqing or the sword saint from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Qi Song was unstoppable. He pressed forward courageously, easily defeating them. This made him think that those who came in were weak. No one was a match for him. However, at this moment he was severely injured when facing Lin Wudi. Not only was his body injured, but his spirit was also damaged. His pride seemed to have been shattered. Thousand Pine Palm. Looking at the figure that was charging towards him, Qi Song roared. He merged with the ancient tree behind him. The branches of the ancient tree merged into his arms. He struck out with both palms. There were countless red thorns on them that could pierce the sky. Boom! The two of them fought with all their might. After 3 moves, Qi Song's left hand was crushed, and his right hand slapped hard on Lin Xian's body. He sneered again. Although he was severely injured, he was confident that he could crush his opponent's body. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard. Qi Song was sent flying, coughing out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. What happened? His opponent's body was not crushed, but his palms were crushed. He even forgot about the pain. How was this possible? His Thousand Pine Palm was so powerful that even an intermediate miner's saint couldn't withstand it. However, an early miner's saint was able to withstand it. What kind of body did his opponent have? Buzz. Lin Xian's qi and blood were rolling in his body. However, he roared and waved his qilin arm again, charging towards Qi Song. With another punch, both of Qi Feng's arms were completely destroyed. If it wasn't for the illusionary pine tree behind him, his entire body would have been blown apart. Qi Song roared into the sky. His face was distorted to the extreme. Damn brat. His opponent was at the same cultivation as him. It was as easy as blowing off dust for him to kill someone at the same cultivation level as him. However, he was severely injured this time. Moreover, it was after his opponent had condensed his clone that he was severely injured. In other words, this was not his opponent's true strength. Then, how strong was his opponent's true strength? He didn't dare to imagine. Who was he? Qi Song gritted his teeth and asked. Lin Xian smiled. You came to kill me, but you don't even know who I am? Damn it. Qi Song's face turned ugly. The information he had about Lin Wudi was collected from the universe. He didn't care about some legends. Now, it seemed like he was too careless. Brat, I was too careless this time. I won't lose next time. Qi Song snorted. He wanted to retreat. He had to go back and investigate the identity of this Lin Wudi. Especially his body, it was too strange. Lin Xian smiled. You still want to leave? You don't have much awareness. Since you're here, then stay. Qi Song screamed. You dare to kill me? Lin Xian snorted. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm Han Qinyu's disciple. If you kill me, I won't let you go. What Han Qinyu? I've never heard of him. You're not even a sage king. What's there to be arrogant about? Lin Xian walked out. His eyes were emitting a terrifying light. Didn't you want to know my true strength? Let me show you. Buzz. Lin Xian waved his right hand. Countless black laws appeared on his qilin arm. The death laws condensed and formed a blade of death. He held it in his hand. Everything was over. With a slash of the blade, the world darkened. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The surrounding trees withered as if hell had descended. Qi Song screamed as the saber slashed down. No! Chapter 4066. Block it for me. At this moment, Qi Song exerted his full strength. However, with a single slash, his life force was rapidly drained away. His skin dried up, and his hair turned pale. Damn it. The power of death. You actually know this law. I can't accept this. Qi Song's vitality was gone. I was careless, but my senior brother will avenge me. A white skeleton fell from the sky. Lin Xian retracted his death demonic saber and said coldly, Your senior brother is here. I'll kill him. He turned around and walked into the distance, arriving on the Phoenix Phantom. Then he merged with the clone. In the next moment, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Open! With a cold shout, the void in front of him shook deeply, and 36 pills flew out, blooming in the sky. An extremely rich medicinal fragrance filled the world. At this moment, the cracks in the sky disappeared. Countless rays of light fell, forming rainbows and auspicious signs. It's done! Lin Xian said with a smile. Next to him, Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were stunned. They originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to kill a powerful enemy so easily. Moreover, he didn't seem to care and even came back to refine the pills. It was really a joke that a powerful enemy was turned into ashes. Lin Xian indeed didn't care. At this moment, he looked at the 36 pills in the sky and said, These are peerless divine pills. Indeed, the medicinal herbs used to refine the pills this time were all 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and some of them were even close to 20,000-year-old. Even Lin Xian was tempted by the medicinal effects. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian put away the 36 divine pills and said, Let's go. As we walk, we'll take them. It's not good to stay here for long. Murong Qingqing urged the phoenix to leave this place. Sure enough, those people in the distance didn't dare to approach because the battle in front was really too intense. But later, when they saw the light of heaven and earth flickering and the great path descending, they couldn't stay calm anymore. Heavens, such a scene is definitely a heavenly treasure. Let's go and take a look, With such a treasure, I won't miss it even if it's dangerous. These people rushed over. Seeing that the multicolored light had already disappeared, they all began to roar. Damn it, he was a step too late. Who took it away? What a terrifying aura. A great battle had taken place here. The gazes of these people turned to their surroundings. There was a set of white bones here. They saw a set of white bones lying in the endless ruins and shattered earth. The saint blood in the surroundings surged, causing their hair to stand on end. These red needles. Have you heard that a terrifying expert appeared recently? He swept through everything and no one was his match. It was said that the other party was called Chi Song. I heard that they were after Lin Wudi. Could it be that this battle was caused by Ci Song and Lin Wudi? Heavens, then who was this Baigu? Lin Wudi or Ci Song? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Although it was just a skeleton, there were countless red lines on the bones, like a pile of rubies. An expert frowned. It was rumored that Lin Wudi had the 9-yang divine body. His physique and bones should be golden. And this one is obviously red. I think it should be Chi Song, right? Is Chi Song dead? I heard that many experts died in his hands. Yes, it said that the new chief disciple of Thunder God City also died in his hands. Not only that, it said that Zhang Xiongfei was also seriously injured by him and almost died. Such a terrifying person was actually killed by Lin Wudi. Damn it, doesn't that mean that the treasure was also taken away by Lin Wudi? Damn it. Some people were unconvinced, and some wanted to kill Lin Wudi. I guess that even a mid-stage minor saint expert might not be enough to kill him. If it's a one-on-one battle, there will be at least a few of them. Only a group attack can kill him. Otherwise, it's better not to have any ideas about him. Indeed, with regards to this point, everyone nodded in agreement. This incident caused a lot of people to panic. Of course, there were also some people who didn't know about it at all. Because in this Green Mountain world, it wasn't as convenient to spread news as outside. Clear Moon Lake. Yu Quan stood there with a gloomy face. At this moment, there were many followers around him, and they were all injured. Young master, what should we do? These followers' faces were somewhat ugly. Obviously, they had engaged in a fierce battle. There was a lot of blood on the surface of the Clear Moon Lake, but there were no ripples on the lake. It was really too strange. One should know that a drop of blood could pierce through heaven and earth. An ordinary lake would have been destroyed long ago. However, the Clear Moon Lake was safe and sound. It seemed that it was the lake that had injured these saints. It was impossible to barge in. There was a terrifying existence and a terrifying formation in the lake. It seemed that they had to think of other ways. Yu Quan's eyes flickered. He looked in a direction with a smile on his face. At this moment, Yu Quan's group wasn't the only one near the Clear Moon Lake. There were more than a dozen forces there. There were Myriad Demon City, Yellow Spring Palace, and others. Of course, there were also the people of Green Mountain Clan. However, none of these forces had succeeded in entering the lake. One could imagine how mysterious the Clear Moon Lake was. At this moment, Yu Quan moved. He led his group towards the place where Green Mountain Clan was. This scene attracted the attention of countless people. What was this guy trying to do? Countless people were puzzled. Could it be that he wanted to join forces with Green Mountain Clan? Some saints shook their heads. They had tried before, but the people of Green Mountain Clan didn't join forces at all. Sure enough, when Yu Quan and the others proposed to join forces, the 5 saints of Green Mountain Clan directly refused. This was something left behind by their ancestors. They had an advantage here. Therefore, they didn't need to join forces with anyone. Yu Quan's face darkened. There was a hint of cold killing intent in his eyes. It's not up to you. What do you want? Could it be that you want to fight with us? Qing Shanyu walked out and said coquettishly. The other saints of Green Mountain Clan also snorted coldly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, since you dared to resist me, I'll teach you a lesson. Yu Quan threw out the Great Desolation Palm. How dare you fight us? Qing Shanyu screamed. The other saints also roared and counterattacked. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw this scene. No way, Yu Quan was so bold. After all, this was the Green Mountain realm. Wasn't he courting death by attacking the people of Green Mountain Clan here? However, Yukon had to do it. Good idea. I'll support you too. Emo Shio rushed over with his men. As soon as he arrived, he threw out the Yellow Spring map, which appeared directly above these people's heads. The terrifying Yellow Spring gushed down, making them tremble all over. The 5 people of the Green Mountain Clan were unable to resist the power of the Pilgrim List and were subdued in an instant. Chapter 4067. Humph, don't even think about it. Qin Shan and the others gritted their teeth. Is that so? Looks like you'll have to suffer a little. Emo Shio attacked from the side. The Yellow Spring diagram. The Yellow Spring water enveloped them. The 5 of them showed painful expressions. Damn it, come on, stop it, we said. The 5 of them couldn't hold on because this feeling was worse than death. We don't know much. After all, the Green Mountain world is very mysterious. We only know that there seems to be a great protection under the Clear Moon Lake. But we don't know how to get in. Everything is still under investigation. Is that so? Don't blame me if you don't tell the truth. Yu Quan grabbed Qin Shanyu and left a bloody wound on her arm. The blood spilled into the Clear Moon Lake, and the lake water started to roll violently. It was effective. Seeing this, Yu Quan also attacked. The other 4 people's arms were also cut. The blood of the Green Mountain Clan entered. Then, the waves rolled and formed a passage. It looks like you people are still valuable. Go in. Yu Quan threw out the great desolate chain and tied the 5 people up. Then he walked in. The 5 people walked in front. The water separated where the blood dripped. Yu Quan and Emo Shio led their people. They followed behind. The others were extremely shocked. Heavens, they really attacked the people of the Green Mountain Clan, and it was really effective. We also followed in. Some people's thoughts turned faster. They immediately decided to follow. Some people hesitated, but it was too late. The waves merged again. As soon as they went in, they screamed and were attacked. Everyone guessed that there should be a formation in the lake. The blood of the Green Mountain Clan could temporarily break the formation. But it didn't last long because it wasn't a conventional method. But it was enough for the people of the Green Mountain Clan to go in. Many people took the opportunity to go in. The remaining people were very regretful by the lake. It looked like they could only wait here for the other people of the Green Mountain Clan to come. Then they would force them to go in. In the void, the Phantom of the Phoenix roared. Lin Xian stood in front and looked down. Behind him, 2 peerless beauties were meditating and cultivating. The 3 of them took turns to guard and fly. They had searched for many treasures these days. In the end, they obtained them easily. After all, the map of the Green Mountain world was here. When there was nothing to do, the other 2 would take medicinal pills and cultivate. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to fly. He looked at the map and decided to go to a larger treasure location. It was the Clear Moon Lake. After identifying the direction, he rode on the Phoenix Phantom and flew at an extremely fast speed. Finally, they saw a huge lake in front of them. It was embedded in the ground like a sea. The lake was incomparably mysterious. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. Here they are, Lin Xian said. Behind him, Li Hongxiu and Murong Qingqing both opened their eyes. They stood up as well. Both of them were extremely excited. During this period of time, they ate pills and improved their cultivation. The treasures they had obtained during this period of time were comparable to their 300 years of cultivation in the outside world. It probably wouldn't take long for them to break through again. Was this the Clear Moon Lake? Such a huge storm couldn't even cause a ripple. It was indeed mysterious. Murong Qingqing furrowed her brows slightly. Li Hongxiu also looked at the map. Then she said, the location marked on the map is obviously larger than the previous locations. This is obviously an important place. Indeed, it was important. There were already many people below. Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He could see it even more clearly. Below, near the Clear Moon Lake, many people were waiting. Suddenly, they heard the cry of a phoenix. They all looked up. Who had come? What a powerful aura. It was Lin Wudi and the others. Many people screamed as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Wudi was now a dangerous person second only to the pilgrimage list. They didn't dare to provoke him. So it's young Master Lin. A few people in ghost robes walked out from below and laughed. Young Master Lin, the Clear Moon Lake is very dangerous. Only the blood of the Green Mountain clan can break the formation. Yu Quan and Emo Shio have already brought people in. Now, we can only enter if we find the people of the Green Mountain clan. Young Master Lin has a close relationship with the Green Mountain clan. Can you find them? We can enter together. Can the blood of the Green Mountain clan enter? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Murong Qingqing frowned. Someone had entered ahead of time. She was too surprised. Would the Green Mountain clan spare those people after they went out? There's no need to work together. We have our own ways to enter. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, his voice turned cold. I have a close relationship with the Green Mountain clan, and Green Mountain Bamboo has taken good care of me. Therefore, if anyone dares to have any ideas about the Green Mountain clan, don't blame me for being impolite. As he finished speaking, a sword light tore through the sky. The terrifying killing intent made everyone's scalp go numb. The two saints of the Ghost Hell region also retreated, their blood boiling. One of them clenched his teeth. Lin Wudi, don't be too arrogant. We're giving you face by agreeing to work together, but you don't know what's good for you. What right do you have to give me face? Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. These people still dare to have ideas about the Green Mountain clan? Do they want to die? Today, I'll see what qualifications a young genius like you has to be so arrogant. The saint of the Ghost Hell region roared. A pair of black wings appeared on his body, and 3 ghost heads appeared around him. The 3 ghost heads opened their mouths and spat out black flames. The fire of the netherworld was extremely strange and terrifying. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the solar law and 9 yang divine flame formed the golden crow and descended. The 2 flames collided, and the entire void exploded. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding people to continuously retreat. The fire of the netherworld was completely shattered. Not only that, but cracks had also appeared on the 3 ghost heads that the expert had conjured. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body began to tremble. Damn it! The other person roared. The ghost law on his body spread out, forming 6 ghost hands. Each of them was holding an extremely terrifying weapon. The 6 arms waved together and attacked. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Xian unleashed a Taiji diagram, enveloping all of the energy. Then, the Taiji diagram rotated, and the solar law of death fell, directly cutting off the 6 arms. Not only that, it also cut the expert in half. I won't kill you today because of Ghost Girl by Luo. Scram. The 2 experts of the Ghost Hell region retreated with their tails between their legs. The others were shocked. They were too strong. As expected, ordinary minor saints couldn't defeat them, unless it was a late minor saint or a few mid-minor saints attacking together. How arrogant! How dare you attack my Ghost Hell region? A terrifying sound rang out between the heavens and the earth. Following this, boundless ghost chi formed a vortex. Chapter 4068. The Strength. This is the strength of a late minor saint. Countless people screamed. Is there a late minor saint expert here? Lin Xian frowned. Murong Qingqing rode on the phoenix and dodged the attack. The void where they were standing was shattered, forming a black hole. Let's go. They flew towards the quiet moon lake and entered the mirror moon lake in the next moment. Wanna leave? A ghost-robed man walked out from the black vortex in the sky. It was indeed a late minor saint expert. Seeing this scene, he also rushed into the clear moon lake. Did they go in? The surrounding people were shocked to see this. They could only watch from the side of the lake, not daring to go in. After all, they had suffered a great loss here before. After entering, Lin Xian felt a strange energy rushing towards them. There was a very dangerous formation at the bottom of the lake. However, they were not afraid. They had the map in their hands and could easily break the ancient formation. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He turned his head and saw that there was someone else coming in after they landed. Moreover, That person was emitting a strong killing intent, locking on the three of them. Damn it. It's that person from the ghost hell region. Li Hongxiu frowned and slapped a flowing cloud. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk, the ghostly claw reached out and tore her sleeve in an instant. He's too strong. Li Hongxiu's face turned pale. The three of them were early minor saints, while the opponent was a late minor saint. The gap between them was too big. The further they went, the more difficult it would be to fight someone with a higher cultivation level. For someone like Lin Xian who could fight someone with a higher cultivation level, he was a top genius. Even so, it was still very difficult for him to fight a late minor saint expert. Of course, Lin Xian was confident. However, he didn't need to do it himself now. He could rely on the peerless killing formation in the Mirror Moon Lake to fight against the opponent. Kid, you can't run away. Behind them, the ghost saint sneered. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the three of them in an instant, blocking their way. Kid, I won't kill you for the sake of the ghost lady. I'll give you a chance to live. Give me the cultivation technique of your divine body. I can let the three of you walk the holy road. You're a ghost saint. Do you want to cultivate this kind of yang body? Aren't you afraid of death? Lin Xian sneered. You don't have to worry about that. I have a way to digest it. What do you think? These conditions are already very favorable for you. The three of you can live. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. In the Azure Mountain realm, even if you die, you won't be able to trace it back to me. I can even make it look like an accident. Are you threatening me now? Li Hongxiu's small face was cold. As the daughter of the Saint King, the other party actually dared to threaten her. So what if he threatened you? In this special space, this ghost saint was not afraid at all. Lin Xian chuckled. Do you really think that you can defeat us on your own? Although you're strong enough to kill a mid-minor saint, you're still no match for a late minor saint. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, then don't blame me for being impolite. The ghost saint snorted and formed a seal with his palms. Three ghostly claws appeared behind him, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The power of those claws was really too strong. Even a mid-minor saint would feel despair upon seeing those claws. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian and the other two retreated. At the same time, they attacked in different directions. According to the map, there was a formation below. It was called the Purifying Moon Grand Formation. It was extremely terrifying. What they were doing now was using the power of the Purifying Moon Grand Formation. Sure enough, the water below formed a terrifying killing intent. It formed a half-moon light and slashed forward. What's going on? The three ghostly claws were cut off in an instant. The ghost saint felt a peerless killing intent shrouding him. How is this possible? Is Lin Wudi so powerful that he can threaten me? No, it's not this kid's strength. The ghost saint looked around. Damn it. There's something in the water. Is it a formation? Damn it. I was too careless. His body swayed, wanting to leave. At the same time, he struck out a few more ghostly claws, wanting to bring Lin Xian and the others away. After all, even if they died, he wanted to bring their corpses back. However, the killing intent of the Purifying Moon Grand Formation was getting more and more terrifying. The ghostly claws he struck out were completely destroyed. Damn it. Seems like I have to leave first. He flew upwards. At the bottom of the lake, his speed became extremely slow as if he was struggling in a quagmire. Behind him, Lin Xian said with a smile. Don't go back then. How is this possible? The ghost saint was shocked. Aren't you guys affected? As a late-stage minor saint, he almost couldn't bear it anymore. However, these three people were still smiling and weren't affected at all. Wait a minute. The three of them are standing there. Could it be that they know how to break the formation? The ghost saint immediately noticed the problem. The three of them weren't standing together. They were standing in different directions. He rushed towards that direction. Smart, but it's useless. Lin Xian sneered. The three of them changed their positions and sent out their energy into the water. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. With a crack, a ray of light shrouded the ghost saint. The ghost saint screamed in pain. His body was broken. One had to admit that he was very powerful. He managed to dodge the attack at the critical moment. Only one of his arms was cut off. Explode. The ghost saint screamed. His hair stood on end. He smashed the broken arm away and used the force to rush up to the sky. Quick, defend yourself. Lin Xian and the other two also retreated continuously. Their arms had exploded, and the power was indeed terrifying. Sure enough, the water flowed rapidly, forming a terrifying aura. With the help of this aura, the ghost saint escaped from the sacred heavens, left the lake, and came to the void. Damn it. Lin Wudi, I won't let you go. What happened? A late-stage minor saint expert was injured. The people at the lakeside were stunned. It was too unbelievable. Was it done by Lin Wudi? It can't be. This is too heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. The scene made them dumbfounded. No, it was done by the formation at the bottom of the lake. However, Lin Wudi hasn't come up yet. Was he killed? They discussed animatedly. If Lin Wudi died in there, it would be a big deal. After waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Lin Xian coming up. Someone said that Lin Wudi was dead for sure. No one could stay underwater for such a long time. Great, the great demon king is finally dead. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. However, the ghost saint snorted. That brat could use a formation to kill me. This means that he should have broken the formation below. It's impossible for him to die in the formation. What? Lin Wudi broke the formation below? His attainments in formations have reached such a terrifying level? These people were terrified. Under the water. Chapter 4069. A group of people stopped in the depths of the lake. They were Yu Quan and the others. Previously, they had relied on the blood of the Green Mountain tribe to temporarily break the formation and enter. They thought that their journey would be smooth, but they did not expect that the blood of the Green Mountain tribe's lord would not work. These people were not the direct descendants of the Green Mountain Sage King. Otherwise, they would have been able to advance further. Mo Xiu said with a frown. On the other hand, Qing Shanyu and the others looked terrible. Along the way, they had continuously used their sage blood, causing their qi and blood to become extremely weak. Now, these people dared to look down on them. How despicable! Just you wait, I will not let you go when we get out. The Green Mountain tribe will not let this go. Qing Shanyu gritted her teeth. If you continue talking nonsense, I will kill you now. Mo Xiu's eyes were filled with killing intent. The Yellow Springs diagram flew out, causing Qing Shanyu and the others to tremble. However, Yu Quan said, "Don't attack first, these people might be useful. Watch them." He used the Great Desolate Chain to completely seal the 5 of them. Then he said to his subordinates, "Watch them. The rest of you follow me." He waved his hand. 3 of them stayed behind to watch over the 5 people from the Green Mountain tribe. As for the others, they followed UK and Mo Xiu and rushed up. It seemed that they would have to rely on their own strength to break the formation below. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, there was a terrifying tremor. 3 people from the Great Desolate Mansion brought Qing Shanyu and the others to a safe place. Then, they closed their eyes and rested. They only needed to wait. There was no way the 5 of them could escape. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had also entered the lake. Not long after they came down, they heard the sound of violent tremors. Someone is attacking the formation. Murong Qingqing said. Li Hongxiu snorted. It seemed that Yu Quan and the others were trapped. Lin Xian said, "Let's speed up." The 3 of them quickly flew forward. Wait, those are the people from the Green Mountain tribe. Lin Xian activated his heavenly divine eyes and saw 8 figures not far away. 5 of them were chained up. The other 3 were guarding them. They were from the Great Desolate Mansion. They had sealed the people of the Green Mountain tribe and used their blood to break the formation. Murong Qingqing and the others had heard about what had happened before. Older brother Xian, do you want to make a move? Lin Xian nodded. Of course, he had to help. The Green Mountain tribe had treated him well, and now that he saw someone from the Green Mountain tribe in danger, he had to help. Damn it, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Qing Shanyue shouted. The three people from the great desolate mansion opened their eyes and laughed. Little girl, you still want to go out now? Are you dreaming? I haven't killed you yet because you are still useful. When you are no longer useful, I will let you stay in the Green Mountain world forever. When we get out, who would dare to say that it was us who did it? It's very normal for you all to have died. This place is incomparably dangerous. We will create the illusion that you all died in the formation. Damn it! Qing Shanyu screamed. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. The saint of the great desolate mansion said, "Little girl, how dare you scold us? Look at how pretty you are. Why don't I let you have some fun in advance?" He revealed a ferocious expression. Qing Shanyue's face turned pale. "How dare you? What's there to be afraid of? You all are going to die anyway. It would be a waste if I don't enjoy you." The three of them laughed sinisterly and walked forward. "No, I won't let you have your way even if I die." Qing Shanyue was in despair. However, the great desolate mansion's chains on them were too terrifying. They sealed their cultivation, making it impossible for them to resist. At this critical moment, a sword light slashed down, directly splitting one of them into two halves. That person didn't even have time to scream before he died. When the other two saw this, their hair stood on end. They roared in anger. "Who dares to sneak up on us? Get out here." Not only were there people from the great desolate mansion and Acheron Palace here, the others had also followed them in. There might be experts hiding among them. Are they trying to snatch the 5 Green Mountain chieftains' men away? Damn it, contact the people at the front. They wanted to spread the news. However, a light flashed and severed that person's arm. The formation in his hand was also shattered and exploded. Damn it, who is this person? They were horrified. The methods of these people were really too strong. In the next moment, they saw 3 people appear in front of them and surround them. "It's you, Lin Wudi." They screamed crazily. Lin Wudi came in. "It's young Master Lin." Qing Shanyue and the others thought that they were going to die in despair. They didn't expect Lin Xian to come at the last moment. "Young Master Lin, save us." They screamed. Lin Xian nodded. He waved his hand and the 5 elements sword technique broke the great desolate mansion's chains. Qing Shanyue and the others were freed and regained their freedom. "What do you want to do with these two?" Lin Xian asked. Qing Shanyue said, "Young Master Lin, cripple them and leave them to us." They had been tortured along the way. Although they were not dead, there was not even half of their blood left in their bodies. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to vent their anger. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He waved his hand and a terrifying sword intent rushed out. Damn it. It can't be like this. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you." The two of them still wanted to fight back, but how could they be a match for Lin Xian? In an instant, their bodies were pierced, and their cultivation was sealed and crippled. "Damn it, what did you do to me?" The 2 sages screamed in horror. Lin Xian said, "I'll leave them to you. We'll go ahead and investigate." Qing Shanyue and the others' eyes were filled with killing intent. "Didn't you want to kill us? Let's see who will kill who today." They tortured the 2 of them crazily. They didn't have to worry about their voices being heard. Lin Xian set up an array formation so that the people in front couldn't investigate the situation here. "I'll go ahead and take a look. The 2 of you stay here." Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian stayed here. Lin Xian went up alone. He put on the void beast skin and quietly flew forward. In front of him, a violent explosion sounded. Obviously, Yu Quan and Emo Shio were attacking fiercely. They wanted to break the array formation. However, the array formation here was very difficult to break. Even if they used strong methods, the progress was very slow. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this scene. He didn't expect these 2 guys to bring so many people. It seemed that he had to clean up first. Thinking of this, a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. With the help of the void beast skin, he quietly approached this group of people. Not only Yu Quan and Emo Shio were here, but there were also many experts from the sacred grounds around them, including many little saints. Chapter 4070. There was another violent tremor, and the formation in front of them suddenly glowed. Quick, retreat. These people retreated frantically. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. Two little saints fell to the ground, their eyes wide open as they died with everlasting regret. What's going on? The people of the great desolate mansion screamed in an instant. Yu Quan also turned his head, and his face became extremely unsightly. Damn it. Is the formation really that terrifying? Should we continue? Let's continue. I don't believe that we can't break it. They gritted their teeth and roared. They continued. However, the next time, 3 minor saints from the Acheron Palace died. Emoshio was furious. Damn it, my eyes are red. However, they did not stop. They attacked again. When the formation counterattacked, they quickly retreated. At this moment, Lin Xian charged at Yu Quan. The law of water spread out, and invisible waves formed a terrifying sword of killing that rushed over. Yu Quan sensed a fatal crisis and instantly dodged. At the same time, the power of the great desolation erupted and cut across the void. With a clang, he was knocked back, his aura surging. On the other side, Lin Xian was also knocked back. He had to admit that Yu Quan was really too strong, much stronger than he had imagined. It was supposed to be a sneak attack, but it was blocked by the other party. Damn it, there's someone here. Yu Quan was instantly furious. Who is it? He kept attacking. The void trembled, and the person disappeared in an instant. Yu Quan saw him. Lin Wudi, it's you. You're the one who killed my men. He understood in an instant. Emo Shio, who was next to him, was also furious. How dare you attack us? The Acheron diagram rushed out and swept in all directions. However, Lin Xian had already left with the void beast skin. Our men are in danger. We can't let them escape. In an instant, the two of them led a large number of experts back. Let's go. After Lin Xian returned, he came to Murong Qingcheng and the others. At this moment, the two saints of the great desolate mansion in the formation had been tortured beyond recognition. Su Chen raised his hand and ended their lives. Then he said, "Let's go." Qing Shanyu and the other 4 flew in another direction. It really was Lin Wudi. Kill them. Yes, they couldn't be allowed to escape. He had to capture Qing Shanyu and the other 4, or else his plan would be exposed. Yu Quan and Emoshio's eyes turned red. They led their men in a desperate pursuit. The two of them were very fast and were about to catch up. Turn around. Lin Xian coldly shouted and shot out a Kuan Pering, which enveloped everyone and continued to shuttle back and forth. He wasn't flying aimlessly. He was looking for an opportunity. He knew that there were 2 paths at the bottom of the clear moon lake. Yu Quan and the others had taken one path. Now he was going to take a different path. Lin Wudi, you can't run away. Yu Quan suddenly accelerated and arrived in front of them in an instant. Desolate's palm slapped down with endless killing intent. Not good. The faces of Qing Shanyu and the others turned extremely ugly. They had fought before, so they naturally knew how powerful Yu Quan was. Such a person's battle prowess had already reached the late stage of the minor saint realm. Murong Qingqing and the others also took a deep breath. Lin Xian activated the unparalleled secret technique. His strength increased by 5 times, causing his speed to increase by 5 times in an instant. He dodged smoothly. Moreover, he said that this was a good opportunity. He stimulated the array formation of this place, and an invisible wave rushed out towards Yu Quan in an instant. Yu Quan's pupils constricted. He could feel the terror of this attack. He wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. In an instant he was split in half. He was hit. Murong Qingqing and Emo Shio exclaimed. Qing Shanyu was also stunned. Was he split in half? It was too unbelievable. What kind of technique was this? Behind them, the people of the great desolate mansion were all terrified. Young master! They roared crazily. Lin Xian frowned. He found that there was no blood flowing out from his split body. Moreover, there were endless laws spreading out. But the 2 halves of his body turned into a shield and split open. It was a clone of the laws. Lin Xian frowned. He glanced around and activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. He saw Yuquan's true body emerge in the void. Yuquan's face was extremely cold. "Damn brat, how dare you trick me?" Just now, it was indeed a clone. He used a shield and the law of desolation to form a clone to dodge the fatal attack. That shield was a defensive sacred artifact. How could it be destroyed just like that? "Brat, come out if you have the guts." He gritted his teeth and roared. He naturally felt the aura in front of him. It was too terrifying. He did not dare to go forward at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Come over if you have the guts. If you don't jump in front of me." With that, he ignored Yuquan and the others and walked forward with his men. "Let's go." Damn it. Yuquan and Emo Shio gritted their teeth when they saw this scene. Looking at the direction the other party was heading, it was obvious that he was going deeper. The other party was able to find a second path. "Let's go this way too." Emo Shio flew up with the Yellow Springs diagram above his head and the demon trident in his hand. However, in an instant he was shocked back. No, the formation here is even more terrifying than the formation of the first path. Moreover, it's even more dangerous. We still have to go back. We can't let that brat succeed in cracking the first path. These people gritted their teeth and went back. However, soon they were in despair. It was too difficult to crack. These people were about to lose hope. However, half a day later, they welcomed hope. Because another person came down. Did someone capture the people of the Green Hill clan? They were happy, but soon they found that was not the case. The person who came down did not capture the people of the Green Hill clan, but relied on his own strength to come down. Yuquan and Emo Shio's eyes lit up. Who could it be? They looked carefully. The next moment, they saw a few beasts coming down, followed by many people. At the very front was a spirit turtle. Although it was a tortoise, it was walking upright with a walking stick in its hand. Could it be Master Spirit Turtle? Emo Shio was surprised. Yuquan also took a deep breath and hurriedly went up to greet them. Master Spirit Turtle? So it's two geniuses on the pilgrim list. I want to join forces with you. Are you willing? That's great. Their eyes lit up. Now, they only lacked a master of formations. Master Spirit Turtle was from Demon City, and his cultivation base was only at the middle stage of the Minor Saint realm. Yuquan and Emo Shio did not take him seriously. However, the lifespan of the Spirit Turtle clan was long, so they had more time to study other things. For example, Master Spirit Turtle was studying formations. He was already 7,000 years old. He was older than the average Saint King. Therefore, he had been studying formations for a very long time, and his attainments in formations were very high. The fact that he could come down with his own strength was enough to prove it. Master Spirit Turtle's formations were superb. However, he did not have any experts with him. If he had Yuquan and Emo Shio to protect him, it would be perfect. Therefore, the three parties hit it off. Chapter 4071. Yuquan said, Master Spirit Turtle, we have to hurry up. A kid took the second path, and he's very fast. We must catch up with the path that we deciphered. It did not matter. Master Spirit Turtle was very confident in his attainments in formations. Sure enough, under his deciphering, everyone could move forward. 3 days later, they arrived at the depths and saw a palace built with coral shells in front of them. Great, there's a palace here. Let's go quickly. These people rushed forward, but they did not dare to enter. Instead, they looked at Master Spirit Turtle. Master Spirit Turtle walked very slowly, but everyone waited patiently. Master Spirit Turtle, please. They did not dare to move forward rashly. Who knew what terrifying formations were inside? Master Spirit Turtle nodded and waved his staff. Endless laws flew out. Let's go. Under his lead, everyone safely entered the palace. Great, there must be treasures inside. That's for sure. We're going to be rich this time. These people were extremely excited. Along the way, they did not see Lin Wudi's figure. They thought that they should have left him behind. However, after entering, they were dumbfounded. They found that the main hall was empty. There were obviously treasures in some places, but they had been taken away. Damn it, someone has been here. Moreover, Qi Xiu was still there. It was Lin Wudi. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu roared crazily. They wished they could punch a hole in the sky. The others also wailed. Master Spirit Turtle's face also darkened. Did someone beat him to it? He felt insulted. It was a slap to his face. Lin Wudi, I want to see if you can surpass me in terms of formations. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he waved his staff. With a dang sound, a rock in the corner was smashed into pieces. You want to peep at us? You're courting death. Let's go. They continued to move forward. Master Spirit Turtle was also angry, and the others followed in an imposing manner. He crossed the first hall and set off deeper. This time, they must be ahead of the other party. Deeper in the lake, Lin Xian and the others had been watching the formation the entire time. When they saw Yu Quan and the others' flustered and exasperated expressions, they all burst out laughing. Especially Qing Shan Yu and the others, they felt very relieved. Murong Qingqing frowned. Since they were able to come in, could it be that Yu Quan and the others were also array masters? It was too unbelievable. One had to know that the reason they were able to come here was because of the map. If they were to rely on their own strength to break the formation, it was not that it was impossible, but it would be too slow. But now, Yu Quan's speed was much faster than they had imagined. Lin Xian even speculated that these people would not be able to enter at all. However, the current situation was beyond his expectations. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the scenes from the political and legal records appeared once again. He pointed at one of the turtles and said, "This fellow is a formation expert." Even Yu Quan and the others did not notice the formation I set up. However, the tortoise noticed it in an instant. I believe that Yu Quan and the others were able to enter the first palace because of this tortoise. It seems that they have the help of a formation expert. We have to speed up. Qing Shan Yu and the others were stunned. To be honest, they also knew that the bottom of the lake was full of danger. However, they had followed Lin Xian all the way here, and there was not the slightest sign of trouble. It made them think that they were having fun. Was there really a formation here? They were all suspicious now. They did not know that if it were not for Lin Xian, they would have died more than 10 times down there with their strength alone. Soon, Lin Xian and the others cracked the formation according to the map and arrived at the second palace. After entering, they exclaimed in surprise. There were more things here than in the first palace. The first palace was mostly filled with spiritual herbs, such as natural treasures or large drops of spiritual liquid. However, the second palace was filled with all kinds of pills. It was obvious that they had been refined and placed here for a long time. There are several traps here. Don't act rashly, Lin Xian said. Qing Shan and the others nodded. Next, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Li Hongxiu cracked the formation according to the map. They collected all the pills. All right, we can split them now. Murong Qingqing was in charge of distributing them, while Lin Xian took out a few pills and put them back in their original places. He said that he did not think that Yu Quan and the others would be able to enter, but now that they had a formation master with them, they could fight. He set up an illusion formation here and erased his previous information and methods. Then, he took out a few remaining pills to attract these people. Then, he restored the formation that he had cracked before and added his illusion formation. As long as these people dared to touch the pills, they would definitely activate the formation here. When that time came, these people would know what misery was. After setting it up, Lin Xian said, "Let's go." They passed through the palace and set off again. Behind them, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, Master Spirit Turtle, and the others set off with gloomy expressions. This time, they used their full strength, and their speed was twice as fast as before. Finally, they saw the second underwater palace. Was there another palace? When the followers saw it, they became excited. But then they became nervous. The first disappointment made them feel very uncomfortable. This time, would someone beat them to it again? Master Spirit Turtle's speed also became faster. He directly pushed open the door of the palace. Then Yu Quan and Mo Xiu sensed it. They did not sense any aura. After the others entered, they also searched. Look, there are pills there. Is there really something? Why are there only 5? That's too little. Everyone exclaimed. Perhaps it was a peerless divine pill. Their eyes turned red. Finally, he took the lead. The corners of Master Spirit Turtle's mouth curled up into a smile. As expected of a young boy. As long as he was serious, he would trample the other party under his feet. That's great. Yuquan and Emoshio made their moves and grabbed the 5 pills. In the next moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. Not good. Master Spirit Turtle's expression changed, and he quickly stopped. However, his words were too late. Yuquan and Emoshio had already made their moves. Crack, crack. The sound of the mirror breaking could be heard. Then, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire palace. Not good. Damn it. Those followers screamed miserably. In an instant, they were split in half and blood flowed out. Yuquan and Emoshio also felt great danger. Damn it. Emoshio directly spat out a Yellow Springs map and enveloped himself. On the other side, Yuquan roared angrily. He formed a barren canyon and trapped himself in it. The barren aura in the canyon was too terrifying. The great Master Spirit Turtle also set up many formations and defended himself with the toughness of his turtle shell. The others were not so lucky. They could not resist at all. For a moment, screams could be heard. Chapter 4072. Coming quickly. Emoshio used the law, causing the Yellow Spring diagram to expand and envelop his people. On the other side, Yuquan also put his people into the canyon. The terrifying aura filled the air for a long time before it slowly stopped. Yuquan and Emoshio walked out, and their subordinates also came out. Their expressions became extremely ugly. The surroundings were filled with corpses, making them want to vomit. Master Spirit Turtle also walked out of the turtle shell, and his expression was extremely cold. Damn it, they had been schemed against again. This time, not only was the other party faster than them, but they had also set up a trap and waited for them. How preposterous! Damn it! Half of Yuquan's people had died. Emoshio's side was about the same. Looking at the corpses of their fellow disciples lying there, the two of them began to tremble. At this moment, a ray of light descended from the sky. Everyone was shocked. Master Spirit Turtle also made a move and sent the ray of light flying. That ray of light did not attack. Instead, it formed a few words in the sky. After Master Spirit Turtle saw it, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Master. Yuquan and Emoshio hurriedly rushed up. This old fellow must not die. The others also had ugly expressions. The words formed by the law were, "Old turtle, you walk too slowly." No wonder Master Spirit Turtle vomited blood. If it were them, they would probably be angered to death. The great Master Spirit Turtle kept trembling. He said, "Where's that Lin Wudi? I must kill him. None of you can stop me. He's in front. We'll continue to set off." These people gritted their teeth. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others continued on their way. They divided the pills they obtained in the second palace. Qing Shan and the others also got some. Although it was not much, they were already satisfied. Because if it were not for Lin Xian, they would not even be able to get this. Furthermore, this medicinal pill should be of great benefit to them. But soon, they were all dumbfounded. They saw that Lin Xian was eating the pills as if they were jelly beans. He ate non-stop along the way, and his body kept emitting thunderous sounds. There were even terrifying flames that jumped from time to time. Was this Lin Wudi? Was this how he usually cultivated? They watched with trepidation. Wasn't he afraid of going berserk? This pill contained the power within it. Just by smelling it, they knew how terrifying it was. They had to find a secret chamber, burn incense, and bathe in it. They had to adjust their condition to the peak before they could consume it. Unlike Lin Xian, who was chatting and eating candy at the same time. If Lin Xian wanted to strengthen himself, then he would have to cultivate. However, if it was for the great dragon sword soul to absorb, then he wouldn't need to cultivate with all his strength. He only needed to let the great dragon sword soul digest these pills. That was why he could eat pills so easily while walking. These 2 palaces had given him a great harvest. Especially the great dragon sword soul, he felt that its power had become stronger than before. Furthermore, Lin Xian also discovered some medicinal pills that could temper his bloodline. This made him extremely happy. Although he didn't have any heaven-defying bloodline, so what? The heaven-defying bloodlines of the others were passed down from their ancestors. Since the ancestors of those people were able to mutate their bloodlines, why couldn't he? If he couldn't be the 2nd or 3rd generation, then he would be the 1st generation. He wanted to make his bloodline unparalleled and pass it down from generation to generation. According to the map, their speed was very fast. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part. However, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. The deepest palace appeared in front of them. However, the door was tightly shut. What was going on? Big Brother Lin, was the last palace very difficult to crack? Qing Shan and the others were very curious. Lin Xian shook his head. The last palace required a special condition. As mentioned before, there were 2 paths to the bottom of the lake. They took the 2nd path and Yuquan took the 1st path. This last palace required people from both paths to crack it together to open it. That was to say, if the people from Yuquan couldn't come, they wouldn't be able to open the last palace. That was also what the map said. Fortunately, there was an old turtle over there. Li Hongxiu said, "Then let's wait." Everyone waited here. They waited for about 5 days. Only then did they see a figure walking up from behind. "You guys are too slow." Qing Shanyu and the others stood up and said contemptuously. Behind them, Master Spirit Turtle and the others trembled in anger when they heard that. Master Spirit Turtle screamed. How was that possible? He fell to the ground on his back. This time, he tried his best and was even faster than before. However, the other party was already waiting for him here. When did the other party come? Lin Wudi, Yuquan and the others gritted their teeth. They didn't make a move. Although they could see the other party now, they were not walking the same path as the other party. There was a powerful formation in the middle that blocked their attacks and couldn't hurt the other party at all. Instead, it might cause the formation to counterattack. Therefore, they could only walk forward with gloomy faces. Master Spirit Turtle glared at Lin Xian, thinking, "Damned brat, you're not going in. Are you here to humiliate me?" In his opinion, the other party should be here to slap his face. Otherwise, why would he wait for him here? Did he think it was too slow? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to make me wait? I'm here because this palace needs people from both paths to have a chance of cracking it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll never see me again in your life. Damn it, he's too arrogant. Could it be that the other party's attainment in formations far surpasses his? The others were also gnashing their teeth. Yuquan and the others frowned. Cracking both paths together? Master Spirit Turtle, is he trying to frame us? Previously, they were attacked in the second underwater palace, so these people were traumatized. Master Spirit Turtle walked up and looked carefully. He didn't lie to us about this. Indeed, both sides need to work together to crack it. Very well, let me see what kind of tricks this kid has up his sleeves. This time, he could finally see the other party with his own eyes. He wanted to see what kind of person the other party was. Then let's begin. You'd better use all your strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with our speed. Lin Xian said indifferently. Then he began to crack the formation. He held his chin with one hand and kept tapping on the black door in front of him with the other. One after another, laws appeared and began to ripple. Master Spirit Turtle was originally very unhappy. He was humiliated to be looked down upon by a young man. However, when he saw the other party's speed, his eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? He felt that his worldview was about to collapse. Someone is cracking the formation so quickly. Chapter 4073. He was 7,000 years old this year and had been studying formations for 6,000 years. His attainments in array formations were far greater than his cultivation. Even in the Thousand Demon City, he was a famous array master. Some Saint Venerables would bring him along when they wanted to crack formations. After he came to Clear Moon Lake, he was shocked. The formations in Mirror Moon Lake were too difficult. In other words, he was the only one who could crack it. He believed that no one else could. But the kid in front of him had not only cracked them, but he was several times faster than him. He couldn't even keep up. His mind went blank. Impossible. Great Master Spirit Turtle trembled. Was there really such a genius in formations in the world? But wasn't this too heaven-defying? Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. His eyes reddened. He was also cracking the formations quickly. He couldn't let this kid beat him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to stay here. The surrounding people were also stunned, especially Yu Quan and Mo Xiu. They had never seen Lin Xian's speed in breaking through a city so quickly. No wonder he could keep ahead of them. This kid had to be killed. He was a big problem for them. Perhaps the Green Mountain realm was a good opportunity. The two of them looked at each other. They both had their own ideas. They didn't act rashly. Instead, they waited quietly. They would wait until their opponent opened the last palace and lost his value. Then they would kill him. Lin Xian used an hour to crack his half of the formation. Great Master Spirit Turtle used 1 day and 1 night. Great Master Spirit Turtle's eyes were red like a rabbit's. He was going crazy with jealousy. Murong Qingqing and the others were also surprised. Great Master Spirit Turtle was much slower than Lin Xian. But it had to be said that his attainments in formations were very strong. No wonder he could lead Yu Quan and Mo Xiu here. Buzz. When Great Master Spirit Turtle's last rune was formed, the formation was finally cracked. The palace's door slowly opened. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone's hearts were also stirred up. However, they didn't enter rashly. Lin Xian glanced at Great Master Spirit Turtle and found that Great Master Spirit Turtle was on full alert. He chuckled and took a step forward. Let's go in too. Seeing that they were safe and sound, Yu Quan and the others quickly rushed in. There was nothing else inside except for the crystal coffin. The item should be in the crystal coffin. Their eyes turned red. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in another location. As for him, his face darkened. Yu Quan, you dare to attack me? Yu Quan sneered, and the desolation sword in his hand disappeared. However, can you still escape? Today is the day you die. That's right, I think it's better for you to stay here. Mo Xiu also walked out, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Qing Shan Yu and the others were completely stunned. These were two geniuses on the pilgrim roll. Would Lin Xian and the others be able to withstand the attacks of the two of them? Lin Xian didn't care at all. In any case, even Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were laughing. What are you laughing at? Mo Xiu frowned. Could it be that you guys think that the three of you combined would be able to contend against the two of us? They didn't believe it. All three of them were geniuses, but they were only early minor saint experts. Although they could fight against intermediate minor saint experts, they couldn't do anything about it. Although they could fight minor saints, they couldn't defeat them. They were confident that one of them would be able to kill all three of them. Initially, they wanted to get the treasure first before attacking them. However, since you don't know what's good for you, I'll deal with you first. Lin Xian's eyes shone with cold killing intent. He looked at Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu and said, "Leave Yu Quan to me. Leave Mo Xiu to me." Murong Qingqing walked out. Li Hongxiu shrugged and said, "Leave Great Master Spirit Turtle to me." In an instant, the three of them had decided on their opponents. Great Master Spirit Turtle and the other two were so angry that they almost vomited blood. That little kid didn't put them in his eyes at all. Good. This old man wants to see what makes you so arrogant. Great Master Spirit Turtle was exasperated. Although his cultivation base wasn't the strongest, he was still a mid-minor saint expert. Moreover, he had lived for 7,000 years. How could he lose to a few youngsters? Immediately, he cast out a formation. Li Hongxiu harumphed coldly. "Your opponent is me." She waved her hand and slapped at the void. Immediately, the main hall trembled and a terrifying water pillar rushed out. It blocked the formation cast by Great Master Spirit Turtle. Then, many water dragons appeared in the surroundings and shrouded Great Master Spirit Turtle. Damn it! It's a formation, an extremely terrifying formation. These people were stunned. At this moment, Murong Qingqing also made her move. Another terrifying aura filled the air. 9 water dragons shrouded Mo Xiu. The power of the formation erupted once again. Mo Xiu roared and resisted with all his strength. The others retreated frantically. They were pushed to a corner, their bodies trembling. Only Yu Quan and Lin Xian were left standing in front of them. Yu Quan's face became extremely unsightly when he saw this scene. To be honest, they didn't take the other party seriously at all. However, the other party had trapped 2 experts on their side in an instant. Damn it, the other party knows how to use the formation here? How is that possible? Combined with Lin Xian's previous speed of breaking the formation, could it be that the other party could really control this place? But that shouldn't be the case. How did the other party do it? Did he get the information from Green Bamboo? He was about to go crazy. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. He stomped his foot, and 9 water dragons appeared under his feet. The formation of the palace appeared again and attacked. Indeed, according to the information on the map, he could break the formation here. Of course, he could also use the formation here. The water dragon formation shrouded Yu Quan. Yu Quan roared, but he was still shrouded in an instant. Damn it! It seemed like Yu Quan was in danger. Terrifying laws were erupting from inside. However, he couldn't rush out at all. Kid, if you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. On the other side, Mo Xiu and Grandmaster Spirit Turtle also roared angrily. However, Lin Xian sneered coldly. 3 idiots, this young master doesn't have the time to waste here with you. He ignored Yu Quan and the other 2. Instead, he came to the front of the crystal coffin with Murong Qingqing and the other 2. He could fight one-on-one with the other party. However, he had to get the treasure first. The crystal coffin shone mysteriously. The eyes of Lin Xian and the other 2 flickered. If other people tried to break the formation, they would die 5 times because there were 5 traps in the coffin. A single mistake could kill a late minor saint. Moreover, these traps were hidden very deeply. Perhaps even Grandmaster Spirit Turtle couldn't break them completely. However, it was no problem for them. Chapter 4074. Therefore, it didn't take long for the 3 of them to work together and open the crystal coffin. When the crystal coffin was opened, a dazzling light came from inside, along with a terrifying message. Qing Shan and the others couldn't bear it and quickly retreated. Lin Xian also said, "Retreat quickly." As for the others, Grand Huangfu and the people of Acheron Palace also retreated frantically. They all retreated to the outside of the palace and watched anxiously. Inside the palace, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and Master Spirit Turtle screamed. "Damn snake, you actually opened the crystal coffin. What a terrifying aura. What's inside?" They scratched their ears and cheeks anxiously. However, they were now shrouded in a formation since ancient times. They couldn't even protect themselves now. Not to mention snatching so many treasures. Lin Xian and the other 2 widened their eyes. What a terrifying aura. If they could absorb it, their strength would increase greatly. It was a kind of spiritual liquid that shone brilliantly. They didn't know what it was. However, just by looking at the power it contained, one could tell that it was an incredible treasure. Half of the crystal coffin was filled with this liquid. Lin Xian and the other 2 took a deep breath and went in. The 3 of them directly went in, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb crazily. Golden light bloomed on Lin Xian's body, and a black qilin appeared, letting out a loud qilin cry. It was shocking. At the same time, a dragon's roar came from his body, shaking the 9 heavens. On the other side, a 7-colored phoenix appeared on Murong Qingqing's body. The phoenix's cry echoed between heaven and earth. Li Hongxiu was also extraordinary. As the daughter of the Sage King, she had a bloodline. She was a Sage King. Many strange flower petals appeared on his body. They were all formed by the laws. The three of them began to madly absorb the mysterious liquid inside. Damn kid, you dare to touch the treasure? I'm not done with you. When I get out, I'll tear you to pieces. Inside, Yuquan and Emoshio roared crazily. Master Spirit Turtle roared angrily. Kid, when I get out, I'll tear you to pieces. However, it was useless. No matter how they roared, there was no response. Just like that, 5 days passed. Master Spirit Turtle's formation gradually became chaotic. From the looks of it, he was actually about to break out of the seal. Seeing this, Li Hongxiu opened her eyes and walked out of the crystal hall. He activated the formation again. Immediately, the 9 sea dragons rushed over. Inside, the great Master Spirit Turtle was furious. Damn it, he originally thought that he would be able to escape this time. Who would have thought that the other party would actually add another layer of formation to him? He had to start all over again. As expected, after another 2 days, the Serene Fist and Emoshio's formation became weaker. It was about to break open. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also formed another layer of formation. This continued for 3 times. After about a month, the liquid in the crystal coffin had become very little. When it finally disappeared, the 3 of them opened their eyes and roared at the sky. That's great. I've become stronger, and my cultivation has also improved. Intermediate Miner Saint was not far away. The 3 of them were overjoyed. One should know that it hadn't been long since they broke through to the Little Saint realm. Now, there were signs of a breakthrough. Of course, under normal circumstances, this was impossible. They had obtained a large number of treasures in this Azure Mountain world to reach this step. Outside, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Lin Xian felt the powerful force in his body, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. The next moment, he looked ahead. Yuquan, didn't you want to fight me one-on-one? Very well, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, he walked forward. Buzz the 9 sea dragons rushed quickly and disappeared from Yuquan's body. Then, they shrouded the surroundings, forming an independent space. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Yuquan rushed over in an instant. Lin Xian used the void escape and dodged in an instant. He came to the other side. You've broken the formation for so many days. The power of the law in your body must not be at its peak, right? I won't bully you. I'll give you half a day to recover to your peak. Then I'll fight you with all my strength. Lin Xian now had great confidence in himself. Therefore, he wanted to have a peak battle with the other party. The surrounding people gasped when they saw this. Lin Wudi is going to fight Yuquan? Oh my god, is he finally going to make it to the pilgrim board? Good boy, you're confident and arrogant enough. Good. Yuquan did not hold back. Breaking the formation had indeed consumed a lot of his energy. He wanted to recover to his peak, and then use the cruelest method to kill his opponent. His opponent dared to snatch the treasure he wanted in front of him. He was courting death. From now on, Lin Wudi's name would be removed from the list. He took out various treasures and elixirs from his storage ring and swallowed them. In less than half a day, his cultivation base had reached its peak. Alright boy, tell me, how do you want to die? Yuquan stood up, and a hint of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He was an expert on the pilgrim board, an existence that countless people looked up to. Today, killing a young junior in the early small saint realm would be as easy as blowing off dust. Buzz the law of desolation spread out from his body, forming a desolate blade that he held in his hand. With a slash of the blade, the void shattered, and an extremely terrifying force erupted. It enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian crossed his arms, and the Tai Chi diagram condensed in his hand, and he waved it forward. Boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the entire bottom of the lake rolled violently. The people outside were sent flying by the force, and they vomited blood. Their faces were filled with horror. Oh my god, are they really going to fight? They could not see clearly because there were 9 sea dragons in front of them, forming a formation that enveloped everything. However, they saw red light emerging from the gaps of the formation, as if it was fresh blood. Oh my god, has the outcome been decided? Has Lin Wudy been killed? No way, is the gap between them so big? Was he killed in one move? He's really someone on the pilgrim board. In their opinion, Lin Xian might have been injured or even killed after one move. However, soon, someone frowned. It was a powerful demon saint. His face was gloomy and cold. No, there are two figures in the formation, and there's no smell of blood. It's not blood, it's killing intent. A monstrous killing intent like a sea of blood. It's really powerful. Yuquan's desolate blade had red law pulsating on it. It's the law of blood. Once this law is activated, it will be stained with blood. It's indestructible. It's very terrifying. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The law of death in his left hand and the law of sun in his right hand formed a Tai Chi diagram, blocking the blade. His expression was solemn. He had to admit that although Yuquan was only an intermediate small saint, his strength was too strong. This was definitely the strength of a late small saint. Only Lin Xian was able to withstand it. If it was someone else, even an intermediate minor saint expert, they would have been killed instantly. Chapter 4075. However, Lin Xian still managed to block such a terrifying attack. His Tai Chi diagram kept spinning. Yin and Yang sword chi burst out from it, as if they had turned into divine swords, rampaging between heaven and earth. These Yin and Yang swords were all aimed at Yuquan. Moreover, there was a dragon roar in the sword chi, which made one's soul tremble. The people outside the hall were all stunned. This terrifying sword chi must be Lin Wudy's. This Lin Wudy is really powerful. He can already display such combat strength at his current cultivation level? Buzz. Yuquan's face turned gloomy. Does he really have the strength to contend with me now? Damn it. A month ago, he didn't have such strength. However, after he ate the treasure in the crystal coffin, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This made him go crazy with jealousy. That was originally his. If he got it, he might be able to break through to the late minor saint realm. However, it was snatched away by his opponent. How could he tolerate this? Brat, I'm going to drain your blood in a bit and refine it into a divine pill. Then I'll consume it. You can go to hell for me. He kept waving his desolate blade. Both of them clashed fiercely. Every clash felt like the end of the world. Hong hong hong. The people outside the palace had retreated far away. They didn't dare to get close. Inside the palace, Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu had also retreated far away, using formations to protect themselves. On the other side, Mo Xiu and Grandmaster Spirit Turtle were also anxious. What was going on? How could the two of them fight for so long? Was it Lin Wudy and the other two against Yuquan? That shouldn't be the case. How did the strength of these three people increase so much? They were all crazy. Lin Xian's arm was numb. He had to admit that Yuquan was really too powerful. No wonder he could be ranked on the pilgrim list, surpassing many minor saints. Indeed, he had his own unique points. His divine body was actually trembling from the beating. However, he thought that Yuquan must be suffering. Because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Yuquan looked fine on the surface, but his blood and qi were rolling in his body. He even wanted to vomit blood a few times. Damn it. Judging from his physique, was he really an early minor saint? Even a late minor saint wouldn't have such combat prowess. Brat, it seems like your physique is really capable of contending against mine. But so what? Next, I won't let you have your way. He retreated. He was not willing to engage in close combat with the other party. He wanted to increase the distance between them and use his powerful cultivation base and divine abilities to kill the other party. Boom. Do you want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He directly struck out the Tai Chi diagram, as if it had fused with the Tai Chi diagram. The desolate saber collided fiercely with the other party's desolate saber. After that strike, Lin Xian retreated. Blood flowed from his palm. His opponent's desolate saber was very powerful. It even injured his body. However, the other party didn't have it easy either. Sure enough, a crack appeared on Yuquan's palm, and even his bones were exposed. He couldn't hold on to the saber in his hand and almost dropped it. Not only that, his entire arm was numb. Damn it, what terrifying power! Yuquan clenched his teeth. The people around him sighed in admiration. Too powerful. He could actually contend against Yuquan. This kid was really too ridiculous. Even Li Hongxiu was amazed. To them, the people on the pilgrim list were an insurmountable mountain. However, Lin Xian was able to challenge such an existence. It was like a dream to them. Murong Qingqing, who was next to them, frowned. She was very worried because Yuquan was more powerful than she had imagined. Next, the two of them attacked again. Yuquan distanced himself from the other party and used his powerful divine abilities and terrifying cultivation base to suppress his opponent. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Lin Xian was not afraid of using divine abilities either. His opponent's various divine abilities were endless. After all, the power of the great dragon sword soul was not to be underestimated. In the end, Lin Xian used the void escape and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yuquan. The death demonic saber in his hand slashed at Yuquan's arm. It seemed that he was going to kill him. Yuquan's pupils constricted. "How dare you!" He roared angrily, and an unparalleled desolate power erupted from his body. A set of desolate armor instantly interweaved and covered his body. With a clang, he was sent flying and spat out blood. However, the desolate armor on his body did not shatter. What a tough armor! Lin Xian was surprised. Did his opponent still have such a technique? It was no weaker than his divine body. No, it shouldn't be able to last for a long time. He guessed that his opponent would have used it as soon as he came. Sure enough, the desolate armor slowly disappeared and turned into laws again. Yuquan's expression was extremely ugly. He was injured. He was actually injured by his opponent and even spat out blood. This was unbearable. Ah! He roared at the sky, his black hair fluttering. The desolate law on his body was even more unparalleled. It was as if a desolate god had been resurrected. He was completely furious. He activated the desolate saber and slashed in all directions. He wanted to completely destroy the Tai Chi diagram. One terrifying aura after another flew out of the array formation, and the entire hall shook violently. Fortunately, the array formation here was terrifying. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago. However, even with that being the case, that aura was still very frightening. It was the Great Desolate Sky Destroyer Slash. It was the ultimate technique of the Great Desolate Mansion. It seemed that Yuquan was really angry. The people of the Acheron Hall were terrified. Meanwhile, the people of the Great Desolate Mansion clenched their fists. Great! Young master, kill him. Kill Lin Wudi. Lin Xian suffered a great impact. Is it the Desolate Sky Destroyer Slash? His physique had suffered tens of millions of collisions, causing the blood in his body to churn. He felt a sweetness in his throat and could not help but vomit blood. However, he forcibly suppressed it. At the same time, an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Kill. After the Tai Chi diagram, the law of sword also erupted. At the same time, there was a loud dragon roar. He seemed to have turned into a giant dragon and merged with the Tai Chi diagram. Then he rushed forward. Wherever he passed, all the desolate sabers were shattered. The 9 heavens and 10 earths shook again. A terrifying sword Dao aura filled the air. Its power was not any weaker than the previous desolate saber. Damn it, this kid still has a trump card. The people of the Acheron Hall were terrified. Meanwhile, the people of the Great Desolate Mansion exclaimed, "Young master!" They were very worried now. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought fiercely. Yuquan was sent flying again. Lin Xian's sword chi was too terrifying. He could only summon the desolate battle armor again. However, he was sent flying again and vomited blood. Lin Xian was not in a good condition either. Although he had sent the desolate sabers flying, the power of the desolate sabers still hit him. It caused some cracks to appear on his body. However, he did not care. His physique recovered very quickly. The 5 elemental laws had all been converted into the law of wood, providing him with strong vitality. Those cracks quickly disappeared, although his body was stained with blood. Chapter 4076. Drip, drip. Blood flowed from the corner of Yuquan's mouth and his face turned ugly. He was injured once again. Although his opponent was also injured, it was obviously not as serious as his. He did not wipe the blood away, but allowed it to flow freely. At the same time, he kept forming hand seals with his palms. I never thought that I would be injured by you. With your current strength, you are qualified to be my opponent. However, you have completely angered me. I will let you know the price of injuring me. As he formed a hand seal, the blood suddenly became strange. It fell into the void and disappeared without a trace. The void gradually turned blood red and a blood-red vortex appeared. Come out, Baron summoning. Along with his voice, the blood-red whirlpool suddenly expanded, and then 3 figures walked out of the whirlpool. The 3 figures were blurry as if they did not exist. However, they had truly appeared in that space. The first figure was a middle-aged man with a broken arm. Half of his body was rotten and his internal organs were visible. The remaining part of his body was wrapped in chains, which were the Baron chains. The aura on his body was abnormally terrifying. The second figure was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. Her upper body was intact, but her lower body was missing. Her upper body was also wrapped in chains. The last figure was an old man. He was intact, but only half of his head was left. However, it did not seem to affect his aura. What is this? Is he able to summon people from the great desolate mansion? Lin Xian frowned. It did not seem like it. The clothes they were wearing were very ancient and they seemed to be dead people who had been summoned through some means. The people from the great desolate mansion outside were excited when they heard this. Great Baron summoning. This was the ultimate technique of the great desolate mansion. Every sacred city had their own ultimate techniques, such as the 9 revolutions divine thunder of the Thunder God City, the unparalleled secret skill of the Peerless City. The great desolate mansion was naturally the Baron summoning. The power of the Baron summoning was extremely strange and terrifying. Legend had it that there was a desolate land between heaven and earth where countless experts were buried. Their desolate summoning could communicate with the desolate land and summon the people buried there to help them in battle. The stronger one was the more powerful and the number of people one could summon. With Yu Quan's current strength, he could summon 3 late minor saints. That Lin Wudi was dead for sure. That's right. Although he was able to contend against Yu Quan before, it was now 4 against 1. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hearing the discussion, Li Hongxiu and Murong Qingqing's expressions changed. They wanted to rush over to help. Damn it. The secret technique of the great desolate mansion is too despicable. Li Hongxiu clenched her teeth. Murong Qingqing even unleashed her Phoenix Phantom, wanting to attack. However, Lin Xian said, "No, don't do anything. Just watch quietly. This is my battle with him." Murong Qingqing stopped. Li Hongxiu frowned. "Brat, now is not the time to be stubborn." Murong Qingqing said, "Sister Hongxiu, let's just watch from the side. Brother Xian has his own pride." Indeed, all geniuses were prideful. This was especially true for geniuses like Lin Xian, who had their own pride. Since he had said that this was his battle to challenge the pilgrim list, he wouldn't rely on other people's strength. He wanted to use his own strength to defeat his opponent. "Brat, you're pretty bold. You still refuse to call for help. Since that's the case, you can go to hell." Yu Quan's lips curled into a cold smile. It was indeed 4 against 1. But so what? This was his secret technique. As a top saint on the pilgrim list, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. With a roar, he charged forward with the desolate blade. The 3 desolate mansion figures in front of him also attacked crazily. The man who had lost his left arm and half of his body had a long spear in his right hand. He swung the spear with one hand. The mysterious woman who had lost her legs waved her hands wildly. The last old man who was missing half a head was like a god as he engaged in a great battle. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk in an instant, the place where Lin Xian was standing was completely destroyed. Lin Xian received the message. It was a great crisis. Each of the three of them was very strong. They were the true late minor saints. Together with Yu Quan, this was a situation where death was inevitable. No wonder so many late minor saints couldn't challenge Yu Quan. This was his true trump card. Arg! Lin Xian pushed his divine body to the extreme. The black Qilin tattoo covered his body as he shuttled back and forth. But in an instant he still charged forward. The four of them were too strong. But fortunately, he had mastered a spatial divine ability, the void escape. Therefore, he was able to contend with them. His figure appeared and disappeared mysteriously. But after all, this place had limited space. He couldn't escape completely. The power of the four filled the entire space. Brat, it's useless. Where can you escape to? Yu Quan smiled proudly. Do you think you're the only one who has challenged me? How many people have challenged me over the years, but they all died under my blade. Today, you're no exception. We, the people on the pilgrim list, are invincible. As long as we withdraw ourselves, others can forget about challenging us. Their voices became more and more condensed. The four of them unleashed their power at the same time. Lin Xian was pushed back. The Tai Chi diagram in front of him dimmed a lot. This time, he was also seriously injured. He was too careless. He knew that every holy city had a unique secret technique, but he didn't expect that their secret technique could summon people. And they could summon 3 of them. But he wouldn't back down. The Death Devil saber in his hand slashed out continuously, killing the mountain Taoist. However, Yu Quan sneered. It's useless. They are already dead. You can't take away their lives. After saying that, his figure swayed and he retreated. The old man with half a head stood in front of him, blocking the attack for him. Don't even think about taking away my life. The 3 of them are completely obedient to me. They can protect me at any time. So, Lin Wudi, what are you going to use to fight me? You can die now. Sure enough, Lin Xian's Death Devil saber could only attack these people physically. It couldn't take away their lives. Because these people had no life in the first place. Then use the Great Sun Sword. Lin Xian roared. The golden flames and the sun law condensed, forming the Great Sun Sword that swept in all directions. Since they were dead, they should be afraid of the power of the sun. His divine flames and laws could definitely make these people collapse. Sure enough, these people were affected. Their power was suppressed. However, they were only suppressed. Yu Quan said, they're not ordinary dead people. Although you can suppress them, you can't kill them. If they're alone, they're no match for you. But with 3 people and me, do you think you can completely suppress them with your sun law? Chapter 4077. Ha! This is great. Lin Wudi is going to die. Outside the palace, the people of Great Desolate Mansion laughed triumphantly. Qing Shan and the others were extremely nervous. Young Master Lin, Li Hongxiu and Murong Qingqing were also extremely nervous. Is this kid really going to be alright? They were wondering if it was too early for him to challenge the pilgrimage Tai. He should at least wait until he reached the intermediate minor saint realm. Inside the formation, Lin Xian's face was cold. He was thinking about how to deal with his opponents. His opponents were not afraid of the law of death. He could suppress the law of sun, but only to a certain extent. His opponents had a huge advantage in numbers. Illusions. Of course, he could use multiple divine abilities to fight. He could even create thousands of illusions to attack. But so what? This was his power. It was divided into thousands of parts. It was different from the power his opponents could summon. He could deal with other people, but not those who were on the pilgrimage list. In that case, there were only 2 options left. The first was to kill Yu Quan with the 3 of them working together. However, this was obviously not possible. The last way was to make the 3 of them disappear. Since they were summoned, it was impossible for them to stay here for a long time. There must be a condition for them to summon them. There must be some kind of connection. As long as he could make the three of them disappear, he was confident that he could defeat Yu Quan. At the thought of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath as an extremely terrifying light erupted from his eyes. His golden pupils filled the entire space. Seeing this, Yu Quan hid behind the three desolate figures. "Kid, are you trying to use your eye technique? I've been guarding against it. I won't fall for your soul attack." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not attack, but searched. Where on earth did these people come from and teleport over? Soon he found them. These people all had unique characteristics. Even though they were all damaged, the common point was that they all had desolate chains on their bodies. Lin Xian could follow the desolate chain to search for them. Sure enough, although the desolate chain was hidden in the void, Lin Xian still found it. What will happen if I break these desolate chains? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. The death demonic blade and the sun sword were instantly covered by a layer of dragon shadows. Its power became even more terrifying. Moreover, it was capable of destroying everything. Lin Xian attacked. He spun the Taiji diagram and covered his body. Then he quickly charged out. "Useless brat, go to hell." Yu Quan rushed over with three figures, and the battle was extremely intense. Lin Xian was injured in an instant, and his body was torn apart. The Taiji diagram dimmed, and blood dyed the sky. However, he didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he frantically attacked the chains hidden in the void. Clang, clang. Shocked voices rang out. The three desolates suddenly let out frenzied roars. A terrifying aura of desolation filled their eyes. Damn it! Yu Quan was stupefied. "You dare!" He charged out, forcing Lin Xian to retreat, unable to continue attacking. However, Lin Xian sneered. He had found his opponent's weakness. This method was a fatal threat to his opponent. Otherwise, Yu Quan wouldn't be so irritable. "There was a huge loophole in this ability of yours." Lin Xian smiled. "Watch how I break it." Yu Quan's face was incomparably cold. Loophole? He admitted that any attack had loopholes. But so what? There were some loopholes that one couldn't know, and there were some that one couldn't do even if one knew. For example, the Great Desolate Summoning. Those chains were indeed fatal, but those chains were only wrapped around the three of them. The other places were hidden in the void. Who could see them? Moreover, it wasn't a simple concealment. Even if one disrupted time and space, it would be difficult to damage those chains. Unless one was a powerful sacred venerate or a sacred king, one could directly destroy those three people with terrifying power. Therefore, this flaw was basically not a flaw. However, he didn't expect that not only did his opponent see his hidden chains, but he could also damage those three chains. What was going on? How did his opponent's sword chi pass through the void? What about the desolate shackles? Damn it. This was something that he had never experienced in his life. Not to mention him, probably no one else in the Great Desolate Mansion had experienced it before. This time, Yu Quan took the lead to attack, and the three desolate figures assisted from the side. Previously, he had been hiding behind the three of them, but now it seemed that he had to take the initiative to attack. He wouldn't let this kid attack again. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Eye technique, all spring and autumn. Although Yu Quan tried his best to guard against it, this was no ordinary eye technique. It was the heavenly secret divine eyes. Therefore, he was also affected by the soul attack in an instant. Although it was only for 2 seconds, he could escape. However, these 2 seconds were enough for Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared, and a crazy surge of power flowed on the death demonic saber and the great sun sword. Then, he unleashed endless dragon-shaped sword chi. Clang, clang, clang. A deafening sound rang out. Finally, the chains were cut off by him. 2 seconds later, Yu Quan had just escaped the soul attack. However, in the next moment, his face turned green. Damn it. He could feel that his control over the three desolate figures was gradually disappearing. You actually cut off the desolate chains. The chains on the three desolate figures also fell off. They roared crazily, and a strange light appeared in their eyes as they stared at Yu Quan. Yuquan took 2 steps back, shouted angrily, and formed a hand seal. The summoning ended. There was a roar. In the void, a terrifying vortex appeared and enveloped the 3 desolate figures. The 3 of them vanished into the whirlpool as if they had turned into ashes. Without the chains, you can't control them, right? Lin Xian said coldly. Damn it. On the other side, Yuquan kept trembling. He was really mad. Was Yi Futian really able to destroy the summoning? That was simply too unbelievable. How did you do it? Yuquan didn't believe it. He guessed that even the sacred sage couldn't do it. The sacred sage could beat him, but the sacred sage used extremely strong power to suppress and kill the 3 desolate figures. It was impossible to break his chains. It was even impossible to find his chains. After all, this was not his divine power. It was a divine power that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years in the great desolate mansion. It was impossible for there to be such a flaw. You don't need to know how I did it. You only need to know that you have lost this battle. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. You only broke my desolate summoning. How can I lose? You lost the previous battle and were seriously injured. I still have many divine powers and laws that I haven't used. How can you fight me? Yuquan also stood up and roared with all his might. Thank you Tong Xian Packaging for tipping Piao Hong. Thank you user Lonely who can understand tip. User Gui tipped. User Kai tipped. Thank you for your support. Chapter 4078. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. Coincidentally, I also have many divine abilities that I haven't used yet. Let's see who will win in the end. Humph! Yuquan snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he formed another seal with his palms. The aura of desolation spread out and shook the 9 heavens. The endless aura of desolation combined with the laws quickly condensed in front of him. It seemed that he was evolving into something. Not long after, a behemoth appeared, and its aura soared into the sky. Lin Xian frowned. It was a canyon. The power it carried was very strange. The people outside the palace felt their hair stand on end when they felt it. Great, young master has used a new divine ability again. The people of the great desolate mansion exclaimed. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu also exclaimed. Does Yuquan still have a terrifying trump card? Kid, you're lucky to be able to break my desolation summon, but so what? In front of absolute strength, you still have to kneel. You're not my opponent at all. Is that so? You keep saying that I'm no match for you, but after fighting for so long, can you do anything to me? Didn't I break your biggest trump card? You call that not your opponent? Moreover, I'm 1 realm lower than you, and I've cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years less than you. What do you have to be proud of? If we're in the same realm, I'll kill you like a dog. You're courting death. Yuquan roared, and the murderous aura on his body surged. The blood-colored laws surged between heaven and earth. He was really angry. This poked at his sore spot. Indeed, in the past, he was the one who fought and killed powerful enemies. Now, there was someone who could fight him? Moreover, the 2 of them were evenly matched. He couldn't accept this. He roared, Kid, it's time for you to die. Buzz. The desolate Grand Canyon descended crazily and enveloped Lin Xian. Endless aura of desolation filled the air, and it seemed that it wanted to pull Lin Xian into the desolate Grand Canyon. It was going to completely refine him. Buzz. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The Taiji diagram rotated above his head, and the 9 yang divine body released 10,000 rays of light. It's useless. Your trump card is useless in front of me. Now, I'll let you see my trump card. With a roar, the great dragon sword's soul roared, forming a sword Dao world that pressed down on the desolate canyon. At the same time, he used the power of the great dragon sword soul to strengthen the Taiji diagram. This time, it wasn't the yin-yang sword that flew out. Instead, it was the Taiji diagram that split open, drawing 2 figures. One of them was pitch black and held the death demonic blade. The other figure was like a god of war and held the sun god sword. Two figures rushed out in a frenzy. Lin Xian was even more unrestrained as he continuously unleashed sword qi and transformed it into divine abilities. Wasn't the other party able to summon the Desolate Man? Although he couldn't summon the Desolate Man, he wanted to use the Great Dragon Sword Spirit to simulate a similar ability. That was simple. You want to trap me with a mere clone? Yuquan snorted coldly. He struck out with the Desolate Palm to resist. However, they soon realized that it wasn't as simple as a clone. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Xian directly activated an unparalleled secret technique and struck out with 5 times the strength. The Sword Dao world instantly sent the desolate canyon flying. Furthermore, the two human figures, one black and one white, suddenly burst forth with light. Their bodies split apart, and countless dragon silhouettes appeared from their bodies. They intertwined with each other like the 10,000 dragons diagram. Moreover, it was the yin-yang 10,000 dragons diagram. It directly enveloped Yuquan. You want to refine me? I'll let you have a taste of being refined. Lin Xian roared, and the Taiji diagram completely erupted. Boom, boom, boom. It was filled with the power of the dragon-shaped sword qi. Coupled with the laws of yin and yang, it was really powerful to the extreme. No matter how strong Yuquan was, he was still affected at this moment. He screamed crazily. Buzz! Desolate armor! It instantly appeared on his body to block. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a roar, the yin-yang 10,000 dragons diagram exploded, directly shattering the desolate armor. Yuquan was also sent flying while vomiting blood. His hair was disheveled as he took out 2 pills and swallowed them. The strength in his body was rapidly recovering. Kid, my foundation is limitless. What do you have to fight me with? Even if I have to exhaust you today, I'll exhaust you to death. You want to exhaust me with just you alone? Nirvana. With a roar, endless 9 suns divine fire burned fiercely, enveloping his body. In the next moment, his strength was rapidly recovering. No, damn it, you actually know this kind of divine ability. Isn't this the great divine ability of the Phoenix clan? How can you? Yuquan screamed in horror. The Phoenix's nirvana could instantly recover, but how could this kid know it too? Xian snorted coldly. This is my self-created divine ability. Can I do it? Self-created divine abilities, you can even create divine abilities. He screamed even louder. Divine abilities were usually passed down through generations. It wasn't that they couldn't create divine abilities, but the divine abilities created at low cultivation levels were too trashy and full of loopholes. Only those with high cultivation levels could create them. For example, the Sage King or the Great Sage. You're just a little saint, yet you're already creating divine abilities? Moreover, the power is so strong. Lin Xian came out of the flames, and the aura on his body became stronger again. Now, who would exhaust who to death? He punched in all directions, and the void in front of him kept shattering. Damn it! The two erupted again and engaged in an intense battle. Lin Xian used all kinds of divine abilities, some of which were from Thunder God City, the Golden Crow clan, and even the Peacock clan. Yuquan was so scared that he screamed crazily. In the end, Youquan's body was shattered. He was also a ruthless person. His shattered body directly exploded, injuring Lin Xian. Several cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body, which was extremely terrifying. However, his eyes became brighter. The law of wood of the 5 elemental laws provided him with power crazily. Moreover, the immortality technique circulated rapidly. At this moment, his divine body finally displayed its super powerful power. It actually healed at an extremely fast speed. On the opposite side, Yuquan also healed, but he was seriously injured. His face was incomparably pale, and his aura was much weaker than before. Boy, I really can't believe that you can force me to this extent, but you will definitely die. Speaking of this, he took out a 3-foot-long saber. The desolate aura on it was very terrifying. It was also a desolate saber, but it was not created by the law. It was a real sacred artifact. Moreover, it was a sacred artifact used by a sacred venerable. I didn't want to use it because I can fight against everything with my own strength, but you let me use this treasure today. You can die in peace. As soon as the desolate saber appeared, it displayed an unparalleled aura. The terrifying power made everyone's scalp tingle. This aura, even Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu's expressions changed. On the other side, Mo Xiu, who was trapped by the array, screamed. A Sun-class sacred artifact. Yu Quan had already taken out such a trump card? What had he experienced? Was he going to be defeated? Chapter 4079. Mo Xiu was too shocked. Not every saint had a saint tool. It was extremely powerful. Generally speaking, those below the minor saint realm would use a moon-grade divine tool. Even minor saints would only use a moon-grade saint tool. The saint venerables had some powerful sun-grade saint tools, which were much more powerful than moon-grade saint tools. Unexpectedly, Yu Quan also had one. That Lin Wudi is definitely dead. The people of Yellow Spring Palace in Great Desolate Mansion revealed a sinister smile. Even Mo Xiu snorted coldly. In his opinion, it was impossible for Yu Quan to survive after taking out such a trump card. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A sun-grade saint tool? Is this your last trump card? However, do you think I don't have one? Lin Xian smiled. If it was some other trump card, he might have to use some other means. However, Yu Quan didn't know what's good for him. So what if it's a saint tool? He had the great sage's saint tool in his hand. Kid, it's useless. I know you have a pagoda with a strong defense. It should be a sun-grade saint tool. However, you can't activate it with your current strength. However, I can already control this desolate blade. Therefore, you're not my opponent at all. Yu Quan sneered. The law on his body circulated rapidly. He poured all of his energy into the desolate blade. This blade could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. The heavens and the earth were instantly split apart. In fact, the surrounding spirit formations were also shattering non-stop. Retreat quickly. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu left the palace and retreated far away. The people outside had already retreated far away. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He also felt a fatal danger. He instantly took out the Great Sage Pagoda and blocked in front of him. Indeed, Yu Quan was right. He couldn't fully activate the Great Sage Pagoda. However, it didn't matter. He just needed to use it for defense. He had other means to attack. Today, he would show Yu Quan his trump card. After blocking the attack, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in Lin Xian's hand, which he held in his hand. When the sword descended, the heavens collapsed and the earth split. The power here was powerful to the extreme. The formation around them shattered in an instant. Master Spirit Turtle and Mo Xiu rushed out. They didn't go forward at all. Instead, they fled as if they had gone mad. The reason for that was because this power was simply too terrifying. They were already a threat to them. Damn it, what exactly did this brat have on him? Their expressions were unsightly. They hoped that Yu Quan would be able to block it. Boom, boom. When Lin Xian used the Great Sage to block the desolate saber, Yu Quan was stunned. It was indeed this pagoda. However, so what? He was confident that he could send the pagoda flying. Next, it was time for this brat to die. However, before he could make a move, an even more terrifying aura emanated from the other party's hand. What was that? As soon as Yu Quan saw the dragon-shaped sword shadow, his pupils shrank. Not good, the other party still had a trump card. That aura did not seem to be any weaker than his desolate blade. He frantically activated his desolate saber and countless saber shadows fell downwards. At the same time, Lin Xian's dragon-shaped sword shadow also rushed out. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword soared into the sky. The two collided, and the palace was instantly torn apart. The surrounding formations were also constantly shattered. The entire bottom of the lake was boiling violently. Terrifying laws and saber light and sword shadows rarely came from all directions. At that moment, everyone was pushed far away. Outside the clear moon lake, the surrounding sages were all waiting by the lake. However, their expressions suddenly changed. They noticed that the calm lake water was violently tumbling. A terrifying aura quickly surged out from under the water. Not good, something is coming out. Retreat quickly. These people frantically fled. In the next moment, the entire lake was completely shattered. Terrifying sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. The terrifying saber light swept across the 9 heavens. Some of the slower people were instantly split in half by this force. They screamed crazily. The others were also shocked. Damn it, what was this? Saber light and sword shadows. Someone was fighting. Who was it? Was it the sacred venerables fighting? This aura was too terrifying. The terrifying force lasted for a long time. The entire clear moon lake was split into pieces. Below, Mo Xiao, Master Spirit Turtle, Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others all looked on nervously. They wanted to see what the final outcome of this battle would be. Finally, the terrifying saber light, sword shadows, and laws slowly disappeared. 3 figures could be seen. Everyone was stunned. Why was there another person? Was it Mo Xiao? They took a closer look and sucked in a breath of cold air. No, it was not. The first figure was Lin Xian. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's face was extremely pale. Using the ultimate power of the great dragon sword soul was also a huge drain on him. However, he was not injured. In front of him, the great sage tower blocked the impact. The 2 figures opposite him were Yu Quan. She was split in half. Blood and organs flowed out. The desolate blade floated beside her, but it still could not protect her. Ah! Yu Quan screamed crazily. This time, not only was his body split in half, but his soul was also split in half. The pain made him hover between life and death. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that no matter what treasures he consumed, he could not heal his body, let alone his soul. Therefore, he could only let the 2 halves of his body float. What kind of sword chi was that? It was too powerful. Even the 10,000 Swords Pavilion could not perform such a sword technique. Yu Quan did not dare to say anything. The 2 halves of his body wrapped around the desolate blade and instantly escaped. Trying to escape? Lin Xian snorted and chased after him. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Another dragon-shaped sword shadow slashed out. The terrifying sword chi slashed down from the 9th heaven. There was a clang. Yu Quan's body was split into 4 halves. He screamed crazily again. Damn it! He was in extreme danger now. His life force was very weak. Fortunately, the sun-grayed desolate blade was still with him. With the last of his strength, he finally managed to kill his way out of the clear moon lake. The people outside were all bewildered. Who exactly was fighting? In the next moment, they saw a shattered figure charging out with a long saber in his hand. These people did not recognize him at first. However, when they saw his clothes and saint weapon, they all screamed. Quan. He was seriously injured and was about to be killed. Who was it? Could it be that there was a saint venerable below? Yu Quan was a genius on the saint list. Although he was only a mid-minor saint, he could defeat a late minor saint. No one below the saint venerable was his match. Now, he was in such a sorry state. It made people suspect that perhaps only a saint venerable could put him in such a sorry state. You can't run away. A voice sounded again. Then, the surface of the lake was smashed open. Chapter 4080. Heavens! It's Lin Wudi. He's chasing after Yu Quan. No way, did he seriously injure Yu Quan? Everyone went crazy. Has Lin Wudi already started to challenge the pilgrim list? And from the looks of it, he's succeeded. Yu Quan quickly fled to the back. Lin Xian chased after him frantically. The 2 of them flew far away in an instant. No one dared to stop them during this period. It was over. The dragon-shaped sword in Lin Xian's hand bloomed with incomparable light. Yu Quan was scared out of his wits. Elder, save me. He roared crazily. Half of his blood was burning, piercing through heaven and earth and enveloping the entire void. In the distance, a terrifying aura came over. Then, a large palm slapped over and collided with the dragon-shaped sword Qi. With a clang, Lin Xian was forced back, and the large palm was also blocked. However, in the next moment, an even more terrifying aura surged over. Whoever dares to hurt the people of the great desolate mansion will be torn into pieces. The terrifying voice was like a clap of thunder. Lin Xian's blood boiled. He frowned. A sacred venerate? Crack, crack. The void split open, and an expert walked out. It was a sacred venerate. He had seen this person before in Qingshan City. Back then, he had seen 9 sacred venerates in Qingshan City's #1 palace, and this person was one of them. He did not expect this person to come as well. The people behind wanted to follow and see how the battle was going. However, they did not expect a sacred venerate to appear. They were so scared that their scalps went numb, and they hid in the distance, trembling. Lin Xian's face was also cold. It seemed that it was impossible to kill the other party this time. However, he had seriously injured the other party this time, which proved his strength. In the future, the other party would no longer be a match for him. Even if such a person was alive, he would not be a threat to him. Elder, kill him. Help me kill him. Yu Quan screamed crazily. When the elders saw Yu Quan's miserable appearance, his face became extremely cold. His eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. A terrifying palm slapped out. With one strike, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could stop it. This was the attack of the saint. Lin Xian had long since been prepared. When he saw the other party make a move, he immediately used the void escape technique and quickly fled to a remote location. After entering the Great Sage Tower, the aftermath of the energy blasted the Great Sage Tower away. In the Great Sage Pagoda, Lin Xian's expression was gloomy and cold. He was not injured, but with his current strength, he was still unable to contend against a saint venerable. Moreover, he didn't expect the other party to make such a public move. So despicable. Older brother Xian. Behind them, Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu rushed over. Seeing this scene, he was also incomparably nervous. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and took the two in. Then he said, "Let's go." The Great Sage Pagoda turned into a stream of light and pierced through the 9 heavens. Trying to leave? Was that even possible? Since the Lord had made his move, he did not plan to let Lin Xian and the others leave. That huge hand covered the sky and the earth, directly imprisoning the void. The space in the palm was completely shattered. Only the Great Sage Pagoda was still floating. However, he was also sealed and could not escape. Lin Xian snorted and roared crazily, "Give me your strength." Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu gave him their strength. The 3 of them poured all their strength into the dragon-shaped sword energy. The sword slashed open, opening a crack in the imprisoned void. Then, the Great Sage Pagoda tore open the crack and rushed in. Did he escape? The Great Desolate Mansion's Saint Venerable was stunned. He did not expect that the other party could escape from his hands. When he wanted to make a move, he realized that it was already too late. At this moment, the remaining dragon-shaped battle energy on Yu Quan's body suddenly smashed open. It caused the 4 halves of his body to turn into a bloody mist once more. The Saint Venerable's face turned gloomy when he heard the miserable shriek. "Pumph!" He snorted coldly, his face cold. He did not make another move. Instead, he quickly left with Yu Quan. There was only a terrifying energy lingering between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. The scene that happened just now was like a dream. Lin Wudi and Yu Quan fought, and Yu Quan was defeated. Moreover, he was killed miserably. If the Saint Venerable did not come in the end, Yu Quan would have died. It was really unbelievable. They knew that from now on, the history of the pilgrim list would be rewritten. Yu Quan fell from the list, and Lin Wudi killed his way to the top. What shocked them even more was that the Great Desolate Mansion's Saint Venerable did not care about anything and attacked. He wanted to kill Lin Wudi. However, what shocked them even more was that Lin Wudi escaped. An early little saint escaped from the hands of a Saint Venerable. It was like a dream. They could not believe it. This matter spread out in an instant. Those people went crazy when they heard about it. Lin Wudi was already a member of the pilgrim list. Mo Xiu's face was incomparably gloomy. So was Master Spirit Turtle, who was gnashing his teeth. Not only was Mo Xiu strong, but his attainment in formations was also far beyond him. No, I have to kill this kid. Master Spirit Turtle and the others wanted to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, Mo Xiu had also started to move. Such a person made him feel extremely uneasy. In a mountain range, those enchanting women were also surprised when they heard the news. They looked at the figure in front of them. Qin Xianer stood in front of them with a face full of shock. Lin Wudi had successfully entered the list? It was really surprising. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? On the other side, a man stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him, his followers were quickly transmitting the news. Chao Tianxing's eyes flickered when he heard the news. Is this day finally coming? Lin Wudi, interesting. Wan Jianyi harumphed coldly when he heard the news. That trash Yuquan couldn't even defeat an early little saint. What a disgrace to the pilgrim list. However, has he finally entered the pilgrim list? Then I can make my move. Previously, although Wan Jianyi was unhappy, he thought that Lin Xian's cultivation base and identity were too weak, so he disdained to make a move. But now, Mo Xiu had finally entered the pilgrim list. In other words, Mo Xiu was qualified for him to make a move. He would make Mo Xiu the person who stayed on the pilgrim list for the shortest time. Because Mo Xiu would die in his hands. In fact, even those holy venerates had gloomy and cold expressions on their faces. They knew that if they had the chance, they would have to kill Mo Xiu in the Green Mountain world. On the other side, a pagoda landed in the vast mountain range. Lin Xian was still cultivating in seclusion. He had also suffered serious injuries in the previous battle. After all, Yuquan was a powerful enemy. It wasn't easy for him to win. Therefore, he had to recover well. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were also guarding him. Half a month later, Lin Xian opened his eyes and exhaled. Fortunately, they had explored a lot of treasures in the Green Mountain world. With so many heavenly treasures, he could recover to his peak in half a month. Brother Xian, you're awake. Murong Qingqing was overjoyed. Chapter 4081. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, he had recovered to his peak. Although he was injured in the previous battle, he didn't injure his foundation, so he recovered quite quickly. However, it was the Saint Venerables who attacked in the end, which made his face extremely cold. If there was a chance, he wouldn't let these Saint Venerables go. Next, the three of them continued to search for treasures according to the map. After another half a month, they received a piece of news. Have you heard? There is a peak in Green Mountain World, Sunset Peak. It is said that an incredible treasure has appeared there. Yes, I heard that a few Saint Venerables have gone there. Let's go and take a look. Yes, even if there aren't many treasures, it's not a loss to be able to see some big scenes. Many people flew towards the Sunset Peak. Lin Xian and the others also stopped after hearing this. Sunset Peak, Saint Venerables. They spread out the map and searched. Soon they narrowed their eyes. There was indeed a peak in the center of Green Mountain World. Sunset Peak. Moreover, according to the mark on the map, Sunset Peak was much larger than Clear Moon Lake. This meant that there was indeed something incredible in Sunset Peak. Brother Xian, should we go there? Murong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He looked at the map carefully and said, I have an idea. Li Hongxiu was looking forward to it. Lin Xian said, we have already collected about a third of the Hell map treasures in Green Mountain World. There are still a lot left. If we go to Sunset Peak, we will have a conflict with the Saint Venerables. Even if we have the map and can find the treasures, we will be targeted by the Saint Venerables. It is very likely that we will be hunted down for the rest of the time. Therefore, I have decided to go to Sunset Peak myself. The two of you will search for the other treasures. Anyway, you have the map in your minds and know how to crack it. With your strength, there should be no problem. Moreover, those Saint Venerables should all go to Sunset Peak. You will be safer. Indeed, the three of them knew how to crack the array here. It would be a waste for them to gather together. Especially at this juncture. All right, Brother Xian, be careful. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu nodded. None of them were little girls. They were all blessed by the heavens, so they didn't feel too conflicted about this issue. With the great sage pagoda, Lin Xian would be fine. If the three of them split up, more treasures would fall into their pockets. After discussing, Lin Xian went to the Sunset Peak, Murong Qingqing went to the east, and Li Hongxiu went to the north. The three of them split up into 3 groups. After Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu left, Lin Xian took a deep breath and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Saint Venerable of the Great Desolate Mansion, you'd better not go to the Dawnfall Peak. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The fact that the other party dared to make a move to kill him had indeed infuriated him. If the other party dared to appear, he would use the map advantage to teach the other party a lesson. The Sunset Peak was the #1 peak in the Green Mountain world. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. The surrounding mountain ranges were continuous and magnificent. At this moment, countless people had gathered near Dawnfall Peak because it was said that there was an extraordinary treasure here. Even the holy venerables had come. How could the others not come? At this moment, Dawnfall Peak had not been breached yet, but many treasures had appeared in the mountains around Dawnfall Peak. It caused a massacre. In a valley of a mountain range, dozens of figures were fighting with each other. Among them, there were constant roars and terrifying roars of thunder. It turned out that the people of Thunder God City and Thousand Demon City were fighting. Previously, these 2 holy cities were jackals of the same tribe and colluded with each other. Who would have thought that in the face of benefits, they would turn against each other? Both sides were fighting fiercely. At this moment, nearly 100 sword lights streaked across the sky and then stopped above the valley. Each sword light turned into a swordsman, and the aura on his body was terrifying. Hundreds of sword saints from Thousand Swords Pavilion appeared together. The one leading was Wan Jianyi, and beside him, there were many people. One of them was pale. There were many wounds on his body, and his arms were broken. This person was Zhang Xiongfei. At this stage, a broken arm or leg was very simple and could be healed very quickly. However, he had not healed yet. This showed that Qi Song's strength was too strong and caused the other party's foundation to be injured. Until now, he had not fully recovered. Below, the people of Thunder God City and Thousand Demon City felt the aura of hundreds of sword saints above them, and their faces turned ugly. They did not continue to fight, but stopped. The people of Thousand Swords Pavilion actually wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. An elder from Thunder God City asked. An expert from Thousand Demon City said, "Of course, we can't let others interfere in the fight between us." Previously, they were fighting to the death, but now they actually joined hands. However, it was useless. Both sides only had about 30 people, and there were more than 100 sword saints above them. This was a huge gap. Sure enough, when those sword saints attacked, the experts of Thunder God City and Thousand Demon City below them collapsed in an instant. They could no longer care about anything else and turned around to escape. A group of chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. Wan Jianyi sneered and led his people to descend. After these people descended, their eyes lit up. There were indeed many good things in the valley. Wan Jianyi waved his hand, and those sword saints began to snatch frantically. They wanted to leave no one alive. At this moment, the situation changed. Someone screamed. They realized that the treasures in front of them had disappeared into thin air. Damn it, who is it? Who is secretly attacking? Zhang Xiongfei also roared frantically. Wan Jianyi also snorted coldly. He slashed out with his sword, and thousands of sword qi shot out in all directions. At this moment, a voice rang out. "You want to take it all for yourself? Your appetite is a little too big." The sword qi that filled the sky disappeared, and the void shattered. However, a figure walked out unscathed. He wore a starry sky blue robe, and he was extraordinarily handsome. His eyes were as deep as the night sky. Seeing this person, many sword saints sucked in a breath of cold air. Gufeng. Even Wan Jinni furrowed his brows. Gu Feng was the same as him. He was also a genius on the pilgrim list. Moreover, what was more terrifying was that he was an expert of the space element. Space was king, and the space law appeared and disappeared mysteriously. This was not nonsense. Gu Feng dared to face over 100 sword saints alone. Just this confidence alone was not something that anyone could have. However, Wan Jinni was not afraid of the other party. He had always been arrogant. So what if the other party was an expert of the space element? He was very confident in his own sword technique. Gu Feng, others are afraid of you, but I am not. You want to snatch something in front of me? Impossible. I want this valley. You can change to another one. What an arrogant tone. There is nothing that I can't take away. At this point, Gu Feng waved his hand, and the treasures and spirit herbs below were instantly devoured by space. How dare you? Wan Jinni was angry, and those sword saints also counterattacked. In an instant, thousands of sword chi shot toward Gu Feng. Chapter 4082. Gu Feng laughed out loud. He stood there, and 18 black holes appeared around him. They were incomparably dark and connected to the universe. Those sword chi were completely swallowed by the black holes and transmitted into the universe. They couldn't hurt him at all. Spatial black holes. Many sword saints were terrified. With over 100 of them attacking, it was enough to beat anyone. Even the geniuses on the pilgrim list might not be able to fight against so many of them. However, that man was standing there by himself. Merely by using his spatial ability, he was able to completely devour their swords. This method was heaven-defying. No wonder they couldn't provoke spatial powerhouses. The 100 sword saints were terrified. However, Wan Jinni snorted coldly and slashed out with the long sword in his hand. The sword in Wan Jinni's hand was incomparably green. It was the dragon-slaying sword. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was a sun-class sacred artifact. When this sword slashed out, cracks appeared on the 18 black holes. It seemed that the 18 black holes couldn't completely divert his sword light. Sure enough, the 18 black holes were completely split open in an instant. A biting cold sword light swept towards Gu Feng and enveloped him. Great! The people of the Wan Jinni pavilion were overjoyed. However, Wan Jinni frowned. The sword light flashed and slashed the other party's body, but no blood flowed out. This meant that the other party had used spatial magic to dodge. At this moment, Gu Feng in the sky suddenly disappeared. Behind Wan Jinni, a black spatial crack appeared. Then, Gu Feng attacked. A finger pointed at the other party's back. Wan Jinni didn't dare to be careless. He instantly activated 10,000 swords convergence. The two fought fiercely. The other 100 spirit sword saints were all stunned. They couldn't make a move at all in this battle. Because Gu Feng wasn't someone else. If it was someone else, they could attack together. However, the other party's spatial magic turned all their attacks into flowing water. Therefore, they could only watch from the sidelines. Around the valley, countless mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the sky shattered. However, there were a few figures standing on 2 mountain peaks. They suppressed the mountain range under their feet, preventing it from shattering. On one of the mountain ranges, there were many enchanting women. The one leading them was Qin Xian'er. At this moment, she was watching the battle. On the other side was Chao Tianxing, who had his hands behind his back. His eyes flickered with a mysterious aura. The followers behind him said, "Young master, who do you think will win this battle?" "It's hard to say." Chao Tianxing shook his head slightly. "These two people have never used their real trump cards, so I can't tell." Without taking his trump cards into account, Gu Feng was probably slightly stronger. Indeed, in front of the spatial laws, ordinary laws would be inferior. However, no one believed that Wan Jinni did not have a trump card. Up ahead, the battle between the two of them was extremely intense. All sorts of sword chi emerged one after another. Wan Jinni was truly like a sword god. Each of his attacks was powerful enough to kill a late little saint. As for Gu Feng, he was even more mysterious, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It was as if the entire world had become his training ground. He had become the ruler of this world, and every time he would be able to narrowly dodge the attacks. Not only that, but he also unleashed all sorts of terrifying spatial divine abilities to attack Wan Jieni. It was only because Wan Jieni was strong. If it were anyone else, they would have been defeated long ago. This Wan Jieni was too strong. His strength was at the late minor saint realm, which was one realm higher than Yuquan. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. Rumor had it that he could even contend against a saint sovereign. Just when everyone thought that the battle would last for 3 days and 3 nights without a clear winner, a brilliant radiance suddenly burst out. Dazzling light suddenly erupted from the Dawnfall Peak, attracting everyone's attention. Saint Sovereign? They had made their move, charging towards the Dawnfall Peak. Even Wan Jieni and Gu Feng had stopped. Wan Jieni looked at the dazzling mountain range and said in a deep voice, "Let's stop this battle for now. We'll fight again after the matter of the Dawnfall Peak is over. What do you think?" "I agree." Gu Feng also nodded. "Let's go." Wan Jieni brought hundreds of sword saints and flew towards the distance. Gu Feng also disappeared into the sky. "Let's go." Qin Xiener and Chao Tianxing brought their own people and flew towards the distance. It could be said that countless experts and geniuses had gathered at the Dawnfall Peak. At the same time, in the mountain range, a man in Taoist robe also stopped. He looked at the peak in the distance and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. "Is it finally starting? Seems like I'm not too late." This man in Taoist robe seemed to be in his 20s. He looked very young. His gaze was calm and his aura was unusually mysterious. I wonder which sect he's from. Actually, this person was none other than Lin Xian. After Lin Xian separated from Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu, he rushed towards the Dawnfall Peak. He decided to cause a huge ruckus at the Dawnfall Peak. Of course, he didn't use his real appearance. This was to avoid unnecessary pursuits. He changed his appearance to that of a Taoist priest and walked towards the Dawnfall Peak. At this moment, there were 4 figures standing around the Dawnfall Peak. Among them, the Saint Sovereign from the Great Desolate Mansion was also here. Yuquan was also here. In this 1 month his injuries had already healed. It was the Saint Sovereign who helped him to extinguish the sword energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to extinguish the sword energy without dozens of years. Although his injuries were healed, his face was still a little pale. The dragon-shaped sword energy had damaged his foundation. He would have to go into seclusion after returning from the Green Mountain world. However, if he could conquer the Dawnfall Peak and obtain the treasures inside, he might be able to recover from his injuries immediately. He might even be able to advance further. This time, he was defeated by Lin Xian. It was a great humiliation to him. He swore that he must make a breakthrough in his cultivation base. He must reach the late minor saint realm. He must defeat his opponent and regain his position on the pilgrim list. 4 figures stood around the Dawnfall Peak. 3 of them were Saint Sovereigns and the other one was Master Spirit Turtle. He was invited by these Saint Sovereigns. Although Master Spirit Turtle was only a mid-minor saint, his attainments in formations were indeed strong. Therefore, he was needed to break the formation. Apart from him, there were many other formation masters who came. However, they were standing at a distance. "All right, Master Spirit Turtle, you can begin now." One of the Saint Sovereigns from the Purple Virtual Palace spoke. Master Spirit Turtle nodded. He would break the formation. The other 3 Saint Sovereigns would provide their strength to break the Dawnfall Peak together. Of course, apart from them, the surrounding saints were also mobilized to assist them. They could work together to break the formation if necessary. Everyone was looking forward to it. They were waiting for the moment the formation was broken. At the same time, in the mountain range far away, a figure was looking into the distance. "You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.